Program is transcribed. Ellery Queen. In the interest of a safer American home, a happier American community, a more united state, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Ellery Queen.
I dedicate this program to the fight against crime. Not only crimes of violence and crimes of dishonesty, but also crimes of intolerance, discrimination, and bad citizenship. Crimes against America.
The American Broadcasting Company presents another case in the career of Ellery Queen, celebrated fighter of crime. As usual, Ellery invites you to match wits with him as he relates the mystery. And before revealing the solution, he gives you a chance to solve it. Tonight, Ellery's guest armchair detective, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the popular Hollywood columnist, Miss Sheila Graham. And now, Ellery Queen, your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Paul Masterson. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard me investigate crimes in just about every imaginable place. Well, our crime tonight took place in the strangest locale of all, right on my own radio program. I call it the
Paul. Ellery, hold it, will you?
What's the matter, Paul? What is it?
Ellery, you can't do this. You'll have to switch. Give us another case.
Why?
Murder on the Queen Show? Are you crazy? You'll scare the bejinkers out of people, Ellery. They'll think it's actually happening in this studio during this broadcast.
Very good point, Paul. Yes, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to be sure and keep in mind throughout the next half hour that you're listening to a case from the past, a crime that occurred a long time ago. Satisfied, Paul?
Thanks, Ellery.
It's a case I've always called the Armchair Detective. Veteran Queen fans will recall that in the early days of our radio show, as today, I invited some well-known person to come to the studio and sit in the guest detective's armchair. Then, as now, it was usually fun. But on the night I had in mind, things didn't quite go in the usual way. That night, about 15 minutes before we were scheduled to go on the air,
Everybody got the cuts?
I think so.
Still, how are we on time?
We'll have to pick up 15 seconds, Ellery.
Oh,
go on, catch and fill it back again. All right, coming, Nick. Who is it tonight?
Dr. Monty McKing.
Who?
You know, the college professor who has his own radio show. McKing's English.
Oh. Correct English crusader.
That's right.
Better brush up on my grammar. After you, Nicky.
Thanks. Bill?
Here's Miss Porter again.
Dr. McKing, Ellery Queen in the body.
How do you do, sir? I'm almost afraid to answer, Dr. McKing. I might hang a participle or something.
Darling.
Oh, Rosemary, I'm sorry. My dear, may I present Mr. Ellery Queen? How do you do, Mr. McKing?
And this character is my brother and business manager, Bud McKee.
Oh, hello there. I think our paths have crossed in radio, Bud.
As a small business. Say, Ellery, seeing that we're pals, how about tipping Monty off to tonight's solution?
Oh, sorry. And we are rebuffed.
Right. And, yes, sorry, Elsie. My secretary, Miss Woolen.
Woolen?
This is really a thrill, Mr. Queen. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Queen fan. Why isn't that nice,
Thank you,
Ellery?
Miss Woolen. Oh, Dr. McKim, we haven't too much time. Shall we go into the guest detective room?
Monty's to sit in a special room, Mr. Queen.
Right in here, Mrs. McKing.
Well, all right, isn't it?
You see, we try to duplicate a home atmosphere. Oh, Nicky, would you pour me a glass of water, please? My throat's dry.
There's only one seat here.
You know, you can't see the broadcast in this room. Oh, is that so? You just hear it, as you would in your own home.
Program's piped in here from the control room, Monty. You get it through that loudspeaker.
Well, how
Oh,
interesting.
so I see, but at the proper time, Mr. Queen, I take it I extemporize in that microphone above the table?
Yes, Doctor. Yes, it's strictly an ad-lib spot. Immediately after my announcement on the air that I know who committed the crime, Nicky and I dash into this room from the studio, seat ourselves on the other side of the table from you, and then we hold a three-cornered post-mortem over the court.
Not Dr. McKing's corpse, I hope.
Elsie, do I detect an unconscious secretarial wish to achieve my destruction?
Monty, I don't find that a bit funny.
Oh, come, Rosemary.
But, Mrs. McKing, I didn't mean that.
yes. I should explain no one's allowed in this room but our guest of the evening. So, Nicky, if you'll show the rest of Dr. McKean's party into the client's booth.
Oh, certainly. This
certainly. I thought you were taking
Good luck, Don.
Now, if you get thirsty during the broadcast, Doctor, here's a pitcher of water right on the table.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, Phil.
Yes, Ellery?
How about a quick level?
Whenever he's ready.
Uh-huh. All right, if you'll be seated, Dr. McKing. Yes. Thank you, and say something into the mic, anything at all. Just the voice level, say. I left Dr. McKing alone in the armchair detective's room. We went on the air with our program, and in due course I reached the point in our mystery where I was able to say...
But, Ellery, do you mean to say...
Yes, Dad. Now I know who committed the murder. Nicky and I hurried to the armchair detective's room as usual. There was Dr. McKing, a little nervous, but otherwise himself. I said, into the table, Mike. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, let's see what our guest armchair detective has to say. Nicky?
And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is the famous Dr. Monty McKing, founder and leading light of that popular radio program, McKing's English.
All I can think of at this moment, Dr. McKing, is McQueen's ignorance.
You're too modest, Ellery. You're not the worst offender by any means. Oh, you're sometimes guilty of ellipses.
Is that bad, Doctor?
But you usually avoid committing such truly foul crimes against our mother tongue as needless variants, irrelevant allusions, pleonasms, periphrases.
Surrender. But to get away from the English language and how not to use it, Dr. McKing, I hear you're famous in a different sphere altogether.
Yes. You're said to be able to whip up a mean bouillabaisse, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Nicky. I am an enthusiastic amateur chef.
Doesn't your wife resent it?
On the contrary, Nicky, Mrs. McKing is only too happy to leave the solution of our household's culinary mysteries to me.
Ah, talking about solving mysteries, Dr. McKing.
Oh, dear. I find that drought has suddenly attacked my vocal cords.
Simple, we'll irrigate him. Nicky, will you oblige?
I'm way ahead of you, Ellery. Here you are, Dr. McKing. A nice wet glass of water.
Spoiled. Thank you.
Now, as soon as you're through oiling your larynx, Doctor, suppose you tell us who committed the murder in the police commissioner's office. Oh, what's the... don't let the water glass worry you, Doctor. Who committed the murder...
Ellery, he's...
Too nervous to speak, eh, Dr. McKing? Well, it happens to the best of us. In just a moment, I'll give you the solution to tonight's mystery, but first, here is... The control room cut our armchair detective's room off the air that night just in time, as Nicky and I hurried around the table to Dr. McKing's chair.
He fell off his chair.
Doctor?
Queen, I'm poisoned.
Poison?
By what, Dr. McKing? What's that?
Search Rosemary.
Doctor?
Search Rosemary. That's his wife. Dr. McKing. Ellery, call a doctor.
For what, Nicky?
Ellery, what's going on in here? What's happened to your guest?
Hey,
Dead, Phil.
Dead? But we're still on the air.
Nicky, the poison is in that glass of water McKing just drank.
Our water? From the pitcher?
Pitcher's loaded with it, too. Smell this, Phil.
Huh? Oh, what am I doing? Ellery, for the love of Mike, we're still on. You've got to finish the show. Solve the murder.
Yes, solve the murder. Yes. Phil, have this room guarded till we're off the air. Nicky,
Yes, Ellery.
back to the mic.
I don't know how we got through the rest of the program. My mind's a blank on the whole thing. But the minute we went off the air that evening, Ellery hurried back to the guest room to solve a very different kind of murder. The murder of his own armchair detective.
No. I didn't, Inspector Queen. I didn't, I tell you.
Mrs. McKing, your husband's dying words were to search you.
Well, you didn't find anything on me, did you?
The idea of murder's ridiculous. Queen, my brother probably committed suicide.
Impossible, Bud. The poison that killed him comes only in liquid form, so it must have been in the container.
And there's no poison container of any kind, either on Dr. McKing's body or in this room.
Inspector.
Billy.
I found it.
The bottle's empty, Inspector, but smell it.
This is it, all right.
Sergeant, where'd you find that bottle?
On the floor of that glass-enclosed booth
his secretary.
Sort of simplifies it. Ellery, you sure the water in this picture was okay when the McKing party first came in here with you and Nicky?
Before we went on the air? Positive, Dad.
Oh, Inspector, Ellery drank a glass full of it himself.
So one of these three dropped the poison into the picture before Miss Porter escorted him out.
Disposed of the empty bottle in the booth.
Afraid we forced the poisonous hand, Nicky, by sending them into that booth.
Mrs. McKing, it looked as if your husband had noticed you fooling around with that picture.
If Marty had seen me drop poison into the water, would he have drunk any of it?
Rosemary's got a point there, Inspector.
He probably didn't get the significance of what he'd seen until he realized he was poisoned. But when he does realize it, he says to search you for the bottle.
But why should I murder Marty? I loved my husband. I loved him dearly. Life won't be the same. I'll say it won't.
Miss Woolen. What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
What did you mean, Miss Waller?
Yes, go on, Elsie. Say it. All right, I will. Dr. McKing was the kindest husband in the world to her. And all she cared about was money. Money for clothes, furs, and jewelry. And when he had to close down her charge account, she poisoned him.
Out of revenge. Huh, Miss Woolen?
No, for his estate. His will leaves everything to her. That's why Mrs. McKing poisoned him. For his money.
Well, Mrs. McKing?
What can I say, Mr. Green, that I'm innocent? I've already told you that a dozen times. True, I've been extravagant, and I was angry when Marty clamped down on me, but commit murder for money? The man I loved?
Ellery, come out with me a minute.
Oh, yes, Dad.
Shut the door. Well, shut it.
It's shut, Dad.
Oh. These blamed radio doors. What do you think, son?
I don't know.
King did put the finger on his wife.
Well, may have been no more than a stab in the dark, Dad. Certainly not enough to hold her on.
I think I'll send her home. Have Beely gum through the house on the QT. Might send Nicky home with her, too.
Good idea, Dad.
She could snoop out information where they wouldn't give us the time of day.
Blast it.
Sure, but what?
Well, Dad, ever since McKing said search Rosemary, I've had the weirdest feeling that
he meant something else?
I don't know. I had the feeling there's a clue I've missed or forgotten. A clue that ties in with McKing's dying words. Maybe something that happened during the...
Of course. You've got it?
No, Dad. No, but I know where I can get it.
Talk sense, son.
Well, they always make recordings for the Queen shows, Dad. Now, you go ahead with your plans. I'm going to take a recording of tonight's show home and play it back. All night, if necessary. To spot that... whatever it is.
I'm way ahead of you, Ellery. Here you are, Dr. McKing. A nice, wet glass of water.
Boiled. Thank you.
Oh, it's here. It's here somewhere.
Modest, Ellery. You're not the worst offender by any means. Oh, you're sometimes guilty of a listening.
Oh, it can't be there.
Variance, irrelevant allusions, pleonasm.
Yeah.
Said to be able to whip up a mean bouillabaisse, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Nicky. I am an enthusiastic amateur chef.
Doesn't your wife...
Wait a minute, chef.
On the contrary, Nicky.
Chef.
Mrs. McKing.
Chef. Can it be that...
Amateur chef.
Doesn't your wife...
That's it.
McKing?
Yes. May I come in?
Wait a minute. What do you want?
I saw the light under your door.
I've been reading. What are you doing back at your brother's house, Mr. McKing? I thought you left after we got Rosemary to bed.
Oh, I went home, but then I thought, with Monty, Rosemary in such a spot, may I come in and chin for a while?
I'm sorry. It's after 3. What do you want?
Oh, scared to death, huh?
Good night.
Oh, what's your hurry?
Your foot, Mr. McKing.
You're full of that murder hop, too, aren't you? Has he made you afraid of me?
Please take your foot away. I want to go to bed.
Don't think Ellery's pulling the wool over my eyes. You're a spy. He planted you here.
Let go of the door!
Monty wasn't murdered. It was suicide.
You've been drinking. Get out!
I know what you think, that I'm in love with Rosemary, that I killed my brother to get his wife.
If you don't go
Well,
away...
it's a lie. There's never been a thing between Rosemary and me. Not a thing.
Sergeant Veely? Sergeant? You still down there?
Oh, Miss Porter, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Sergeant. I just want to make sure you were there.
Everything okay up there, Miss P?
Well, yes. I tucked Rosemary McKing into Betty by at 10:30, and Miss Woolen went to her room hours ago.
Well, you sound shaky. You sure everything's all right?
Well, Sergeant, Button McKing just came back to the house.
I know. I saw him go in. But he didn't try to sneak in, so maybe I better come in at that.
What was that? Oh, for heaven's sake.
What's wrong now?
Don't you hear it, Sergeant? Sounds as if someone was breaking up the house. I better go see what's going on.
No, wait till I...
Downstairs. Funny. It stopped. Who's that downstairs? What happened? Where the dickens is the light? Ought to be around here.
Miss Porter! What? Miss Porter. You're okay, Miss Porter.
Oh.
See, the inspector's here. He just came. How you feeling, Nicky?
Inspector Queen.
She's still groggy.
I was upstairs.
Well, you're downstairs now, Nicky. Billy carried you here from the upper hall where he found you. Out cold. Then he phoned me at headquarters. I'd been working late.
Oh, what's the matter with my head?
Somebody used it for target practice, Miss Porter.
Oh, well, they scored a bullseye. Oh, who was it? Who did it?
Nearly was too late, Nicky. But it's somebody who was in the house. I checked right away, but the two women were in their room sleeping, or make 'em believe they were sleeping. And I found Bud McKing on a couch in the upstairs hall, snoring off a load. We've got him locked in separate rooms.
Dad.
Hillary, where the heck have you been, Maestro? I tried calling you at home, but no answer.
Must have been on my way over here, so Nicky.
Hi, Mr. Q.
Nicky, you're hurt.
Got a crack on the skull, son.
Maybe I have a concussion.
Oh, Nicky.
Ellery, hold me close.
Baby. Well, what are you two standing here for? Didn't you call a doctor? Nicky, honey.
Closer.
Oh, she's okay, Maestro.
I am not, Sergeant.
Why, you... Oh. Nicky, what were you doing?
Snooping.
Why?
Well, I heard someone going berserk in some room downstairs.
Really?
By the time Nicky got out into the upstairs hall, it was all over, and she bumped into whoever it was in the dark. He grabbed her.
Downstairs. The kitchen, wasn't it?
How'd you know?
I want to see it. Which way?
Come on.
Hey, wait for me.
Hurry up, Nicky.
Wouldn't care if I dropped dead right in this spot, Ellery.
Probably too late. I should have foreseen that the killer would
What
want
are you talking about,
Well,
Hillary?
Peter gets me half killed.
Here's the kitchen,
And then he
Maestro.
won't even wait. Well, for the... Look at this place.
A wreck.
Dishes broken, furniture knocked over.
A
It's
search or something, but what? Then why in the kitchen?
Remember Dr. McKing's dying words?
Search Rosemary.
Meaning his wife.
Not necessarily.
Not his wife?
But Ellery, Rosemary.
That's Mrs. McKing's first name, son.
It's also the name of something else. Dr. McKing was an amateur chef, an enthusiastic cook. This ought to be the spice cabinet.
Spice cabinet.
Got that crack on the head anyway.
Old cloves, thyme, mace, marjoram, sage, basil, nutmeg, old ginger. Ah, look.
Rosemary. Huh?
Rosemary. And herb used in cooking.
When he said search Rosemary, he meant to finish a sentence.
Or search Rosemary jar in spice cabinet or something like that.
Search Rosemary Jubble. Well, search it.
If I'm right, there'll be something in this jar, unless the searcher beat us to it.
He missed it. There is.
A wad of typewriter paper.
Mrs. McKing left it. What's it say, Hillary?
Oh, dated 10 days ago. Due to a recent disturbing episode, I am writing this note as a precaution. If If anyone finds it, I'm the only one who uses the spice cabinet, so it is safe against accidental discovery. It will be because they are investigating my murder. The other night, a certain person close to me threatened my life. I was inclined to at first dismiss it as hysteria. Now I am not so sure. If anything happens to me, the person who threatened to kill me was...
Oh, Ellery.
Come on, Maestro.
Elsie Woolen, my secretary. Signed Monty McKing.
Billy, get that Woolen girl down here. And it is true, Miss Woolen.
Yes, but
You did threaten Dr. McKing's life.
Yes, but I tell
All right,
you.
you'll threaten him. Come on, why? Tears.
Nicky, you tackle her.
Me?
Give her some of the old porter treatment. You know, the kind you use on me.
I hope I have better luck with her. Miss Woolen. Elsie.
Oh, Miss Porter, they just don't understand.
Yes, well, they're men, dear. But, Elsie, they'll find out eventually. It's much better to tell the truth. They're really not ogres. You can't blame them, dear. If you refuse to talk, it looks as if you have something to conceal. Why not tell the whole story? Come on now.
I loved him.
Secretary loves both.
Nicky, shut up.
I kept it locked up for so long. But one night it came out. Monty told me he loved his wife. I guess I said some foolish things. But I didn't poison him last night. I didn't. You can't prove I did because I didn't. Try to prove it. Go ahead, try.
Hey, all right, Billy. She's not going anywhere. Because she's right. We can't prove it. All this does is to uncover another possible motive. This is a toughie.
This would be about the time for the great Ellery Queen to come up with one of his miraculous solutions, wouldn't it?
Why, Nicky, how did you know?
Oh, no.
Ellery.
Yes, Dad. Now I know who murdered Dr. McKing. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Now, suppose you home armchair detectives and our guest in the studio compare solutions. Nicky?
Ellery, I'm happy to introduce the charming proprietress of one of Hollywood's most popular syndicated columns, Miss Sheila Graham.
Good evening, Miss Graham, and welcome to the armchair.
Thank you, but after listening to your mystery tonight, I'm a little worried about occupying this post.
Oh, you had nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps you'd like a glass of water to help you relax.
Heavens, no! That's the last thing in the world I'd want.
I can't say that I blame you. But now suppose we get down to business. Tell me, who do you think is the criminal in tonight's story?
Well, it's very complicated tonight.
Sure.
But I think Miss Woolen, the secretary, did it.
I see. And your
See,
reason?
it was a very subtle murder. It takes a smart girl to murder a man like that, and took a lot of preparation. Secretaries are usually rather smart, and she knew this man.
And,
she knew that he might get thirsty. He obviously got thirsty very often in his office. And also, he said that somebody very hysterically threatened his life previously.
You mean in the note he left?
Yes, in the note he left. And she was a very hysterical woman, so I think Miss Woolen did it.
Thank you very much, Miss Sheila Graham. We'll find out in just a moment if your solution is correct. Now, here is Paul Masterson.
A second great war has in the not-too-distant past drawn to a close. The magnificent self-sacrificing work of the International Red Cross will long be remembered. At home, the American Red Cross has always been on the job whenever disaster struck, whether it was a tornado, earthquake, fire, or flood. It is our duty and our privilege to help make the 1948 Red Cross campaign the best ever. The quota is set at $75 million. By giving to the Red Cross, you are giving directly to your relatives and friends in the armed forces and here at home. Let's make 1948 the banner year in donations to the American Red Cross.
I don't care. I don't want to hear it. He's just too smart. Always knows the answer to mysteries.
Well, I want to hear it.
Nicky, pipe down. What have you got, Ellery?
Swelled head.
Nicky.
It's all right, Dad. It's that crack on the skull. Well, now, what was Dr. Monty McKing's profession? What was he most famous for?
His radio program.
The King's English.
Authority on the correct usage of the English language.
Then let's take another look at that note we just found in the rosemary jar. I quote, "Due to a recent disturbing episode, I am writing," and so forth.
Something wrong there, Maestro?
Well, Sergeant, due to in that sentence is hopelessly incorrect.
Oh, it is, huh?
It should read because of a recent disturbance. I'm writing, and so forth. Due to can never be used adverbially.
Is that so?
And this, if anyone finds it, it'll be because they are investigating my murder.
Anyone must be followed by he. One can't possibly mean the plural.
Oh, Miss Porter is with us again. Yes, Nicky. Another mistake. And this, I was inclined to at first dismiss.
A split infinitive. A split in what?
In other words, this short note, purportedly from the pen of an authority on correct English, reveals not one, not two, but three of the commonest errors of usage. Incredible. Conclusion, Dr. McKing did not write the note.
It's a phony. I mean a forgery.
And since the note was not written by Dr. McKing, it was not left in the rosemary jar by Dr. McKing either. Someone else left the note in the jar, obviously the real writer of the note, the forger.
But, Ellery, why? What was accomplished by it?
Well, a great deal, Dad. It made us believe that the word rosemary in Dr. McKing's dying statement, "search rosemary," meant rosemary the herb rather than rosemary the name of a woman. And who gains by our thinking that the victim was not accusing a woman named Rosemary, but was merely telling us to look for a note in a spice jar?
Only Rosemary McKing herself. She did poison her husband.
Tried to twist his accusation of her to mean something entirely different, because she had a guilty conscience.
So tonight, after I put her to bed, she forged her husband's signature to a note accusing Elsie Woolen, then sneaked downstairs, left the note in the rosemary jar as a blind...
And then Nicky deliberately led us to that jar.
Wait a minute. Led us to the jar, Maestro?
Well, by wrecking the kitchen, Sergeant. What was that but a clever device to draw our attention to it? To make us search it and find her plant in the rosemary jar.
And then on her way back upstairs, she bumped into me in the dark and let me have it.
At that, Rosemary's attempt to lead us down a false trail might have succeeded, if only she'd learned from her victim the rules governing the English language.
Well, here's where she learned something about the rules governing murder. Really? Old Rosemary McKing? For the murder
of my armchair detective.
Yes, sir.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to our mystery. Thank you again, Miss Sheila Graham, for serving as our guest armchair detective this evening. As mementos of the occasion, I have for you a copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Queen's Awards, 1947, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine. Ah, Paul. Feeling all right?
Well, I guess we're okay. There have been no calls yet asking if our armchair detective's really been knocked off.
And what are you worried about?
Among other things, Ellery, next week.
And never mind about next week.
What's the matter, Nicky? What gives next week that it darkens the fair brow and brings lightning into those beauteous orbs?
Why, Paul.
Well, it's nothing, Nicky. I guess you bring out the poet in me.
Oh.
Nicky.
Remember me?
Go away. Not you, Nicky.
Yes, I remember you, Ellery Q. I remember that female, too.
What female?
Nicky's referring to next week's problem, Paul.
I'll say she was a problem.
What was her... its name, Ellery?
Well, you were right the first time, Paul. I call her... it. The farmer's daughter. This is Ellery Queen saying good night until next week, and enlisting all Americans every night and every day in the fight against bad citizenship, bigotry, and discrimination, the crimes which are weakening America.
All names used on this program are fictitious and do not refer to real people, either living or dead. Among the members of tonight's cast were Larry Dobkin, Herb Butterfield, Kay Brinker, Alan Reed, Joan Banks, Bill Johnston, Charles Seal, Ann Morrison, and Joe Kearns. Music was by Rex Corey, direction by Dick Woolen, entire production under the supervision of Ellery Queen. Now, a listening reminder. For a hilarious combination of spring fever and spring house cleaning, listen when Willie Piper's spring fever combats his wife's feverish energy on Tales of Willie Piper tonight.
The preceding program came to you by transcription. The best time to plan for the future of your children is when they're small. That's the time to set up a nest egg for their education. And your banker will tell you that the best way to do it is to put the money...
Avoid 5 o'clock shadow. Use Gem Blades. Use Gem Blades. Use Gem Blades. Gem Razors and Gem Blades present The Adventures of the Falcon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon. Oh, Nancy, I'm glad you called. What's on the program for tonight? Well, it sounds like an awfully dead evening, baby. But you can never tell. Tomorrow there may be morning.
Once again, Gem Blades, the razor blades that help you avoid 5 o'clock shadow, bring you The Adventures of the Falcon. The Falcon, as you know, is Michael Waring, freelance detective, who's always ready with a hand for oppressed men and an eye for repressed women. So join him tonight when the Falcon learns murder is a family affair. It's a rainy Tuesday evening in New York, and the city streets are deserted save for a dark red convertible which is parked at the curb. And at the wheel sits Brenda Sinclair, fondling her pet Pekingese, Wang Pu.
No, baby, don't be impatient. Daddy's going to meet us shortly. Then you and Mama are going to go far, far away where nasty mans can't find us.
Hello, Brenda.
Oh, Kenny, darling.
Have you been waiting long?
It seemed like years.
That's just the way I felt in that hallway.
Ray.
Oh, hello, Sinclair. Fancy meeting you here.
I thought I warned you to stay away from my wife.
Brenda doesn't care about you. She hasn't for years.
Ray, I'm leaving you.
Really?
Kenny and I are going away on a little trip.
Maybe Kenny is, Brenda, but not you.
Ray, put away that gun.
What's the idea, Sinclair?
I warned you to stay away from my wife, Kenny, but you wouldn't listen.
Ray.
Maybe this is the only language you can understand.
Ray, don't!
Sinclair, it is the judgment of this court that you be confined to State's Penitentiary, and on the night of November 27th, you shall be electrocuted there, as provided for by state law. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Sinclair?
Yes, sir.
Some visitors for you.
Hello, Mike. Nancy.
Hello, Ray.
Ray.
Have you heard anything yet?
You better tell him, Mike.
Ray, we just got back from seeing the governor.
Bad news, huh?
I'm sorry, fella.
I wasn't very hopeful. No matter how you put it, I still killed a man in cold blood. Well, we Sinclairs never did have much luck with our women anyway.
At least you'll be glad to know your brother Danny broke the jinx.
Ah, good for him. Too bad I never got a chance to meet his wife. What do you think of her, Nancy?
Gloria is all right.
I'm glad to hear that. Danny deserves the best. He's a good kid.
1 in a million. He and Gloria are waiting at my apartment.
Mike, I wonder if you'd do me a great favor.
You don't have to ask, Ray.
I'm a little worried about Danny. I'm afraid he may go off the deep end after this. You know, he always felt that Brenda was responsible for this mess.
I understand.
He's just a kid, Mike. He's got screwy ideas. Will you keep an eye on him?
It's a promise.
Mike, what time is it?
Almost 9.
They say the last 60 minutes are the toughest. Got a cigarette?
Oh, sure. Have one, Nancy?
Yes, please.
No, not 3 on a match. Mike, you're gonna stick around for the... I'd like you to. Very much.
Oh, back already?
Yes, it's all over, Gloria.
I know. We heard the flash on the radio. Where's Danny? In the living room.
How's he taking it?
Not so good, Mike. If he'd only yell or cry, I could understand it. But he just sits there and looks at the wall. He won't even talk to me.
Shh. Hello, Danny.
Hello.
How's the boy?
Great.
Danny, I can't tell you.
Mike, maybe Danny would like some coffee.
Oh, that's a swell idea, darling. Why don't you make some?
No, don't bother, Nancy.
Danny, for heaven's sake, stop it.
I'm sorry, Gloria.
Danny, you've got to stop tormenting yourself. We know what you're going through.
No, I don't think you do, Nancy. Mike, did you make all the funeral arrangements?
No. You see, kid, it was kind of taken out of my hands.
Oh, what do you mean?
Your sister-in-law, Brenda, claimed the body.
Oh, good old Brenda. She doesn't miss a trick, does she? I hope there were plenty of sob sisters around to catch her act.
Yes, she ought to get a headline out of it.
And without any effort.
All right, Danny, spill it. What have you got on your mind?
Murder.
Danny.
That's right, Gloria. I got an appointment with Brenda tonight. Only I'm afraid she doesn't know about it yet.
Danny, you're not being funny.
I didn't intend it to be.
Why don't you get wise to yourself?
What?
It's time you grew up. Try to be a man for a change and not a sniveling brat.
Oh, I'm glad to find out what you think of me, Gloria.
Oh, Danny, don't you see she's only telling you that for your own good?
Oh, don't argue with him, Nancy. It isn't worth the effort. He'll go along all his life feeling sorry for himself, wondering why everybody picks on him. Well, I've seen kids of 10 with more stuff than he's got.
Anything else you'd care to add?
No, I've said my piece, Danny. Anytime you want to go, it's perfectly all right with me.
Thanks for your permission, dear.
Mike, don't let him.
Danny, where'd you get that gun?
It's yours. I got it out of your desk drawer.
Let me have it.
I'm sorry, friend. No can do.
Danny, I want you to give me that gun.
Now, Mike, you've been swelling me, so please don't make me do something I'll be sorry for. I'll stay where you are.
Are you going to give me that gun?
I'll come closer next time, Mike.
Danny, listen to me.
I have, Gloria, and I've taken it very much to heart. So I'm just a kid making big talk, am I? Well, watch me change to a man of action.
Well, now we have to worry about Danny and hope he'll realize that Brenda's not worth shooting. Well, there isn't anything I can do about that. But here's something I can do to help a lot of you who have 5 o'clock shadow. I can tell you that 9 times out of 10 men will stay face neat right around the clock by shaving the gem way. That is, with a gem razor and a genuine gem blade. I know it takes a definite effort on your part to change your shaving method, but I promise you that if you shave the gem way, your effort will be repaid every day of your life. Gem razors are again available at your dealers. Get one if you haven't one already, and begin immediately to enjoy Gem's famous features, such as the clever face-fitting bevel, which compels you to use the master barber's long, gliding stroke. And, too, you'll like the way the super keen Gem blade gets the beard at skin level, so close, clean, and comfortable. So try the Gem way, won't you? Avoid 5 o'clock shadow with a Gem razor and Gem blades. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes later, and in Mike's apartment, the Falcon and Gloria listen anxiously while Nancy makes a call.
Well, Nancy?
Oh, the operator couldn't give me the number, Mike. Now, how are you going to warn Brenda?
I really don't see why you people are so concerned. Danny won't do anything.
You're wrong, Gloria.
Look, Mike, I'm married to him. I know how he reacts. Why, Danny could no more kill her than I could. Basically, he's just a sweet kid.
Just a sweet kid bent on murder.
Well, then, you think he meant what he said?
Every word.
Well, then why don't you do something?
I'm trying to, Gloria. Now, let me think.
You do that, Mike, but I'm not going to sit around and wait any longer. I'm going after Danny. Gloria, come back here.
Let her go, darling. It'll give her something to occupy her mind.
But shouldn't we phone the police or something?
I'd rather not. If it ever gets out that Danny's gunning for his sister-in-law, it'll make a Roman holiday for the newsboys.
Well, what do you think Danny will be doing meanwhile? In case you've forgotten, darling, that boy is wired for sound.
And suppose we attempt a little short-circuiting. Maybe we can still beat him to her apartment. Get your coat, baby. It's worth a try.
Nice dog. You did, Miss Brenda, didn't you, baby? Come on, let's see who it is, darling.
Oh, it's you, De Silva. What do you want?
How can I talk to you when all the time you got that lousy dog in your lap?
Don't speak that way about Wang Pu.
Excuse me, please. Brandy, in the last month you borrowed close to 12 grand from me.
You'll get your money back.
Sure. But when, Brenda?
Any day, as soon as they settle Ray's estate.
I got news for you, darling.
What are you talking about?
Papa didn't leave you a cent.
How do you know?
It's my business to know.
The dirty double-crosser, and after I gave him the best years of my life.
You know, for a smart dame, Brenda, you don't use your head so good. 12 grand don't mean so much to De Silva. You like me to call him off, huh?
What's the catch, De Silva? You never gave away anything in your life.
No catch? Just marry me.
Are you kidding?
You could do worse.
Why, you fat slob, I wouldn't have you for all the gold in your teeth.
For a dame who's in hockey, you're awful fussy.
Don't make me laugh. Now go on, get out.
You want to watch your mouth, girlie. Nobody ever talks to De Silva like that.
Are you threatening me, you big ape? Come on in.
Hello, Brenda.
Oh, why, Sugar Plum, this is a surprise. It was awfully sweet of you to call.
Isn't it sweet of me, too?
Oh, Nancy, I didn't see you.
Are we interrupting something?
No, nothing important. Mr. De Silva was just leaving, weren't you, Fatso?
Have your little joke. Maybe when you think him over, it won't be so funny.
Oh, there, darling. Did nasty man frighten Mama's baby? Isn't she sweet, Michael? She's pedigreed, you know.
Takes after her mother, doesn't she?
Yes.
What did you mean by that crack? You
exactly what you think I mean.
Girls.
Well, Nancy never liked me, Michael. You were the only one who ever understood me.
Yes.
Why, Sugar Plum.
Oh, come now, Brenda. This is Sugar Plum, remember? He knew you when.
Very funny. Well, what do you want? I don't suppose you came around to offer your condolences.
No, but I came around to offer some advice. Your brother-in-law, Danny's gunning for you.
Look, Mike, if that's all you've got to say, you can beat it. Little Brenda can look after herself.
All right, darling, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, Sugar Plum,
Huh?
did Ray leave all his money to Danny?
Why?
Nothing. It just dawned on me that my brother-in-law isn't such a kid at that. He's got possibilities. The right woman could do a lot for him.
Maybe the right woman could. But if I were you, I'd forget it, Brenda.
But then you're not me, dear. Because what I've forgotten, you'll never learn.
Good night, you lovely people. There, sweetheart. Come to Mama. That's the sweet thing. Mama's little baby was so hungry, and I'm going... All right, I'm coming. Danny, darling, I'm so glad you dropped in.
Nothing could keep me away.
Here, let me take your coat.
Never mind.
Now, Danny, don't be mean to Brenda. Now that poor Ray is gone, there's just the two of us left. We've got to look out for one. And Danny, put away that gun.
As soon as I've finished.
You're frightening Wang Pu.
What about you?
Danny, you've got to believe me. It wasn't my fault.
You're quite fool.
You're crazy, Danny. You're crazy. You'll never get away with it. They'll fry you like they did Ray.
I don't think so.
Danny, please, please.
Mike, I'm worried.
But there's no reason to be, Nancy.
When I think of Danny roaming the streets with a gun,
Well, don't you worry about Brenda. That baby can take care of herself.
And don't you know it?
Yes, and don't I know... Well,
And just how well did you know her before she met Ray, darling?
Ah, saved by the bell. Come in.
Mike, did you find Danny?
No, didn't you?
No, I looked everywhere. I even went up to Brenda's apartment.
Well?
There was no answer. Mike, I'm scared.
But there's nothing to be scared about. Oh, excuse me.
Hello, Falcon?
Yes?
This is Johnny Gleason down at headquarters.
Oh, hi, Sergeant. How's Trix?
Well, outside of a couple of twinges in my back, I can't complain. Say, Falcon, you were a friend of Ray Sinclair, weren't you?
That's right.
Then it might interest you to learn that murder runs in the family.
What are you babbling about?
Danny just knocked off his sister-in-law.
No. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. He tried to kill himself afterwards, but he lost his nerve.
Listen, Gleason. Hold everything. I'm coming right down.
Take your time, Falcon. There's no hurry. The way it looks now, your friend's going to be with us for a long, long time.
Now, check me if I'm wrong, Danny. After you pulled the rod, your sister-in-law tried to move away from you.
That's right.
Whereupon you made a couple of more speeches, and then you let fly at her. What'd you do after that?
I turned the gun on myself.
Then you passed out?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think that takes care of everything. Now, if you'll just sign this... Oh, now what?
Gleason, tell him to let me in.
All right, George.
Hello, Danny.
Hello, Mike.
How do you feel?
Oh, all right, I guess.
I want you to tell me exactly what happened.
If you don't mind, Falcon, I was here first. Now, go ahead, kid. Sign it.
Now, what's that?
His confession.
Hold it, Danny. Gleason, have you seen Charlie De Silva?
You mean the loan shark?
Yes. He had a fight with Brenda tonight. She was in hock to him.
I heard all about it. We had him on the carpet an hour ago.
How come you let him go without informing me?
Look, Falcon, I was under the impression the new mayor's name was O'Dwyer.
Well, can't you give me a little time to get all the angles?
Why do you want to give the kid false hopes? We know who killed the dame. He admits it.
He's right, Mike.
Yeah, and this is the gun you used, ain't it?
Yes, sir. I took it from Mike's apartment.
Let's see that.
Anything to waste time.
Yes, that's mine. Only when he took it, it was fully loaded. Say, wait a minute, Danny. How many shots did you fire at Brenda?
One.
And one at yourself, is that right?
Yes.
And before you left my place, you took a pot shot at me.
Oh, he did he?
Now, that's not the point, Gleason. How many shots in all does that make?
Don't tell me. 3.
All right, Einstein. Look at this chamber. There are 4 exploded shells in there. How do you explain that?
It's easy. He shot the girl twice.
Did you find 2 slugs in her?
Well, no.
Then what happened to the other bullet?
It went wild?
No, it didn't. I only shot her once, and then I turned the gun on myself.
You're lying.
Use your head, Gleason. He's admitted killing her. What motive would he have to lie about that missing bullet?
It must be somewhere in her room.
Did any of your boys find it?
What was the point of looking?
And you can't have any objections if I do.
Falcon, will you stop trying to complicate matters?
Come on, Sergeant. Be a sport. Give me an hour to look over Brenda's apartment. If I can't find the shell by that time, I'll advise Danny to sign the confession.
There'll be no more horsing around?
I give you my word.
Okay, here's the key.
Mike, how much of that hour have we got left?
About 20 minutes.
Well, then we'll have to work a lot faster.
Well, there's one sure thing. That slug isn't anywhere on this floor.
No.
Suppose we try to reconstruct what happened.
How?
I'll play Danny and you play Brenda.
Oh, this ought to be fun. What do I do?
Well, according to Danny's story, he was standing over by the sofa.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you back away from me as if you were afraid.
You mean like this?
Oh, that's perfect. I pull out the gun.
Mike, put that thing away.
It's all right, dear. I just want to make this as realistic as possible.
Let's not overdo it. You don't have to point it at me.
Don't haggle, Nancy. Get on with your act. Pretend you're Brenda. Now, what would you say?
Now, you wouldn't shoot poor little me. Now, would you, Sugar Plum?
I certainly will if you continue with that sugar plum routine. Where'd you pick that up?
From Brenda.
Oh.
The question is, where did she pick it up?
Now, darling, stick to your script. Where were we? Oh, yes. You just finished pleading for your life.
And it's availed me nothing.
Right, so now I shoot. Bang!
Am I dead?
Very. Just crumpled gracefully to the floor. Oh, that's the way.
How do I look as a corpse?
Not so good.
Oh, and I thought I gave a wonderful performance.
No. No, something's missing.
Did I leave out a sugar plum?
Hey, wait a minute. I think I've got it. Sure, you know what's wrong with this picture. You didn't have...
Mike.
I heard it. Maybe someone's coming in here. Just stay quiet. Hello, De Silva.
Huh?
I said hello. Now shut the door and come in. What are you doing here?
Since when I gotta answer your questions?
Might be smart if you did. See this?
Put that rod away, Falk. You're not frightening anybody.
Except me.
Nancy, phone Sergeant Gleason. Tell him I'm taking De Silva over to my apartment. Ask him to bring Danny there.
But, Mike, isn't that highly irregular?
Highly. But then, dear, this is a most unconventional murder.
You know something, Falcon? I got a hunch you're gonna be very sorry about this.
And I got a hunch, De Silva, you may be right. Nancy, that must be Sergeant Gleason. Will you let him in?
Mm-hmm. Hello, Sergeant.
Hiya, Nancy.
Oh, and you brought a friend along. How nice.
Hiya, Nancy.
Fine. Guess who's here?
What? Gloria. Gloria. Honey.
Danny, darling. Now, don't ogle, Gleason. It's not polite. Oh, Sergeant, I believe you know Mr. De Silva.
We've met.
Nancy, will you lock the door, please?
Certainly. What will I do with the key?
Put it where no one can get it.
I know just the place.
Hey, don't do that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant. It slipped.
Very comical. I know a good one, too. Suppose I tossed you all in the clink.
Relax, Gleason. I'll tell you why Nancy did that.
It better be good.
It is. The killer of Brenda Sinclair is in this room.
You don't have to tell me. I brought him here.
Well, if you did, he's not getting out alive.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think I had Nancy lock that door?
You expect to sweat a confession out of someone?
More than that, Gleason. Give me half an hour, and that someone will be sweating blood. Only this time it'll be his own.
Well, all I can say is that the Falcon's going to find it slightly grim if he doesn't make good. You know, that's one thing that never worries me when I make statements about the Gem way of shaving. Gem always makes good. And now the Gem razors are once more available at all dealers. More men than ever before can shave the Gem way and so avoid 5 o'clock shadow. You know, of course, that to get the best out of your Gem razor, you must use Gem blades. They fit precisely, shave perfectly. Their super keen, deep wedge edge gets the beard at the base, clean and close. No topping the beard, no little islands of stubble left on your chin. You get incredibly close, smooth shaves which naturally last much longer. That's why we can say that a Gem shave will keep your face socially acceptable right around the clock. So try the Gem way of shaving. Avoid 5 o'clock shadow with a Gem razor and Gem blades. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 25 minutes have passed since Mike Waring made his promise to reveal the killer of Brenda Sinclair. And now in the Falcon's apartment.
Well, how about it, folks? Anybody feel like confessing? How about you, De Silva? They say it's good for the soul.
You can go right...
Easy now, fella.
Look, Falcon, a joke's a joke. But
what?
If you don't open that door...
I'm sorry, Gleason. You saw Nancy lose the key. No one's leaving until the murderer confesses.
But Danny killed her. Didn't you, kid?
Well, I'm not so sure now.
Say, what goes on here?
Well, I only fired 3 shots out of that gun.
So you did. But the chamber shows that 4 were fired. Maybe you'd like to know what happened to that missing bullet.
Did you find it in Brenda's apartment, Falcon?
No. That's what put me on the right track.
You didn't, so it did. Oh, why didn't I learn a trade?
Try to visualize this scene, Sergeant. Because this is what must have happened after Danny shot Brenda.
We know. She keeled over dead.
That's just it. She wasn't dead then. That bullet didn't touch her.
And the man's crazy.
No one ever saw Brenda unless she was carrying about that pet Pekingese of hers, Wang Pu. It was the only thing she was fond of.
So what?
Well, that's where your missing bullet went. It hit the dog.
What?
That's right. And Brenda fainted from sheer fright, as anyone might. But Danny didn't know that. He turned the gun on himself. Next, our murderer enters. He sees Brenda and Danny out cold, so he takes the gun out of Danny's hand and pumps a shot into Brenda. And he exits, but not before he removes the dying dog.
Why?
He had to. Otherwise, it would give the whole show away. Am I right, De Silva?
How would I know that?
That's right, you wouldn't. Come to think of it, you had no real motive to kill Brenda. You wanted either Brenda or the money you loaned her. Well, with her dead, you were out of luck on both counts. So if we want to find our killer, we'll have to look elsewhere for him.
Mike, you said him. Then our murderer is a man, huh?
That was a figure of speech, dear. As it happens, our killer is a woman. Isn't she, Gloria?
What?
That's right. She killed Brenda.
What? The whole thing's crazy. I killed her.
No, you only thought you did, Danny. Isn't that right, Gloria?
What am I supposed to do? Break down and confess?
It might help if you want to get out of here.
I'm in no hurry. I can stay all night. I hope your guest room is comfortable.
I'm afraid you'll never live to use it. I see you've got a Band-Aid on your hand. Is that where Wang Pu nipped you when you picked him up?
Will this go on much longer?
Not much. I had some of the blood on Brenda's carpet analyzed. It was dog's blood. And the vet told me that the hound had rabies. And whoever handled it was bound to get hydrophobia. Did you ever have hydrophobia, Gloria?
You're not frightening me.
You must have gotten that bite around 10 o'clock. That means the incubation period is almost over. Maybe a half hour more. They tell me unless you get to a doctor fast, it starts off with a burning sensation. By the way, Gloria, how does that hand feel? Kind of itchy?
Stop. Stop it, Mike. You're not funny.
There's an awful temptation to scratch it, isn't there? Better watch out for that, darling. That spreads the infection all the faster.
Cut it out. For heaven's sake, cut it out.
Why, Gloria, where are you going? That door's locked, remember?
Let me out of here. Let me out. I've got to get to a doctor, please. Please, let me out.
Michael. There wasn't any blood on Brenda's carpet.
That's right.
And that pooch didn't have rabies.
Of course not. Was a nice touch, though, wasn't it?
Oh, lovely.
It just goes to prove what a terrible thing a guilty conscience can be.
Yes, but I still don't understand why Gloria killed Brenda.
Oh, she didn't intend to originally. She thought Danny was going to do it for her. But when he fumbled the ball, she had to do the job herself.
I don't follow you.
Well, Gloria knew the cops would grab Danny for the murder.
You mean she wanted to get rid of him?
That was her fondest desire. When Ray went to the chair, Danny became a rich kid. If anything happened to him...
His money would go to Gloria.
Natch. Could you ask for a better motive?
Then when she bawled Danny out before he left...
She was just trying to goad him on.
Mm-hmm. But, Mike...
Now, darling, I've told you everything.
Oh, no. There's one thing you forgot.
What?
Brenda called you Sugar Plum. How do you explain that?
Oh, Nancy, let's not go into that now. It's a long story.
Oh, but that's the kind I like best.
Come here, darling.
Now, Michael, stop it. You're not going to get out of it like that.
I didn't intend to, dear. You wanted to hear the story of Brenda and Sugar Plum.
Yes.
Well, what you got just then was the prologue.
Murder is a grave situation. Murder is a grave situation. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that even those with double trouble can only die once. So be sure and listen next week at this same time to another gay, exciting adventure of the Falcon. And in the meanwhile, avoid 5 o'clock shadow with a gem razor and gem blades. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake. James Meehan was starred as the Falcon. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it? The Fat Man. And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Through a Crystal.
Caseman Road is one of those neat little suburban streets where the bungalows don't quite look exactly alike. It was just before midnight when my car stopped in front of number 614. The street was as quiet and peaceful as a country school in July, and most of the bungalows were dark. But number 614 wasn't dark. A light blazed in the living room. Through the window, I could see a black-haired man, big enough to wear one of my suits, walking nervously back and forth, puffing on a cigarette. I looked the place over carefully. Dainty colored curtains made the windows into valentines, and the furniture looked delicate and neat. A bowl of fresh flowers stood on a table near the window. The black-haired man was still pacing as I walked up on the porch, but he stopped abruptly when he heard my steps, and I got a good look at him through the window. His frightened eyes stared toward the door as he ground out the cigarette. He stood there long enough for me to see that he looked 30, but was probably a good deal older. When I hit the knocker, he jumped, then headed for the door.
Who's there?
The Fat Man, Brad Runyon.
Oh. Come in. I wasn't sure who it was.
Expecting somebody else?
No, I'm not expecting anyone but you. I'm nervous, I guess.
Why?
Well, after all, I don't do this sort of thing every night.
Just what sort of thing are we doing, Frazier? You weren't too specific over the telephone.
Sit down, Mr. Runyon. I couldn't say too much on the phone.
You're not talking on a phone now.
What time is it?
5 minutes to 12.
At 12:30, I'm going to meet some men. I want you to go with me.
Why do you need me?
Well, I'm not sure about these men. I don't trust them, and I might need help.
Who are the men?
I don't know.
Why are you meeting them?
To give them some money.
Blackmail?
No, not exactly. I don't know whether you've heard about it, but during the last 3 or 4 months, it seems a gang of thieves have developed a new and apparently very safe racket.
Somebody comes up with a new racket every day. Which one has you cornered?
Well, I'm not exactly involved. I'm merely acting as an agent for a friend. These thieves pick out some prominent person, usually a woman. They watch her closely, learn her habits, and try to find out what valuable jewelry she may have.
They then wait for an opportune time and hold her up.
Exactly. They usually steal something of great value that would be difficult to peddle.
So they hold it for ransom. Is that the idea?
More or less. They contact the victim and offer to sell it back for a sum much less than the actual value of the jewels.
A nice, clean little racket.
Yes.
And this friend of yours is, of course, a woman.
Of course.
Married.
Naturally.
But you're not married, and you were with her when she was held up.
Now, look here, Runyon. I'm hiring you to accompany me in case there's any trouble, and I don't intend to...
Skip it. I'm not interested in your private life. I just want the facts. You were with her, weren't you?
Yes. Her husband has a terrible temper, and he doesn't know the bracelet is gone yet. If he should find out...
Your name would be mine.
I'm thinking of the woman.
Sure. So it was a bracelet.
Yes, a diamond bracelet worth about $40,000.
What are they asking?
$5,000.
Did she give you the money?
I have it here in my pocket.
Where are you supposed to meet these guys?
Well, it's about a 15-minute drive from here out in the country. We'd better get started. Do you have a gun?
Yeah. Why?
I don't want any trouble, any shooting. I'd prefer it if you'd empty your gun. If they try anything when I give them the money, you can step out with the gun and frighten them away.
They don't sound like the kind of boys who frighten easy. And you don't look like a wife chaser to me. I think I'll keep the bullets in.
I don't understand.
It may just be a coincidence, but we might look a little too much alike standing still in the dark.
You better stop here. Turn off the lights.
Nice lonesome spot.
I'm to meet them just this side of the old covered bridge over Russ Creek. It's about 200 yards down that little dirt road, leading up from our right up ahead. Can you see it?
I think so.
I'll walk on down there. Wait about a minute and then follow me, but don't make any noise. Keep a good distance back, but watch me. If they start anything, then you can do whatever you think best.
I've got a better plan.
What?
First, tell me the name of this friend of yours.
I can't do that.
Anything you tell me is confidential. I'd lose my license if I tried any funny business. Now, what's her name?
I don't see what difference it makes.
It might make a big difference.
Very well. Her name is Mrs. David Creel.
That's better. Now, listen to me. I don't like this job, and I don't like your story. You're going to sit here in this car while I take a look at that bridge.
But they might hear you.
Let me worry about that. If you're on the level, a little scouting won't do any harm. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Get down in the back of my car so nobody passing can see you.
All right, but be careful.
That's just exactly what I'm doing. The moon ducked behind a cloud as I moved off into the shadows, got contrary, and popped out again just as I reached the little dirt road. I stopped by a tree and glanced back. The car looked empty. For 5 seconds, I stood under the tree listening. Only the sound of crickets broke the silence. I felt uneasy, and I didn't know why. There was something wrong with the picture, something about the big guy huddled on the floor of the car that I didn't like. Pulling the pistol from my hip pocket, I headed for the covered bridge, taking my time and hugging the shadows under the overhanging trees. The bridge loomed ahead like a barn in the middle of the road. 10 yards from the bridge, the chirping of a cricket suddenly stopped. I stopped and held my breath. Nothing for 10 seconds, and then they started again. I walked onto the bridge and across to the other side. A black convertible with the top down was half hidden in the trees just off the road. It was empty, but the driver's license in the pocket was made out to David Creel. I was halfway back up the little dirt road when I heard somebody trying to get through the brush. Slipping the safety on my gun, I waited behind a bush. What's your hurry, Mr. Creel?
Oh, who are you?
Little Boy Blue. And this is no horn in my hand. It's a loaded .45.
What do you want? How did you know who I was?
You ought to carry your driver's license in your wallet.
My driver's license? But my license...
It's in the pocket of your car.
Oh, yes. Yes, my car.
Let's take a walk, Creel.
First, tell me who you are.
I'm a private detective.
A detective?
He's waiting for you in my car.
He?
My client. The guy you're looking for. He was afraid of you, so he hired me to come along and hold his hand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Move along. He's about 50 yards down the road. You don't look like a mob to me.
Listen to me. I don't know who you are or what you're talking about.
Then what are you prowling around the woods this hour of the night for?
That's my business.
Was he blackmailing you, or were you blackmailing him?
There's been some mistake.
Yeah. There's my car up ahead. He's waiting inside. On the floor. He's scared silly. and I thought a mob was gunning for him.
Wait a minute. What's this about a mob?
That's his story. I guess he felt foolish being afraid of you.
No, I think you're wrong. Who is he? Who's waiting in that car?
Frazier. Who else?
Frazier? Carl Frazier?
Yeah. Wasn't he the guy you were expecting?
No, I wasn't expecting anybody.
Then what were you doing here?
I followed someone here tonight.
Who?
My wife, Emily.
What was she doing here?
I don't know. I suspected she'd been seeing this Frazier. Tonight, she took my car. I had a taxi waiting on the corner. I followed her out here to the other side of the bridge.
Then you didn't drive your own car here?
No. I left the taxi about 300 or 400 yards back, from where she parked back there in the trees. I tried to follow her in the woods, but I must have lost her.
Come on. I think we'll have a talk with Frazier.
What was all that about, blackmail?
I don't know yet. It's Runyon, Frazier. Get up and come out here. It's okay, Frazier. There's nothing to be afraid of.
He must have left the car. Emily must have been the person he was meeting.
I don't know who he was meeting, Creel, but whoever it was didn't like him much.
How do you know?
They stuck a knife in the back of his neck.
We can't hold Creel any longer, Brad. He won't admit a thing. The boys worked on him all night. He admits trailing his wife, but says he lost her in the woods. The same story he gave you.
No fingerprints on the knife, Mac.
Nah.
What did you find on Frazier's body?
The usual stuff. Watch, cigarettes, wallet.
What was in the wallet?
$9 in cash, some stamps, a tailor's receipt for a suit of clothes, nothing that means anything.
Frazier told me he was carrying $5,000 in cash.
Hey, that might make a difference. Did you see the dough?
No, but I think he had the cash, or something that was worth that much or more.
What do you mean?
I don't know, Mac. What about Mrs. Creel?
Well, we haven't found her yet. We found Creel's car, though. It was parked in an alley over near Colbert Street. Looks like she's our baby.
Maybe, but don't discount Creel. If Frazier was playing around with his wife, Creel had a swell motive, and he had the opportunity.
On the other hand, you said yourself this Frazier wasn't exactly a lady chaser. I can't imagine any dame going for it.
That's the part that doesn't fit, unless he was blackmailing her. But I think there's something else in this, Mac, something that hasn't shown yet.
I think it's a woman, Brad. When we get her...
I'll call you later, Mac. I got a visitor.
Okay.
I'm looking for Mr. Runyon.
Your search is ended. Have a seat.
Thank you.
I'm pretty busy right now. What did you want to see me about?
You're not too busy to make $5,000, are you?
Murder is a very serious crime, Mrs. Creel.
You knew me. Kublan was right.
Kublan?
He's a famous mystic, a great man.
And you go to this Kublan for advice?
Yes. He said you'd give me the letter back for $5,000. You will, won't you?
Maybe.
I have the money here in my purse. I promise the police will never know.
Never know what, Mrs. Creel?
That you murdered Carl Frazier last night. Oh, you needn't pretend, Mr. Runyon. The letter was not on Carl's body last night.
Then you were the one he had a date with?
Yes. He was to bring the letter, and I...
The letter?
Of course. Oh, it was foolish of me, I know, but I thought I loved him. And then he wouldn't see me. I became frantic. I wrote this letter and told him I loved him and how much he meant to me. Please give it back to me. I'll give you the $5,000 gladly, and I'll forget that I've ever seen you.
It's not as simple as that, Mrs. Creel.
But why not? If you took the letter...
I didn't take any letter, and I didn't kill Frazier. He told me a bracelet had been stolen from you by a gang of hold-up men. He said he was buying it back for you.
A hold-up and a bracelet? There wasn't any hold-up. I've lost nothing.
You didn't give Frazier $5,000 to buy back a stolen bracelet for you?
No. No, of course not. Don't you see, he was blackmailing me for the letter I'd written. He was going to sell the letter to me last night. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I think I do understand.
What do you mean?
Frazier hired me to go with him last night because he was afraid the person he had a date with was going to kill him. Mrs. Creel, you killed Carl Frazier last night.
I'm desperate, Mr. Runyon. I want that letter, and I intend to get it.
The gun won't help you.
I want that letter.
Sorry, I don't have it. Maybe your husband got it.
David?
Uh-huh. He was there last night, too. He followed you in a taxi.
No. No, he couldn't have. Well, that's impossible. Don't move, Mr. Runyon. And don't try to follow me.
I wouldn't think of it, Mrs. Creel.
Yes?
I've come to see Kublin.
Who is calling, please?
Mr. Shanks called about an hour ago.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Shanks. Come in. His Excellency will see you at once.
Good.
Would you just follow me? Since this is your first visit, Mr. Shanks, I feel I must warn you of our rules.
Rules?
Under no circumstances must you speak while His Excellency is concentrating. Second, we prefer as little publicity as possible. I'm sure you understand.
I think I do.
Third, it is customary to pay in advance for the reading. So, if you please, $10.
Here you are.
Thank you so much. In here. Mr. Shanks is here, Your Excellency.
I am ready. Come in, sir. That will be all, Mother. Please be seated in the chair across the table from me. Is there any particular thing you want to know? Perhaps you have lost something, Mr. Shanks.
It's possible. You're the fortune teller. Suppose you get out your crystal ball and tell me.
We have no place here for skeptics.
I've paid my $10.
Very well. Mr. Runyon?
You didn't learn that from the crystal ball.
Why did you come here, Mr. Runyon?
There was a murder last night.
Really? And what might that have to do with me?
I don't know. But when I talked it over with my crystal ball, your name came up in the conversation.
I am afraid I do not follow you.
I didn't think you would, Kublin. I'm talking about Mrs. David Creel.
Creel.
Look in the crystal ball. Maybe that'll help your memory.
Yes, I think I do remember Mrs. Creel.
It seems she lost a letter.
Oh, yes, of course. Now I remember. A rather good-looking woman.
Some people might think so.
She has been to me several times for readings.
She wasn't here this morning by any chance.
This morning? Oh, no, she has not been in for some time. I remember the lost letter now. It seems it was rather important. She wanted to know where it was.
And you told her?
Mr. Runyon, whether or not you believe in extrasensory powers is no concern of mine. There are a number of people who attribute such powers to me.
And there are a number of doctors who tell rich women they're sick if the rich women want to be told that.
Naturally. A man must make a living. Call me a quack if you wish. I do nothing outside the law. No one is forced to come to me or to believe what I foresee.
And what did you foresee about this lost letter of Mrs. Creel's?
Didn't you have the lost letter, Mr. Runyon?
No.
I think you did, Mr. Runyon. And I think you still have it. Very nice, Mother. You are stronger than you look. Quickly, search him.
All right, Kelly, break it down.
Okay, Lieutenant. Drop that knife. Hey, Brad. Brad, what in the name of...
Mac.
Brad, that knife, did you kill him?
No, Mac, I didn't do it. At least I don't think I did.
Who is it?
A phony fortune teller named Kublan.
What happened to you?
Somebody slugged me from behind about 4 or 5 hours ago. I don't remember anything else. I woke up just a second ago. This knife was in my hand. Somebody's idea of a joke, I guess.
Some joke?
Yeah. How did you get in on the party?
A phone call tipped us that there'd been a murder at the fortune teller's. Where do you fit in, Brad?
Mrs. Creel was a patient or a patrol of this guy Kublan. He sent her to me to get a letter that Frazier was blackmailing her with.
You? But I don't get it.
I think I'm beginning to.
Did the same person that killed Frazier last night kill the Swami?
I'm not sure. I think Frazier and this guy Kublan were working a racket together.
Blackmail, huh?
Yeah, that's an old racket. They look for silly women. The fortune teller gives her the works, gets her confidence by telling her a few obvious things. Then he tells her some dark man is coming into her life. I've seen it hundreds of times. Then Frazier pops up and the game is on.
Yeah, I get it.
In this case, it was a love letter she wrote to Frazier, probably at Kublan's directions. After that, they wring her dry. The fortune teller pretends to help her, but of course he only makes it tougher for her.
Then she must have gotten wise to him and knocked them both off.
Maybe. But it could also be her husband. And there's something else.
What?
This guy Kublan had an assistant, a tall, dark, oriental-looking babe named Marver. It could be any one of the three. Let's take a ride, Mac. Whoever killed Frazier and Kublan did it to get the blackmail letter, but I don't think they got it. I think the letter is still somewhere in that house, and unless I miss my guess, the murderer probably thinks so too.
Cut out your gun, Mac. The door's unlocked.
Check.
I don't think anybody's here now. Let's find a light.
Yeah, here's a switch. Hey, look at this place.
Yeah.
Looks like a cyclone hit it. Must have been the murderer, all right.
Whoever it was in an awful hurry.
I wonder if they found the letter.
I don't think so, Mac.
Why not?
First, they were in too much of a hurry.
And second?
Don't you notice anything peculiar in this room, Mac?
No, I don't think so. Nothing except the room's been torn apart.
I don't mean that. I mean something unusual, something that isn't right.
No. What are you driving at?
That bowl of flowers on the table by the window.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't broken.
Look at the flowers, Mac.
Well, tulips, aren't they?
Yeah. When I was here last night, I noticed them. I thought at the time it was funny for a man to have fresh flowers in his house, even a man like Frazier. But, of course, last night the tulips were fresh, so they all looked alive. But now they're all wilted, except one.
You mean that one is an artificial flower?
That's right, Mac. A good one, too. Now then.
Hey, in the stem.
Uh-huh. It's hollow. Here, let's see now. It's the letter, all right, Mac, and it's a little beauty. No wonder it was valuable.
How very clever of you, gentlemen.
Hello, Marver.
The letter, please. Throw it on the floor. And put your hands well above your head.
Okay, there you are.
Put the gun down. You can't get away with this.
Perhaps you are right. However, they have not got me yet. And you will not be able to help them.
Well, then, would you satisfy a condemned man's curiosity? Did you kill Kublan?
Why, yes. Yes, I killed Kublan. I killed him because the fool was going to try and pin Frazier's murder on me.
You didn't kill Frazier?
No. Kublan killed him.
Why?
He was a fool, too. A greedy fool. He was holding out on us. Walk over to the wall and face it.
Killing us won't help you.
Do as I say.
Okay. I see where you fit. You were going to use the letter for your own little blackmail, huh?
Very clever. Is there anything else you would like to know before you die?
Yeah. Why do you want the letter now?
Well, it happens to be rather valuable, Mr. Runyon?
Sure. As long as she was alive, you could blackmail her, but now she's dead.
Dead? What are you saying? Who is dead?
Why, Mrs. Creel, of course.
You lying.
Lying? You killed her yourself, didn't you?
She is not dead. She can't be dead.
Hey, wait a minute. Mac, we're wrong.
Huh?
What a couple of saps we are. Marva really doesn't know about Mrs. Creel.
What are you talking about?
Don't you see, Mac? It must have been her husband. He killed her tonight because of Kublan and the letter. Don't you get it?
Yeah, I get it.
It all fits. This babe didn't kill Mrs. Creel. She'd never kill the goose that laid her golden eggs. That's why she still wants the letter. The joke's on you, honey.
Are you telling the truth? Is Mrs. Creel really dead?
Call the police if you don't believe me. Well, everything's clear now. Let's get on with the shooting. Or maybe you'd like to make a deal with us.
A deal? What sort of a deal?
I'm not quite ready for the next world yet, and I don't think Lieutenant Mackenzie is either.
You turn around, please. Speak quickly.
Okay.
Now keep your hands up. Now then, this deal.
If Creel killed his wife instead of you, we've got him cold.
So? I do not follow you.
He could just as easily have killed Kublan, too.
Oh, I think I see what you mean. Then if I let you go, you will...
Sure. If Creel's going up for one murder, he might as well go for two.
And let her off? Nothing doing. Go ahead and shoot.
Don't be a sap, Mac.
I won't do it, Brad, and I won't let you either.
You can't stop me, Mac. It'll be your word against mine. Creel killed Kublan, didn't he, beautiful?
Yes. And as for this stupid Mackenzie, I should kill him anyway. It would be better.
Maybe it would. Go ahead.
But, Brad, you must be
Keep
nuts.
quiet, you fool. Now we will see how this gun feels against your head. Oh, you... Let go of my arm.
Let's see how the gun feels in my hand.
No, you...
Grab her, Mac, okay?
Let me go.
There.
Go, you...
Yeah, nice work, Brad. Boy, you had me plenty worried there for a minute.
Yeah. Now you can worry, baby. Get the cuffs on her, Mac.
Right. Hey, but Brad, how did you know that Mrs. Creel was dead? We didn't...
She's not dead, Mac.
Then you were lying.
Save it, baby, save it. You know, I'm surprised at you. A big-time fortune teller like you should have been through that. The trouble with you is you don't consult your own crystal ball. If you did, you'd see that murder always puts you behind the 8 ball. That's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
The Adventures of Father Brown. And here he is, Father Brown, the best-loved detective of them all.
Humanity produces optimists only because it has never produced a really happy man.
Masterful and exciting pages of G.K. Chesterton comes that fascinating human being, Father Brown, played by Carl Swenson. Underneath the modest exterior of Father Brown is the rich character of a generous, deeply human man with a sensitive and quick-witted mind. In addition to being a man of God, he is a man of the world, a man of science, and a brilliant amateur detective. And now, the 3 tools of death. Facing the afterglow of a beautiful summer sunset, Father Brown sits alone in the study of his modest parish house. He is half dozing when Nora, his housekeeper, enters.
Father Brown. Father Brown.
No. Yes, Nora? What time is it?
Time for your tea. Here it is, nice and hot.
Ah, thank you. Just set it there, please.
Were you asleep?
Oh, I was in between, Nora, just in between. A beautiful state of being, I assure you. Half out of this world and half in.
It's a good thing young Father Peter took over your duties for a day. I told him... There's somebody at the door. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
No.
Oh, good evening, Nora. Is Father Brown in?
I'm sorry, Flambeau, but he's rested.
No, Nora. You know Flambeau's always welcome. Tell him to come in.
Oh, all right.
Come in, Flambeau. Have a cup of tea.
No, thanks, Father. I'm all upset. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Oh.
Will you come with me to Oakville? My car's outside.
Here. No, not so fast. Get your breath. Sit down.
Father, you've heard of Aaron Armstrong, the philanthropist and lecturer?
Oh, Armstrong. The author of those bestsellers on how to be happy, etc. Had such a tremendous following?
Yes, Father, that's the one.
Oh, yes. I've read his books. And I attended one of his lectures once in which he offered his followers an easy road to happiness, or heaven, as he called it.
That's the guy, Father.
Yes. As I remember, he apparently based his teachings on one of the Proverbs of Solomon. A merry heart doeth good like medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones.
Uh-huh.
Yes. He believed in giving up all the physical appetites, smoking, overeating, and drinking. Yes, and above all, he believed in being cheerful. He dealt with the drink problem with an enormous gaiety.
Well, he's dead. His body was discovered early this morning.
Well, you don't say. Where?
Right near his house, in a ditch on the parkway.
What happened?
Nobody knows. But according to the police, it looks like murder.
Did you say his house is close to the parkway?
Yes, on an embankment just above it.
Well, what makes the police think it wasn't an accident, Flambeau?
Well, he was wearing only his dressing gown. And another strange thing, Father. A small piece of rope was tied around one of his ankles.
Was any weapon found?
No, but it was apparent he'd been struck on the head by a huge instrument of some sort. Cuts and bruises on his body showed signs of a struggle.
Well, who put you on the case?
Oh, no one. The dead man's secretary, Robert Royce, is an old friend of mine. I called him as soon as I heard the news and offered him my services as private investigator. But he refused to see me.
Well, that's strange. No, yet no. Not so strange if he were implicated. Who else is there beside Royce in the household?
Just Armstrong's daughter. A very attractive girl, I hear, but completely dominated by her father's cheerfulness. And there's also a gardener, I believe.
And your friend Royce, what sort of man is he?
Oh, he's a huge, genial sort of fellow. A Scotsman.
Did he and Armstrong get along well together?
Well, Royce was devoted to him.
Ah, yes. Armstrong had many devoted followers. You know, he's always interested me, Flambeau. He puzzled me, in fact.
Puzzled you?
Yes. When first I heard him lecture, I remember thinking that he had a troublesome road ahead. I believe that somewhere in his life you'll find the secret of his death.
But, Father, according to the papers, he lived as he preached.
Oh, yes, I know, Flambeau. The old fellow's optimism was phenomenal. But somehow I don't believe he found that easy road to heaven, as he called it.
No?
No. Neither have I. There is no shortcut to heaven, my friend.
But who would want to kill such a man?
Well, if ever I murdered somebody, I dare say it might well be an optimist of the proportions of old Armstrong. His optimism was so out of proportion.
I've heard cheerfulness referred to as a virtue.
Yeah, well, people like frequent laughter, but a permanent smile, Flambeau. Well, now that's something else again. As Shakespeare says, the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape.
Oh, Father, it's 6 o'clock. We're just in time for the news. Let's turn on the radio.
That's a good idea. Perhaps there's something further on the case.
Listen.
Clear tonight and tomorrow somewhat cooler. Now we bring you a special bulletin just handed me on the Armstrong case.
Turn it up, Flambeau.
John Magnus, the gardener of the millionaire philanthropist, has been reported missing.
Oh.
Also, negotiable bonds of the dead man valued at $100,000. The police received this report only a short while ago and are now conducting a statewide search for the gardener. It is believed...
Well, that seems to be the first real clue. Do you mind if I use the phone, Father? I'd like to talk to Royce again.
Yeah. The call will cost you a nickel. Tax 2 cents. That's 7 cents. Just drop a dime in the poor box on your way out.
All right, Father. Hello, Royce? This is Flambeau. Now, wait a minute. We just heard the news about the gardener's disappearance. Oh, hold on. You remember the friend I was telling you about? Yes, Father Brown. Well, we'd like to come up. What's that? Oh, I don't get it. Royce! My father, he's hung up.
What did he say?
He said if we valued our lives, we wouldn't go near that house.
Ah, interesting. Well, Flambeau, that's what I call a real invitation. Come on, my friend, let's go.
Well, I'm sure there's someone here, Father.
Ring again, Flambeau. Here's someone now.
Yes? What do you want?
Oh, good evening, Royce.
So it's you, Flambeau. I thought I warned you plain enough over the phone.
You did. But look here, Royce. I don't understand.
It was plain English I spoke.
I know, but you sounded like you were in trouble.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, come, man. Don't act as though we weren't friends. Oh, this is Father Brown.
I gathered as much.
Mr. Royce, I'm afraid I'm to blame for this visit.
Well, it was good of you to come, Father, but I wish you'd both heeded my warning.
Man, what kind of a friend would I have been if I had?
I tell you, the police have already investigated.
I know. I've talked with them.
Perhaps we can help you, Mr. Royce.
Help? In what way?
Well, maybe we could tell better if you'd ask us in.
Very well. You may come in. What you should have let sleeping dogs lie, Flambeau.
Well, Royce, I must confess I can't find anything here in Armstrong's room that tells us very much.
And just what did you expect to find?
Mr. Royce.
Yes?
What do you make of the gardener's disappearance?
Magnus is a fool, maybe a thief, but he never killed Mr. Armstrong. I'm sure it was the deed of a madman.
I see. My. Well, I would never have expected those to be there.
Father, what are you looking at?
That pair of socks over there thrown under the bureau.
Oh, they should be in the bureau drawer. Here, I'll put them away.
Wait. May I have a look at those bureau drawers, Mr. Royce?
What for?
Well, I'd just like to look.
What are you searching for?
And I'll take a peep at that closet, too, if you don't mind. Well, now that's funny.
What, Father?
Everything looked so neat when we came in.
Mr. Armstrong was always very particular.
Everything is in order on the surface. But underneath, things look different.
What things?
Well, in the closet, his socks are stuffed in the hangers with his suits. And in the bureau drawers, under those beautifully laid-out shirts...
Yes?
A whole lot of ginger spilled from a box.
Why do you have to go on with this? The police went over the room very thoroughly.
The room, perhaps. But they seem to have missed this piece of rope. Look here. I found it caught in the vine just below the ledge of the window.
Well, it couldn't have been there this morning or the police would have found it.
Well, I just saw the wind blow an end of it out from under the vine. Royce, maybe you can tell me how this piece of rope got there.
What has that got to do with the case?
You know perfectly well a piece of rope was tied around the leg of the dead man.
That rope in your hand was left from fixing the windows.
Well, now, I'm just wondering.
Wondering what, Father?
Well, let me take a look out of that window.
Why?
For a very good reason. The police haven't yet established why the dead man was found on the parkway. No, that isn't it. The window isn't high enough from the ground for him to have fallen. Or been pushed or to have jumped.
Right. And not high enough for his body to have rolled down the embankment to the parkway.
Mr. Royce, isn't there another floor to this house?
There's only an attic.
Robert?
That's Miss Armstrong. She's been much upset since her father's death.
Oh, yes, of course.
You'll have to excuse me for a moment.
Certainly.
Father, I don't like the look of things. This rope I found in the vine was cut with a sharp instrument. The rope found on Armstrong's ankle was also cut with a sharp instrument. And did you notice the cut on Royce's knuckle?
Yes, I did, Flambeau. But, I haven't noticed any geniality. He's hardly the person you described to me.
Yes, I know, Father. Didn't like him.
Nevertheless, it seems to fit his unshaven appearance.
It's the first time I've ever seen him that way, either.
You're worried about your friend's innocence, aren't you?
Oh, I know how the mind of a thief works, Father. I was once a thief myself. But murder...
You think he's capable of murder?
Well, the answer to that one is more up your alley, Father.
Well, in any event, he's hiding something. But I think there is a secret in this house more important than his, and I'm very anxious to find out what it is. Now, first, look at the stains on the wall. And you felt the dust on the banisters as we came up.
Well?
Well, but the question fairly screams at us, Flambeau.
What question?
Why are there no servants in this house?
Well, Armstrong certainly had plenty of money. He could afford them.
There could only be one reason. If the old man himself had something to hide.
Father, you mean you think Armstrong...
Well,
Miss Armstrong's in the drawing room downstairs. She'd like to talk to you, Father Brown. If you will, please follow me.
Well, I hesitate to continue, Miss Armstrong. I know how badly you feel.
Please go on, Father Brown. I'm quite all right.
But that bruise on your forehead, Miss Armstrong...
Oh, that's nothing. It doesn't bother me. I bumped it.
Your father had a great many followers, didn't he?
Oh, yes, he helped so many people.
Do you know why your father decided to give up all his servants?
Well, great men like my father have their peculiarities.
Their ideas are often different from other people's.
Yes, very true, Mr. Royce, very true. I was only wondering...
Wait. Listen.
What?
Listen. Someone's unlocking the front door.
Who could it be? No one has a key besides us.
Who's that?
Me, Magnus.
Magnus?
Yes, Miss Armstrong. Magnus.
And here is Inspector Vincent. Well, how are you, Inspector?
Fine, Father Brown, fine. Hello, Flambeau. I might have known you two would be here.
Well, I see you got your man, Inspector. Is this the gardener who walked out of here with $100,000 worth of bonds?
Walked out of here and right into my office to place them in my charge. Hello, Royce. Are you feeling better, Miss Armstrong?
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Now, Magnus, perhaps you'd care to tell Miss Armstrong why you took those bonds without consulting her.
No one in this household is to be trusted. Not even Miss Armstrong.
Now, see here, Magnus.
Just a minute, Royce. What I want to know, why did you wait so long before reporting this gardener's absence?
We didn't think much of it, Inspector, until I noticed the bonds were gone, too.
I was waiting for you to report it. Magnus has been telling me some very interesting things.
A new angle on the case, Inspector?
Well, it closes the case if Magnus is telling the truth.
Inspector, what this man says is not to be taken seriously. He's not been himself.
What makes you say that?
Magnus used to be my father's personal valet, Inspector. But he was taken off that and put to work in the garden. He's been very upset.
He thought it was quite a come-down.
Upset, am I? Well, I like that. I wasn't going to tell the inspector about you two being in love, but now
Be careful what you say, Magnus.
You weren't so careful what you said when I heard you two talking in the garden the other night.
Magnus.
I've stood enough of this.
Take it easy, Royce.
Inspector, may I make a suggestion?
Just a minute, Father Brown. Magnus, what are you getting at?
About 4 nights ago it was. I heard them in the garden. He was begging her to marry him. They didn't know I was close by.
No, Robert, we mustn't.
But, Alice, you've no life of your own. Let's face your father now. Let's tell him how much we love each other.
Oh, but, Robert, we must wait. We really ought to.
I know how important you are to his work, but what about us? Our life? We can't go on waiting forever.
Oh, but, Robert, it won't be forever. Oh, darling, you know I love you. You must be sure of that.
I am sure, my dearest. Oh, if only I could get my hands on some money.
What do you mean, Robert?
I'd make you marry me then, Alice.
Oh, Robert. I feel guilty even thinking of it. We mustn't, my darling. Not now. So long as he's alive.
I'll find some way out of this.
Shh. I thought I heard someone.
We better not talk here. Come, my dear.
Well, that's all I could hear. But I suspected them, what they were up to, and now I know.
You know what?
That they would be off with the money. Mr. Armstrong's money. The money he had wanted to be used for his work.
Inspector, this talk is ridiculous. You don't think...
Mr. Royce, do you use an old-fashioned razor?
Aye.
You didn't use it today. Why?
Why, I mislaid.
When?
I don't know, since I last shaved, I guess.
That was yesterday, you can tell by his beard.
Magnus brought your razor into the precinct with him with the bonds. I'm holding it as evidence.
Why?
Because it had a smear of blood on it.
Oh, well, I must have cut myself shaving and forgot to wipe it.
Oh, Inspector, is this all the evidence you have of Royce's guilt?
Who said anything about Royce's guilt? Now, Magnus, tell them what you told me just now in the office.
I was sleeping in my room over the garage, and about 4 this morning I heard shots, followed by loud outcries, which seemed to come from the attic. An instant later, I saw Mr. Armstrong's body pitch from the window and roll down the embankment. When I made sure he was dead, I rushed up to the attic and found his daughter unconscious on the floor with a razor in her hand.
You mean Miss Armstrong killed her father?
It's a lie! Surely, Father Brown, you for one will take Miss Armstrong's word against his gardener's?
But is Miss Armstrong's word against him? So far, she has said nothing.
Miss Armstrong, can't you speak?
Magnus told the truth.
There, you see?
I'll get you for this.
I'll get you.
Here now.
No,
You'll not say things like that.
I will, and I do.
Royce, go on.
Let go.
None of that, Royce, or I'll arrest you for assault.
No. You'll arrest me for murder.
Robert!
But, man, you've been Armstrong's best friend. What possessed you?
I was drunk.
Sure. Didn't I find those empty bottles hidden in the garden, piling up week after week? Sure. I knew what was going on here.
Now, Magnus, you've told your story. Let Royce tell his.
Maybe he was too drunk to remember.
Miss Armstrong did not pick up the razor to attack, but to defend her father from me. In the scuffle, she hit her head against the eaves of the attic. I hurried down to get something to revive her, and it must have been then that Magnus came in and found her.
Oh, Robert!
All right, Royce. Come along.
Wait, Inspector, before you arrest Royce.
What is it now, Father Brown?
Well, so far we've had opinions and confessions. But we haven't had facts. And we need facts.
And where do you think we'll find them?
In the attic.
In the attic?
Yes, Inspector. Perhaps by climbing a few steps nearer heaven, we can come closer to this evil.
But, Father, I can't figure out what you expect to find in this attic.
You sleep here, don't you, Mr. Royce?
Aye.
And Mr. Armstrong slept in the room immediately below this.
Aye, but why all these questions?
Well, now, in the first place, Mr. Royce, why did you bring your victim up here at the crack of dawn in order to kill him? Why didn't you go to his room? Well?
I've confessed. Isn't that enough?
Well, confession is good for the soul, that's granted. But, Inspector, you remember Magnus telling us he was awakened by shots?
Yes. What about those shots, Inspector?
Were any bullets found in Armstrong's body?
Well, we investigated and didn't find a one.
Wait. Here is my pistol. I fired those shots. You can see the holes in the carpet.
Well, why should anybody fire at the carpet?
A drunken man will let fly at anything.
He doesn't pick a quarrel with his feet.
And there's the rope. It was from my window here that Armstrong was thrown.
And the piece of rope I found fell to the vines below.
What about the blow on the head? According to our report, he was struck by a massive weapon.
A massive weapon indeed, Inspector. Sure. The good green earth was the weapon.
Okay, so the good green earth was the weapon. But look, this room was the beginning of the murder. Even I can see from the disorder. Come on, Royce. Let's go.
But the disorder here is all on the surface. The very opposite of Armstrong's room. No, it doesn't fit. Too many inconsistencies.
Father Brown, Royce has given himself up.
No. Really, this won't do at all.
What won't do?
Well, first the police said no weapon was found at all. Now we're finding too many.
Too many?
There's the razor to cut a person, the rope to strangle, the pistol to shoot, and after all this, Armstrong broke his skull falling out of a window. No. It won't do. It's not economical.
Alice, they won't believe me. You tell them.
Inspector.
Yes, young lady.
May I speak to Father Brown alone for a moment?
If you must, but be quick. We can't wait around here all night.
And now what is it, my child? What is it that you wish to say?
You're trying to save Robert, but it's no use. I should have realized before this his case is hopeless. Before he came to us, he was a prisoner of war. He had some shocking experiences.
Well, you think that was the reason for his drinking?
Yes, he wasn't himself at times. We thought he was getting over it, but... Father, I saw Robert commit the crime myself. I heard the shots. I ran up just in time to see him leap at my father.
Where was your father standing?
He was clinging to the windowsill in terror.
But the rope.
Robert tried to strangle him with it. Father fought back, and the rope slipped from his shoulders to his feet, tightening around the leg. Robert was like a maniac. I snatched the razor from the floor and managed to cut the rope before he pushed me against the
Miss
eaves.
Armstrong, what we see with our eyes is sometimes farthest from the truth. Now, you thought that you saw a man about to commit murder. What you actually saw was two men struggling, and then you lost consciousness.
But Father Brown...
I want you to go downstairs, my dear.
I don't understand.
Go on now, please. Do as I say.
Very well.
Thank you, my dear.
Well, Father Brown, I've seen and heard enough to convince me. Unless you know something pretty startling, I'm taking Royce down and booking him.
If you don't mind, Inspector, I'd like to talk to Royce a bit before you do.
What about, Father?
Where's Alice? She's out of earshot, Mr. Royce. So why don't you tell us about it now?
Tell you about what?
I see. Well, then I'll tell you, Inspector. Those 3 tools of death were not used to kill Armstrong, but to save him.
Save him?
Father, I don't get this.
Save him from what?
From himself. At the time old Armstrong died, he was a suicidal maniac. No, Royce, you weren't drinking.
No?
No, and you were the only one who knew what lurked behind old Armstrong's laughter.
No.
Yes, you knew that behind that merry mask was the mind of an atheist.
No.
A man who knew nothing of God. He didn't realize until it was too late that human beings need something to worship greater than themselves.
I warned Flambeau not to bring you here, Father. I was afraid it might come to this.
Well, man, what harm is there in the truth now?
Alice must never know.
Why? Why shouldn't she be told that you weren't the enemy her father feared? Shall I name the enemy, Royce?
All right, Father Brown. You win. This morning, Armstrong was determined to do away with himself. He knew I kept my service pistol in my dresser. And when he heard me go down to the kitchen early at dawn, he left his room and came up here.
And you came in and accidentally surprised him.
I got the pistol out of his hand, but in the struggle I had no time to unload, so I fired at the carpet. Then he found my razor and tried to slash himself. I snatched it from him and flung it to the floor. I ran after him with a rope to tie him up.
And it was then that the unlucky girl ran in, and misunderstanding the struggle.
She tried to cut her father free with a razor. She cut the rope, slashing my knuckle just as I pushed her, and he went crashing into eternity out of that window.
But, Father Brown, you spoke of an enemy old man Armstrong feared.
I did, yes.
You mean the enemy was in this room with him at the same time as Royce?
Yes.
Who was it?
The sin. The very thing Armstrong was so vehement against.
You mean alcohol?
It was his worst enemy. The moment I saw the ginger in one of the bureau drawers downstairs, I suspected it was the futile effort of a man who was trying to give up drinking. Isn't that right, Royce?
Yes, Father Brown. Armstrong was living a lie, and it preyed on his mind.
And he feared his public might find him out.
Aye. The more despondent he got, the darker visions he had of failing his followers. The people who looked to him for guidance. So fearful was he of anyone prying into his secret that he hid from his friends and got rid of all his servants.
And you were the only one he could confide in.
Aye.
He didn't understand your loyalty, did he?
No, but it was for her sake, you see.
And so you kept the knowledge of his spells to yourself, letting his daughter believe it was you, the result of the war.
Aye.
Well, Royce, I can't imagine why you didn't speak up before.
Don't you see? It was because she must never know.
Never know what?
Why, that she killed her own father.
I see. By trying to free him.
My son, I think she should know. After all, it was only an accident. And accidents, no matter how tragic, Do not poison life like sins. I think you should both be happier now. Surely 2 private lives are worth more than the public reputation of Aaron Armstrong.
Well, Father, at last you're back.
Yes, we were worried.
Hello, Nora. Hello, Peter.
Have you had dinner?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, that's a shame. I'd better go fix you something right away.
Oh, my. It's nice to sit down again. Oh, Peter, you missed your story tonight. I'm sorry.
Father, I heard tonight's story. Many versions of it.
You did? How?
From the news commentators over the radio.
Oh.
They've been reading bulletins on it every half hour or so.
I see.
Tell me, Father, what made you suspect Royce wasn't guilty?
Well, looking into the hidden places of his attic room convinced me of Royce's innate neatness, Peter.
I don't quite see.
Well, I knew that no one as orderly as Royce could commit such a murder. The whole thing was too sloppy. I mean, the 3 tools of death.
But how did you discover that Armstrong was a suicide?
Well, the same method, but in reverse. I'm afraid my methods are not orthodox, Peter. I'm no real detective. To me, a man's inner nature must be revealed first. Armstrong's habits revealed his nature just as Royce's did. They justified certain suspicions I had when Flambeau told me of his death.
What do you mean?
Well, Armstrong's erratic character was clear to me when I looked into his bureau drawers. See, there I saw the compartments of his mind. The neatness mixed with the disorder which his friend Royce had tried to cover up. The litter reflecting the mind of the depressed.
Surely you had something more than that to prove he was a suicide.
Well, yes, Peter, I had myself.
Yourself?
Yes. I dare say that I would feel as Armstrong did if I had ever preached an easy road to happiness and then had slipped into a ditch by the side of the road.
Yes, Father, I see.
Yes. Well, now, good night, Father Peter.
Good night, Father Brown.
You've been listening to The Adventures of Father Brown, with Carl Swenson as Father Brown. Father Brown's adventure tonight was called The 3 Tools of Death. The character of Father Brown was created by G.K. Chesterton in the detective novels called The Adventures of Father Brown. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. many things were changed during the war. The face of the earth was altered, and the people of the earth changed. Before the war, Frank Race was an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
New York in the spring, just after a rain, with the sun sneaking a look at you now and then. Everything glistened, particularly the girls in those transparent raincoats. I was walking right alongside one of them, a blonde who was putting ideas in my head, when...
Mr. Race! Frank Race, hey!
It was Mark Donovan, coming in fast as usual. I crawled into his cab, a vehicle that looked as though it must have gone through the Battle of the Bulge.
I've been looking all over for you. Called Company Apartment from Intercontinental Maritime Underwriters. A guy named Chalmers Latham.
An interesting piece of news. Start beating those signals, Mark. A guy named Chalmers Latham. I remembered him from the Rotogravures. First family, good-looking, shoots golf along with the pros. Frank Merriwell in business. He drew salary as an executive vice president in charge of claims. And at the moment, he wasn't happy.
I don't believe we've met before, Race.
I don't believe so.
I heard of you through McCormick, our chief adjuster. Attorney, aren't you?
That's right.
The OSS during the war, right out of foreign service, decorated several times.
You've got me.
Might I ask why you prefer not to practice your profession?
Well, I got fidgety in courtrooms. It's a handicap. Irritates the judges.
I'd like to point out, Race, that the function of this office is to adjust claims, not to investigate them.
But you've had one come along that looks fuzzy.
Not one, two. Two freighters operated by the same firm. The claim in each case is for total loss.
How did they go?
Overdue and presumed lost. Frankly, they just disappeared, without traces. Ship, cargo, and crew.
Well, sounds like an interesting assignment.
As I just mentioned, our function is to adjust claims and, well...
You don't want to make a fuss.
You understand. Now, the claims may turn out to be perfectly legitimate. So I suggest that, on the surface, you make it apparent that you're not working for us. Pardon me a moment. Yes? Put Mr. Neen on. No, wait a second. I'll talk to her out there. Excuse me a minute, Race.
Quite all right, Lem. It took at least 15 minutes. And when he came back, he kept moving around, smoking rapidly.
You free this evening, Race?
I could be.
I'd like to take you to Sally Deneen's for dinner.
Informal or white tie?
White tie. I'll pick you up at 8.
I left Latham's office and headed for the elevator, but I never quite got to it. The interception came in the shape of a paunchy personality with a pair of eyes that reminded you of grapes. Peeled grapes. His face was round and without guile. And he spoke with the voice of a choir boy.
We're taking the stairs.
Well, I'm not seeking exercise. You know, that's a long way down.
I said we're taking the stairs. You go moving your flippers and you'll pick up a crop of bruises.
I got the feeling I'd pick up more than that. Those orbs told me he'd been smoking a brand they don't advertise. We took the stairs.
Stay close to the buildings. And remember, one phony move and I'll plant a slug in you.
There were several cabs around, but no sign of Mark Donovan. We walked about 4 blocks to finally turn into the short blind alley, a loading dock. On hand were a couple of citizens who'd been fair game for any dragnet. One of them was an ordinary hood, but the other... Well, you remember the way a bootlegger used to dress when business was good? Slouch hat, double-breasted Chesterfield.
Hello, Race. My name's Jacklin. Eddie Jacklin.
Should that make me happy?
I'm not here to stall around. What'll you take to turn down that job for Intercontinental?
I might be able to answer that better if I knew what they intended to pay me.
Now you're doing the stalling.
Like I told you, Eddie, you don't have to offer him no dough. Just let me push him around a little.
Like this? Grapevines?
I heard you were pretty handy with that commando stuff.
Well, he could have been friendlier about things. Walked me several blocks without uttering a civil word.
I try to be friendly with people I do business with.
You may as well get it straight, Jacklin. I'm not doing business.
I had an idea you'd say that. So I made plans.
With a .45 in your hand. I respect you.
Nemo, flag us a cab. All right, Race. Drift toward the street.
Jacklin gave the cabbie an east side address, and we lurched away. Our flying start made me glance at the driver. I had to swallow a grunt when I saw it was Mark. His eye in the mirror caught mine, and I got set for his play. And it wasn't long in coming. Getting a clear stretch ahead, he gunned the cab to about 50, then slapped on the brakes. I braced myself, and when Jacqueline and Nemo went forward, I grabbed both of them behind the heads and pushed hard.
Get him outside, Frank.
Get out, Jacqueline!
On your head, Frank, on your head.
I was conscious of a sickening splat, and we all sprawled on the pavement. Nemo and I came up together, and I went at him with the sharp edges of my hands. He took 2 or 3 and then broke away into camp.
Come on, Race, let's get out of here.
Fine fare you turn out to be. Wait for me, says the man. That is the last I see of him.
Well, if you'd been watching, you'd have seen me come out of that building with a gun barrel bruising my backbone.
I took 5 minutes maybe to snag me a cup of coffee.
How much coffee do you drink in a day?
This is only my 9th cup. Since noon, that is. Why don't you have some more?
Mark, do you know about a family named Deneen?
Oh, the big shots. Yeah, I know. Followed them around once or twice. There is a girl that's a pip.
Do they own ships?
That's right, sure. The girl and her brother had a big court fight in 44. Hit all the headlines. Some kind of battle about running a company.
No, we weren't reading very many newspapers in 44.
What is cooking on all this, anyway?
Dinner. They're home this evening. On the way over, Latham had briefed me on the family, but at that, I wasn't quite prepared for the militant aunt who presided over the household. Miss Deneen's aunt, Carrie Farrell, must have been about 45. Her complexion had the look of freshly stirred oatmeal. She spoke in tones that seemed to be directed at someone behind you, about 50 feet behind you. Carrie's Mr. Farrell always seemed to be smiling, apologetically, as though he felt himself to be a traitor to his sex because of being her husband.
Race? Well, that's an odd name, isn't it? Has anyone ever told you that the race doesn't always go to the fleetest?
I'm afraid that doesn't quite make sense, Carrie.
Does to me. I'm sure it does to Mr. Race. Come along. Sally isn't here yet, but we won't wait for her.
We were dabbling with the chocolate souffle, and I was wondering why Latham had bothered to set this up when she appeared in the doorway. You know, the loveliness of some women affects you gently, like the sampling of fine wine. With Sally Deneen, it reached out and took you by the lapels and said, "Look at me." She wasn't a blonde. She didn't need to be. Not with that coloring. Not with that thick, dusky hair. Her eyes were large and sultry. When they settled on me, I wasn't conscious of where I was.
Sorry I'm late, everybody. Hello, Chalmers. What have you been doing lately?
Fretting about your ships?
Oh, bother the ships.
Yeah, that simply amazes me, the way you all accept the situation so resignedly.
What else can we do, Chalmers? None of us here knows a thing about shipping.
Bob does, or should. By the way, Sally, where is your brother? I thought he'd be here tonight.
With me here? Don't be silly, darling.
Well, I wanted to see him because... Well, I'm going to be frank with you. I hate to have to do it, but I'm forced to investigate the loss of those 2 vessels.
What?
We'll keep it as quiet as possible.
And I gather that Mr. Race will do the investigating.
Yes.
Well, whatever you think best, darling. As Uncle Matt said, we know very little about shipping.
Nice dinner, Latham. I enjoyed it.
What did you think of them?
Interesting people. Do they share ownership of the company?
Sally and Auntie and Brother Bob. Farrell is in only to the extent of marriage.
How are they financially?
I'm not sure. You see, Race, I have an emotional interest in their affairs.
I caught that.
How soon can you leave for San Francisco?
That's where the ships are?
Most of them.
Well, I'll be phoning for a reservation while I change my clothes.
Good. And Race, there'll be a $1,000 bonus if you make good use of that discretion of yours.
Frisco and fog. According to all reports, they're like bread and butter, particularly in spring. So the sun with a newly minted gold piece. The only cloudiness visible was in my taxi driver's face as the car in front of us made a left turn from the right-hand lane. The cabbie dropped me at a hotel that matched the weather, the Mark Hopkins. And while I was smudging the register, I heard myself being paid. I signaled bellhop and he led me to the bar. Sally was there.
Surprised, Mr. Race?
Frankly, yes.
What will you have to drink?
A bourbon and soda, please.
Since you'd like to know, I wheedled your destination out of Chalmers.
What did you use to get out here? A rocket?
Well, I imagine I caught an earlier plane. trust I don't look travel worn.
You look... Well, if you don't know how you look, you're not the girl I think you are.
It's a compliment. I'm afraid that one is tinged with cynicism.
No, I'm not being cynical. I may get that way later, but I'm not now.
I like you, Ray. You mind?
What about Latham?
Will you believe me?
If you level.
I'm leveling, Ray. Chalmers doesn't know I'm not interested. It isn't my fault.
It's good enough for me. Let's drink to the new cities. New acquaintances.
Let's drink to ours.
I spent the next couple of days kicking around and asking questions about missing ships. And I drew a lot of blanks. Then I ran into Sally again, at night, in the lobby of the hotel.
Tell me, Race, have you been avoiding me?
I've been circulating around. That's the way I earn a living.
Aunt Carrie and Uncle Matt flew out. I'm having dinner with them. Why don't you join us?
Here at the hotel?
No. We have a house out here that we keep open the year round. In Francisco. How about dinner?
Oh, well, I'll enjoy that. But I'm afraid I'll be a little late. See, there's a ship in the harbor I want to have a look at. The Hackensack Victory.
Oh, that's one of ours.
I know. Maybe you'd like to go along.
Couldn't we make it tomorrow?
Let's make it tonight. Think of what it'll do for your appetite.
You're a very persistent man.
The Hackensack Victory is an exact counterpart of the two ships that disappeared. You don't have to come if you don't want to.
I'll come.
We found the Hackensack Victory with the gangplank down. When we reached the deck, I led Sally aft to a cabin door that bore a brass plate, identifying the quarters as belonging to the master.
The captain may not like this.
Don't happen to know him, do you?
To the best of my knowledge, I've never even seen the man.
Now, what do you want?
Well, we just thought we'd like to have a look around.
Now, we've got no time for sightseers.
Captain, this is Miss Sally Deneen, one of the owners.
Now, how would I know that?
Maybe you'd like to see him drive this
I'm not interested. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go ashore.
I think we better do that, Race. He's perfectly within his rights.
All right, Sally. If you say so.
Oh, I'm starved. Wonder how far we'll have to walk to find a cab.
You're starved, and I'm curious.
What about?
The world is full of sounds, mostly words. Your mind is watching while your ears listen. Surprising what people will tell you without intending to.
Have I told you anything, Ray? You aren't intending to?
You didn't want me aboard that ship.
Well, that's ridiculous.
You know, there's something funny about it. About the master's cabin. They've been redecorating it. Did you notice it? All that cluster of wood shavings on the floor and the smell of paint. Maybe you didn't notice.
Not particularly.
They've been doing something to the ceiling beams. Now, why would they do that?
Race, why don't you forget your job?
She stopped as she said this. So I stopped, too. I reached out, took her by the shoulders. I didn't have to do anything else. Her arms went around my neck, and for a few minutes I did no thinking whatsoever. When we broke it up, Sally seemed a little shaky herself.
It was nice, right?
I thought so, too.
Shall we have that dinner now?
If you don't mind, I'll pass it up for now.
And in the meantime?
I'm going back on that vessel.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
something wrong with the Hackensack Victory. I was sure of that. And I couldn't drop the feeling that Sally Deneen was in on it. The gangplank of the ship was up, so I picked a mooring line and managed a hand-over-hand passage that put me aboard. No one seemed to be around, but the master's cabin was unlocked, and I pushed my way in. It was the same lad. We started to be trucking it again until he glimpsed the Smith & Wesson in my hand.
Well, what do you want now?
Just a little talk. Why don't you sit down? First, I'd like to know why the remodeling job. The beam up there.
I don't know what you mean.
That beam has just been cased with another piece of wood. Very skillfully, too.
Why would anyone want to do that?
This vessel carries a serial number. It's to be found on her engines, on her compass, on her keel. It's usually carved into the main beam of the master's cabin.
Who'd want to be changing all that?
I thought maybe you'd like to tell me.
Not saying a word about anything.
Maybe you'll talk at police headquarters. Put on your coat.
You can't arrest me. Where's your authority?
In my hand. Get that coat on. I was right. I had no authority. But somehow I was going to get him inside a police precinct. He left the cabin and went to the waist. We got halfway down the gangplank.
That's you, Kennedy?
Yeah, but watch out for this fella. He's hijacking me.
Well, if it isn't a race. Going somewhere, race?
They were at the foot of the gangway, all of them. Jacqueline, Grape Eyes, and Nemo.
Take it carefully. He's got a gun on my side.
We got rods, too. 3 of them. Why don't you try coming by, Race?
Listen, Jacqueline. Listen carefully. I'm coming down with Kennedy in front of me. And you lads are going to back away to the left. Make any bad moves and I start blasting. I've forgotten that Grape Eyes wasn't exactly the rational type. I never cared for high dives, but it was either Jacqueline or a jackknife. I must have been a sad sight parading around with that oil slick all over me. But I paraded. At police headquarters, I wrote a description of Captain Kennedy and swore out a warrant for his arrest. Then I went to the hotel and scrubbed myself for about an hour and crawled into bed. I slept hard until... Yes?
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, you. I'm sorry about last night. Adventure reared its delaying head.
All is forgiven. As a matter of fact, we're getting together tonight. Aunt Carrie, Uncle Mac, you and I. You aren't too busy.
Ooh. Is this for dinner?
In your honor. The address is 122 Roland Lane.
St. Francis Wood?
That's it.
I'll be there scrubbed and cold. 122 Roland Lane turned out to be an attractive sort of place. Monterey style, not unusually large. When I got inside, I was provided with the surprise of finding Chalmers Latham on hand. He drew me to one side.
Anything to report?
First you told me. Did Sally Deneen and her brother ever patch up that disagreement they had a few years ago?
No, they never patched it up.
Where is the brother?
Haven't any idea.
Does anyone have any idea?
What are you getting at?
If the brother were to die, would Sally come into any money?
To the best of my knowledge, his will cuts her off with a customary $1. There's Carrie and Matt. I'll talk to you later.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself, Mr. Ace?
Suppose I could say I've been looking for victory ships.
Oh? Are there a lot of them?
Good heavens, my dear. There were hundreds of them built during the war. And many a welder lost his life working between their double hulls.
Some of them weren't built very well. A number of them are broken apart at sea.
And that could have happened to ours, couldn't it, Race?
Yeah.
You look pensive, Race. Did you hear me? I said you look pensive.
Yeah, it must be this cigarette. I'm trying a new brand.
Oh, come now, Race.
Or maybe it's because I just realized what happened to those 2 vessels.
You what?
All right, Race, let's have it.
If you own ships insured for $250,000 apiece, it's sometimes profitable to collect that insurance, isn't it?
Quite profitable.
But it would be more profitable if you could collect the insurance and still have the ships, wouldn't it? More profitable and less open to detection.
What are you driving at?
Victory ships. And the fact that so many of them were built. Ships that are exact duplicates except for their registry. Some of them are worth $250,000. Others you can pick up as salvage for a few thousand.
Please come to the point, Mr. Ace.
The Hackensack Victory was originally bought for a salvage price, wasn't it?
I think so. I believe our company had it refitted.
And that happens to be my point. The Hackensack Victory was never actually rebuilt.
What?
The Hackensack Victory isn't the Hackensack Victory at all. It's the Jackson Victory, one of the ships you were supposed to have lost.
Why, you must be insane.
And it makes quite a picture. You have a sound vessel insured for a fat amount. You buy a battered sister ship for a couple of dimes, sink it somewhere, then transfer its identity to the valuable ship and declare the good one lost. Sweet maritime racket for somebody.
But who? Who among us would do a thing like that?
I beg your pardon, madam. There's a phone call from Strace.
It was the hotel, relaying a message from police headquarters. They picked up Kennedy and wanted me to come in and identify him. Sally had come to the phone with me, and I told her about it.
Never mind calling a cab. We'll take my car. Come on.
What could I say? We went to the car and blew out of there. Took me several minutes before I realized he was headed away from the city instead of toward it. I let out a yelp.
Just relax, Race, and everybody will be happy.
Hey, you little ninny, what are you trying to do?
I'm sorry, Race. Company's been losing money for some time. I guess that brother of mine just couldn't take it. But I care for him, Race. I care for him, even though we don't get along. I care for him too much to see him disgraced.
Hey, you little idiot, slow down.
Don't move, Race. I'll wreck us if you do.
I knew what I had to do. Grab the wheel with one hand and hit her with the other. There'd be touch and go, but... Hell, have you ever tried to stop a speeding car with an unconscious girl flopping all over you? I took time out to make sure she wasn't too badly hurt. Then I swung the bus around and headed it back. She came around pretty soon, but didn't say anything. Just sat there letting me make the plays. The police had Kennedy all right, in the hospital. But it wasn't easy to identify him. His features had been altered too much, and he was unconscious, almost dead. I left the place, and Sally and I drove slowly back to St. Francis Wood. It was pretty late by then, and the house was dark. But I went in anyway. In the dim light of the living room, I took Sally in my arms. And in spite of what I had done to her, she responded.
All right. When we care for each other the way we do, is it necessary for you to be so hard about things? Can't you work for me instead of the insurance company?
Sally, what do you think happened to the crews of those two ships?
Well, I don't know. It hadn't occurred to me.
It occurred to me. I believe they were murdered. And, Sally...
Yes?
I think your brother has been murdered, too.
Oh. I'll take it, Race.
I'll let her. She needed something to concentrate on after a fall-up like that. Quite a lot of conversation seemed to come from the other end.
Good of.
Finally, still holding the phone, Sally turned to me.
It's the police. Captain Kennedy has regained consciousness, but they don't expect it will be for long. They want to know if you have any suggestions.
Here, let me have him. Hello. See if you can get a statement from him, will you, Inspector? And keep driving at him with one name, Matthew Farrell. Keep repeating it to him, and I think you'll blow the whole thing wide open. Oh, that's funny.
What's the matter, Race?
The line seems to have gone dead.
It's been dead for several seconds, Race. I cut it just before you offered my name to the police.
Uncle Matt!
He stood there fully dressed and was gripping what seemed to be a Luger, gripping it steadily.
What made you suspicious, Race?
In New York, you said you knew nothing about shipping. Tonight, you spoke of welding double hulls. And then I imagine there's a will, isn't there? Bob Deneen's will, leaving his share of the company to you and your wife.
My wife had nothing to do with it.
No, I can believe that.
And you're going to have nothing to do with it. Either of you. I'm sorry, Sally.
He had a gun on me, but he was looking at Sally. It was a chance I had to take. I dove at it.
Hey!
It's all right.
Oh, he's
dead. Yes. Had to be him. Us.
Oh, Ray!
Yes, Sally. I know. Violence isn't part of your world, is it? You really don't have any courage.
We were all right. Until you came.
I'm sorry to disturb your sheltered little world, Sally. But hiding from things doesn't make it a better world than mine. Maybe we'd better take a rain check on each other. And, give Chalmers Latham a message for me, will you? Just tell him there's no charge. This one is on me.
Adventures of Frank Grace, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Grace. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Petri Wine brings you the Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of The 3 Silver Pesos, another exciting story from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And I'd like to invite you to try something that will turn those impatient minutes you spend waiting for dinner to be served into a time you really look forward to. You can do that by pouring yourself a glass of Petri California Sherry. Yes, sir, just sit back and enjoy that Petri Sherry. Good, it's great. Just hold that glass of Petri Sherry to the light and notice the beautiful deep amber color, clear as crystal. Get the aroma of this fine wine. It has all the fragrance of the luscious, sun-ripened grapes from which it's made. But wait till you taste that Petri Sherry. Then I can stop talking because you'll know for yourself how good it is. Oh, and say, if you like your sherry dry, not sweet, Petri makes a delicious dry sherry, Petri Pale Dry. If you don't know which you prefer, the regular sherry or the pale dry, why not try them both? Don't buy one, buy two. But just be sure you always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday evening in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood and his friend Sanderson Taylor. Our rendezvous tonight is at Gregory's apartment, high on Nob Hill and overlooking the San Francisco Bay. Let's keep our date, shall we?
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Hello, Kwong.
Mr. Hood expecting you. Mr. Taylor, I've already arrived. Please to go in, sir.
Thanks, Kwong.
Harry Bartell, how are you?
Hello, Sandy.
Glad to see you. Oh, good evening, Harry.
Evening, Gregory. Oh, please don't stop playing. That sounded swell.
Oh, you like it? This is our first appearance on the radio. I thought I'd whip up a little number in honor of the occasion.
Oh?
Other radio shows have a musical theme. I thought this might be appropriate for ours.
So as well as being the head of Gregory Hood and Company Importers and an amateur detective, you're also a composer, huh?
In a very modest way, Harry.
How about you, Sandy? I know that you're Mr. Hood's attorney as well as his closest friend. Do you have any unusual talent you've been hiding under a bushel?
No, Harry. I'm a very dull dog compared to Gregory. I'm a good family man. I shoot an erratic game of golf, and I wield a writ of habeas corpus with moderate dexterity. Don't believe a word he says, Harry. Sandy has many hidden talents, a fact that you'll find out as tonight's story gets underway. Would you care for a glass of sherry?
Oh, that'd be very nice, Gregory. Which particular page of the notebook have you decided to turn to for your first story?
A page that has the heading, The Case of the 3 Silver Pesos. We thought it was an adventure that would show you, Harry, that Gregory and I really don't go looking for trouble, though we do have an uncanny facility for meeting up with it.
And how did the 3 Silver Pesos catch up with you?
Well, it was about 6 o'clock one evening a few weeks ago that Sandy and I started our drive across the Bay Bridge, bound for Sandy's home in the Berkeley Hills. Little did we think that what promised to be an evening of pleasant domesticity was destined to turn into as wild and woolly an adventure as we had ever. Bridge is beautiful in this light, isn't it, Gregory? Stunning. Just the same, I miss the ferry boat. Well, if you made the trip across as often as I do, you wouldn't. The bridge is not half an hour off the trip. Even so, Hey, look at that car. Why doesn't he stay in his own lane? He's an oozer. They drive me crazy. What's an oozer? Plenty of them on the roads. When they change lanes, they never give a signal. They just ooze. What the devil is... Watch out, Gregory. He's weaving from side to side. Now he's pulling in toward the rail. He's going to stop. But you're not allowed to stop on the bridge. He must be ill. I'm going to pull up behind him. Now, look, he's opened the car door. Oh, he's staggering toward the parapet. This looks like a suicide attempt. Come on, Sandy. Get away from that parapet. Yes, that's too high a jump for you, my friend. Sandy, help me hold him. Right. There we are. Say, who are you? Gun. Yes, a gun would be simpler. Come on, get in our car. We'll see you home. Gregory, I believe he's dead. Get into the car. Poor devil, I suppose his heart gave him his wish. Get him to a doctor fast. We may be wrong. Oh, here comes a cop. Hey, you can't stop on the bridge. Get moving. We've got to get this man to a doctor, officer. He's seriously ill. What about his car? You get his car cleared off the bridge, officer. We'll call back when we get to the Oakland side and make our report. Okay, get moving. Gregory, I'm sure of it. Did you find any identification on him? According to his wallet, his name is Harrison Travers, and he's from Los Angeles. Anything in his pocket? A package of Chesterfield's, room key from the Hotel Barton. Oh, that's one of those flea dumps on Turk Street. Huh. What else? 3 silver pillows. What is it? A small glass vial. It's empty. Gregory. Smell it. Good Lord, cyanide. Do you suppose he swallowed it as he stepped out of the car? Could be. As soon as we get across the bridge, we'll stop at the nearest doctor's and find out. And that's our story, Dr. Arnold. What explanation can you give, Doctor?
Well, this is a fantastic case, gentlemen. You see that the man talked of a gun, carried an empty cyanide vial, tried to jump off the bridge, and apparently died of heart failure.
That's right, Doctor.
All very interesting, my friend. But this body happens to have been stabbed.
Stabbed? What?
He died from a sharp instrument piercing the chest near the heart. This gentleman is murdered.
Back we head for the bridge to San Francisco with a corpse as a passenger. Just at the time we should be having a martini. Well, it's the only sensible thing to do, Gregory. The borderline between San Francisco and Alameda County runs right through the center of the bridge. The murder happened on the San Francisco side. So we hand a nice new corpse over to Lieutenant Magruder of Homicide, who hates me and probably won't believe a word we say. Well, we can't take any chances, Gregory. We're mixed up in a murder case. True. But Magruder will probably say the guy was stabbed to death in my arms. I'll have a heck of a job proving he wasn't. Magruder'd love to put the finger on me. Now, Gregory, I'm not going to allow you to get mixed up in this any further. But I am in it, Sandy, up to my chin. I've got to follow through to clear myself. But Dr. Arnold made that stabbing business perfectly clear, Gregory. A man with such a wound might easily think it a mere scratch and walk around for an hour before he drops dead. The police surgeon will understand. I hope so. Did you call Mary? Yes. I said we'd be back by 7:30. It's all right. I suppose you told her we just had to run a corpse back to the city. Yes. A wonderfully understanding girl, Mary. When she knows I'm with you, Gregory, she's prepared for anything. Oh. Why are we stopping? Don't you see the damsel in distress teetering on the curb ahead of us? Damsel, nothing. Damsels don't some ride.
Oh, you must guard against being snobbish, Sandy.
Well, in any case, we've got a corpse in the rear.
Oh, we'll say he's a bit under the weather. Hop in, young lady. There's room for 3 in front.
Oh, Walter Raleigh, I was beginning to think you'd never come along. Frank, I'm Penelope. Penny's the short.
My name's Taylor.
And mine's Hood.
What's wrong with your friend in the back?
Him?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he doesn't feel very well.
Stiff, huh? Oh, well, it's happened before.
Don't you think it's a little dangerous for young girls to hitch rides across the bridge?
Don't worry, mister. Penny can take care of herself. I had a date at 7:15, and I just missed the train. I didn't want to wait.
Well, I'm sure you didn't have to wait long for a ride.
I didn't, but I'm choosy. Too many lone wolves on wheels.
And when we slowed down, Penny, I suppose the natural honesty of our expressions decided you that you'd be safe with us?
Say, you're pretty smooth. What's your other name, Mr. Hood?
Gregory.
I don't know how safe a girl would be with you, Gregory, but I bet you sure a good time.
I am reputed to have my moments, Penny.
Gregory, don't you think that was, Mr. Travers in the back at Brothers?
Oh, my hat!
What happened, Penny?
Oh, it blew off. Please stop and let me out. It's brand new.
Oh, that's the trouble with these modern hats. They have no stamina. I'll go back and get it for you.
Watch the traffic, Gregory. Don't get out that sign.
Don't worry, Sandy. I never commit suicide on Monday.
You climb out this way. I'll get out.
Move over a little bit.
There we are.
That'll do. Thank you. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Your friend's nice. What does he do?
Do? Why, he's in the importing business.
Sounds so. Oh, look.
What?
Up there. Isn't that the Honolulu Clipper coming in?
I don't see it.
Goodbye, sucker.
Hey, come back here. Back. Well, I'll be...
Sandy, what happened?
Penny stole our car.
And our corpse. Sandy, Lieutenant Magruder's never going to believe this one.
That's our story, Lieutenant Magruder.
And you're expecting me to believe it, I suppose. What did I tell you, Sandy? Listen, Mr. Hood, you're in the importing business. I keep my nose out of that kind of stuff. Why do you mix yourself up with a homicide case? I didn't, Magruder. It mixed itself up with me. Yeah, don't give me that. You think you're a hot-shot detective. You're the smart boy who's always trying to show us up as a bunch of flatfoots. Don't waste my time. Magruder, the San Francisco police force is one of the finest in the country. Why do you have to spoil the record? What do I have to do to make you realize there's been a murder? Show me a murdered man.
But we had him. His corpse was in the stolen car.
Sure. And before he was stiff, you thought he was going to jump off the bridge. Then he had a heart attack. Then he was going to shoot himself. Then that he's poisoned himself. And finally, a doctor told you he'd been knifed. Yeah, to cap it all off, a blonde babe steals your car and your car. Who are you trying to kid? Well, I admit that it sounds unlikely, but it's true, Magruder. Prove it. Well, how about the traffic cop who came up to us on the bridge?
Yes. He drove the dead man's car way ahead of us.
He must have turned in a report. Must he now? Well, I've checked the records, and there hasn't been a traffic report from the Bay Bridge since 4 o'clock. Now, what do you say, Mr. Hood? That I'll prove it to you. Come on, Sandy. Come back on Saturday, Mr. Hood. It's my day off. You see how much your law-abiding instincts do for us, Sandy? Magruder doesn't believe us.
And see what your chivalrous instincts did for us. Your damsel in distress runs off with your car and the evidence.
Now we've got to follow this thing through to prove to Magruder that we're not nuts. You better call Mary and tell her it'll have to be a midnight snack.
Okay, Gregory, but I don't see where we go from here.
Well, luckily, I kept these 3 objects that were in the dead man's pocket. They're the only clues we've got.
A hotel key, an empty vial, and 3 silver pesos.
Yes. Let's take the key first. Hotel Barton, room 207. All right, Sandy, that's our first port of call.
What a ghastly dump, Gregory.
But as you see, service with an alleged smile. Oh, good evening.
We're full.
I'm so glad. I hope you stay that way.
What do you want?
To see Mr. Harrison Travers.
No Travers here. Never was.
But this key.
207. Good. Glad to have it back. Stolen from us months ago. Thanks. Bye.
Who's living in that room?
I am. Good night.
You know, Gregory, I'm beginning to think that Magruder was right. And that this whole business didn't happen after all.
And I'm getting as obstinate as all get out. I didn't believe that hotel clerk, but I couldn't search the room without a police warrant.
And with Magruder in his present frame of mind, that wouldn't be the easiest thing to get. Where are we headed for now?
The shop of my old friend Goldwasser. It's along here somewhere.
Well, how can he help us?
He's a coin dealer, the best in San Francisco. I want to ask him about these 3 silver pesos. Ah, here's the shop. Hello, Henry.
Gregory Hoodman, dear boy, how good to see you.
This is Mr. Sanderson Taylor.
How do you do?
Miss Goldwasser?
Come, let's go into my room at the back. You can sit down and be comfortable there.
How have you been, Heinrich?
Fine, Gregory, fine. All the better for seeing you after this long time. So, sit down. This is a very special occasion. Perhaps you will join me in a little glass of port, my friend.
Hey, wonderful idea. Heinrich, we're in something of a jam. I'm hoping you can help us.
So, only to see what you can do. Say, Gregory.
Oh,
Mr. Taylor?
Thank you.
Now, Gregory, tell me how I may help you.
Heinrich, I want you to look at these silver pesos. Is there anything odd or rare about them?
Or any way we could trace their ownership?
None. You're common enough coins, don't you? I have many such duplicate coins here. I will check this for weight. I will put one of your coins on the scale, though. And on the other scale, I will put one of my duplicate coins, ones I know to be genuine, though. And what did you find?
The coin I gave you is much lighter.
It must be counterfeit.
No, I do not think so. Let me look at it through my glass. Oh, very ingenious.
What is it, Heinrich?
This coin unscrews. There's a hollow section inside, though.
There's a white powder inside.
Dope. At last we know what we're up against. May I use your telephone, Heinrich?
Of course, my friend.
So we're mixed up with a dope ring, Gregory.
No doubt about it, Sandy. Now perhaps I can make Magruder nibble a little humble pie.
Police headquarters, homicide, Lieutenant Magruder speaking.
Magruder, this is Gregory Hood.
It is, huh? Where are you?
Goldwasser's coin shop on Market. I've got some news for you, Magruder.
And I've got some for you. We found your car deserted on Turk Street.
With a corpse in it?
Sure.
Good. Then now perhaps you believe the story.
Only it wasn't the corpse you described. It was a nice, fresh corpse by the name of Penelope.
Penny? Dead?
Stay where you are, Hood. I'll be right over to arrest you on suspicion of murder.
You'll hear the rest of tonight's story from the casebook of Gregory Hood in just a second. Time for me to mention that the only thing necessary to make a good dinner just perfect is to serve that good dinner with a good Petri dinner wine. With steak or chops or stew, and in fact with any meat or meat dish, you couldn't ask for a better companion than a glass of Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is a hearty, full-bodied red wine. It's the very last word in wonderful flavor. If you're having fish or chicken for dinner, then you'd love Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicately flavored, subtle white wine that your whole family will enjoy. Get a bottle of both, Petri Burgundy and Petri Sauterne. It's bound to be good if it's Petri. Well, Sandy, you certainly were in up to your ears that time. I guess you were able to talk yourself out of it.
With Magruder? No, Harry. The more eloquent Gregory became, the more suspicious it seemed to make Magruder. And I couldn't do anything to prevent Magruder booking him on suspicion of murder.
You mean to say you were actually locked up?
Yes, Harry. I landed in the jug with a resounding splash at just about the time a civilized man is warming his cockles with a good brandy. Sandy scurried off to get rid of habeas corpus, but for nearly an hour I found myself in a cell adjoining a certain unhappy character named Joe. Poor Joe. I don't think he knew what to make of me.
I'm Joe the Tipper.
Hi, Joe.
What's your handle, Mac?
Sam McGee.
You look slick. You want a Charlie's mob?
No, work on my own.
What'd they pinch you for, Sam?
The works sliced up my maul.
You kidding?
Kidding? You're talking to Sammy the Slicer. Ought to see what I did to Fanny. Cut her in 19 pieces. A surgeon couldn't have done a better job. Not as neat a slicing as I did on Aunt Agatha, though. I can still see her expression as I cut her head off.
Look I'm just a small-time crab man. They shouldn't ought to put me next to you. Hey, Charlie, hey, let me out of here.
Hey, off it, Joe. I'm going to spring you. I'm going to spring both of us.
I don't want to go nowhere with you. Hey, Charlie!
Pipe down, Joe. I got a pineapple in my pocket. I'm going to toss it out there in the aisle and blow this coop sky high.
Don't do it. Hey, Charlie, come here. Sam, the flash is going to make a break. Get me away from him, will you? I stand in my constitutional right. A guy's got a right to be locked up nice and quiet.
Pipe down, Joe. Your attorney's here, Mr. Hood. Oh.
I'm sorry it took so long, Gregory. Come on.
It's a cozy little cell, but I don't want to overstay my welcome. So long, Joe.
You search him. The guy's a killer, and he's got a pineapple on him.
Don't bother you, Mr. Hood. No. But he's got the gull down, just imagination. Did you get the car back, Sandy?
No. Still being held as evidence.
Then we must grab a cab as fast as we can. There's a lot of unfinished business ahead of us.
Where to, Mac?
Fisherman's Wharf.
Okay. Oh, why Fisherman's Wharf, Gregory?
I just put in a call to Herb Kane of the San Francisco Chronicle. He tells me there's a film company shooting night location there.
How does a film company tie in with our little headache?
It's simple. I'm looking for an actor. Now, what's playing at the Geary Theater? A drawing room comedy.
Yes, and there's a costume musical at the Curran.
Correct. The stage show at the Golden Gate is a dance band and singers, no actors, so that's out. Therefore, a film company. Get it?
Absolutely and unequivocally, no.
Very well. Let's work the case out backwards.
Oh, that'll be a great help. Why not sideways?
Maybe my recent incarceration has made me a little stir-crazy. Tell me how you figured the thing out so far, Sandy.
Well, obviously Travers, the man we found on the bridge, was mixed up with a dope gang and was probably killed in some internal quarrel.
And exhibit number 2, the late Penelope, where did she fit in?
Oh, I don't think that's a hard one. She was a member of the ring. They stationed her near the entrance to the bridge, knowing that a man of your notorious susceptibilities would be bound to pick her up.
Oh, indeed.
Oh, yes, indeed. And then she stole the corpse. The hotel clerk was bribed to deny the murdered man's existence. And later they killed the girl to make things safer. Or maybe she wanted too much of a cut.
Sandy, you're excelling yourself.
Elementary, my dear Gregory. But I still don't see where an actor enters the picture.
But surely you see who the killer is now, don't you?
Well, I've read enough mystery stories to know that it must be the LSP, the least suspected person. You have that LSP tone in your voice, Gregory. But we haven't met any LSPs, unless it's Goldwasser or Dr. Arnold.
Remember, Sandy, the original bridge episode was never reported, nor was Travers' car turned in. Magruder told us that.
So the traffic cop to whom we turned over Travers' car was a phony?
And our killer, probably. He was tailing Travers to make sure he died.
Which he did. But we got away with the corpse.
So he phoned for Penelope across the bay to stop us on the approach to the bridge on the way back. Now, who could, at a moment's notice, outfit himself as a traffic cop for shadowing purposes?
I get it, Gregory. An actor.
Right. An actor having a uniform for such a role.
Here you are, Max. Fisherman's Wharf.
Fine. Wait here for us, driver. We won't be a minute.
Okay.
Come on, Sandy.
Hey, look at the crowds, Gregory.
Oh, it's not surprising. Hollywood's putting on a free outdoor floor show.
You can't come any farther. Sorry.
Oh, who's the director on this picture?
Oh, Chester Garland. I'm Bud Denton, second assistant. Can I help you?
I hope so. You have an actor in this production who's playing a traffic cop?
Yeah, funny you should ask that. He's been missing all day. So's his motorcycle. And no answer from his hotel either. Do you happen to remember the name of his hotel? Yeah. Hotel Barton on Turk Street.
And his name?
Gunn. Fred Gunn.
Fred Gunn. Much obliged to you. Come on, Sandy.
You're welcome.
Now, it's clear, Sandy. The dying man's words meant not a weapon, but a name.
What?
Fred Gunn. Let's skip back into our cab and go back to the Hotel Barton and visit with him.
When I tell you there's no Fred Gunn been living here.
And I tell you that he's still living in 207. Give us a pass key.
Are you cops?
No, but we're sending for them in a few minutes. You might as well keep yourself out of a bad mess.
Here. Here's the pass cake. And don't tie me up in anything. I just did what I was told.
And what were you told, my friend?
To say that I was living in 207. I didn't see any harm in that. We don't ask too many questions here.
Is Fred Gunn in his room now?
Yeah, came in an hour ago with some drunken bum that couldn't stand up. They were plastered as hootie owls.
Let's go, Sandy.
Right. Might as well walk up. It's only the second floor.
I suppose if I were in this game professionally, I'd be carrying a gun, Sandy.
I'd feel safer if you were, Gregory. Looks as if we've got a killer cornered in a rat hole. He might shoot before he asks questions, you know.
Sandy, I don't want to be melodramatic, but you've got a wife and 2 children. I wish you'd go back and wait for me in the lobby.
Nice of you, Gregory. But this is Hood Company business. In any case, I don't want to miss the fun.
You're a remarkably square man, Sandy. There are times when I'm quite fond of you.
Yeah. Here we are. 207. Going to knock?
Our only chance is to rush him. Hope the door isn't locked. Watch out, Sandy. Gun! Gun!
He's asleep on the bed. Take it easy, Gregory. We can tie him with the bedclothes.
He doesn't need bedclothes, Sandy. He needs a shroud. He's dead. Smell this bottle of whiskey. It's been spiked with cyanide.
Great Scott. Gregory, look, there on the floor.
The now familiar corpse of Mr. Travers. How it does get around.
Oh, we're in a serious jam now, Gregory. Knee-deep in corpses and not a single suspect left.
We don't need one. I know who murdered Gunn, and oddly enough, he's in the room now.
The killer? Where? In the closet?
Closer than that, Sandy.
Oh, now look, Gregory. If you're going to put the finger on me as the least suspected person, it's going too far. I won't stand for it.
No, Sandy. Mr. Travers lying on the floor is the latest killer.
But you mean the corpse is the murderer?
Sure. Remember the empty cyanide vial? Before Travers was killed himself, he'd poisoned Gunn's whiskey. Gunn figured he'd stay sober until he'd retrieved Travers' corpse.
He brought it back here, started to figure out how he was going to dispose of it.
Exactly. He decided to take a slug of whiskey to help his thinking machinery, and so he died. Murdered by his own victim.
Oh, I see.
And now I have a call to make. Elmwood 6, 4222.
Calling Lieutenant Magruder?
Sure. This is going to be fun. Magruder in homicide, please.
After you're through, Gregory, I'll call Mary. We'll have one of her delicious rabbits, and you'll stay the night.
It's a date. Magruder, this is Gregory Hood. Now, settle back in your chair and make yourself comfortable, because I've got a fairy story to tell you. Once upon a time, a couple of worthy citizens were driving across the Bay Bridge when the car in front of them started to wheeze. You'll never believe this, Magruder, but as they were...
Well, Gregory, that was a swell story. Very different, too.
Yes, and I might say it almost marked the end of my beautiful friendship with Magruder.
That was quite a twist, Gregory, the murderer being murdered by his victim.
And I'd like to point out a moral, if you'll pardon my pointing.
Oh, go right ahead.
The story proves that you get what you give.
And fortunately, that works for the best, too.
Ah, quite a philosopher, aren't you? Just what do you mean?
Well, we all get what we give. Look, when you drop by my house, what do I give you?
A warm welcome.
And?
A good dinner.
And?
A glass of Petri wine.
Right. And when I visit you, I get...
Petri wine.
Right again. And that's because we both know that Petri wine is a good wine. Petri wine has got to be good wine. Look at the long years of skill and experience that goes into its making. Why, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage handed on down from father to son, from father to son. And don't forget, ever since the Petri family first went into business, they've watched over that business personally. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know that the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, to what page of your casebook are you turning next Monday?
Next Monday, Harry, I'm going to tell you an odd story that concerns a San Francisco cable car, a rather unusual brunette, and a blood-stained hatchet. I call it the Black Museum. See you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music is composed and played by Dean Fossler. Mr. Gale Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Mr. Bill Johnstone. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by The Casebook of Gregory Hood. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Time and the little gray cells. These will always catch the criminal. Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Deadest Man in the World.
Mr. Poirot. Oh, thank heaven you're in. I was afraid that... Please close the door quickly. That's better. Thank you. He may have followed me. If he knows that I came to you...
Mademoiselle, you have the advantage of me. You know my name. I do not know yours. But no matter. You seem to be in trouble. I have found that a cup of tea is...
Oh, no, I mustn't stay. We haven't time.
Mademoiselle...
Shepherd.
Shepherd. Mademoiselle Shepherd, what you have said is intriguing, but confusing. If you want my help...
I'm sorry. I haven't made anything clear, have I? You see, Derek killed my dog.
Mademoiselle, are you asking me to investigate the death of a dog?
Oh, no, you don't understand. I know I'm telling this badly, but...
Perhaps it is my fault, Mademoiselle, for being impatient and hastening to conclusions, eh?
You see, I live at Manhattan. You've probably never heard of it.
A small suburb of New York, about 37 minutes by train from the Long Island station.
Oh, you know it then?
No, a small hobby of mine. I read timetables.
Oh. Well, I live there with my Uncle James.
Pardon, Mademoiselle, but if my memory does not betray me, James Shepherd is a famous name. Is he not called...
The luckiest man in the world. Yes, that's Uncle James.
I have often asked myself if the newspapers were not wrong to call him lucky. I myself would have them change it to the shrewdest man in the world.
What makes you say that?
A simple deduction. Any man who wins the grand prize in the Dublin sweepstakes 40 years ago takes all his winnings and boldly breaks the bank at Monte Carlo, and then, Mademoiselle, has never gambled since. There is a man who makes good use of his little gray cells.
I suppose some people might look at it that way, but others say that Uncle James is tight.
Well, no matter. Was it your uncle who sent you to see me? Is he also concerned about the death of this dog?
Oh, no. Uncle James mustn't know anything about this. He's very ill, his heart. If he found out what was hanging over me, I'm afraid it would kill him.
I see.
Everything was all right until about a year ago. Uncle James was raising his rose, and we were all very happy. And then Derek Redfield took the house next to ours. He was young and attractive.
And you are also young and attractive, and so you fell in love. Eh bien, that is only natural, Mademoiselle.
Yes, but what happened next isn't. Derek is... Oh, he's charming, Mr. Poirot, but he was insanely jealous. I noticed it before we became engaged, but he was just difficult then. After we became engaged, well, it was impossible.
And so you broke the engagement and returned his ring.
How did you know?
Mademoiselle, that is obvious. You tell me you are in difficulty. You tell me you were engaged. And yet I see no ring on your hand. Voila, you have given it back.
You're right, but that's what started all this. Derek Derek is going to kill me.
Oh, come now, mademoiselle, you are not serious.
I was never more serious in my life.
Ah, mademoiselle, if we were to suspect every young man who threatened to kill his loved one when the affairs of the heart went badly, poof, half the population would be in jail.
And what about the dog? What about Taffy? He said he'd kill Taffy, and he did.
But, mademoiselle, what makes you so certain your dog was killed?
This. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I brought it along. This is the meat, or part of it, that poor Taffy found in the garden last night. He ate it and died. It's horrible. Just smell it, Mr. Poirot.
Yes, it is unmistakably poison. I confess this puts a different aspect on the affair.
Then you will come down to Meriton and help me.
No, mademoiselle?
But why not? Surely you believe me. He told me he'd kill Taffy as a warning. He knew I loved Taffy with all my heart, and he poisoned him. I'm frightened, Mr. Poirot. You must protect me.
Mademoiselle, I am not a guard for the body.
Oh, but you must, I tell you, you must.
Could you not go away for a little while?
It's no use. He'd follow me. Anyway, I can't leave Uncle James. Oh, Mr. Poirot.
Have you spoken to the police about this?
No, they wouldn't help me. I was depending on you. I thought you'd do something. Seems funny that somebody can be killed. Somebody can know she's going to be killed. Nobody will help her. Doesn't that seem funny to you, Mr. Poirot?
Excuse me, mademoiselle. I had to do that. Hysteria is not only unpleasant, but it also accomplishes nothing.
I'm sorry. Would you mind raising the shade? I'd feel better if there were a little more light.
Not at all. Voilà. Better?
Much, thank you.
Perhaps a cigarette. I myself find they have a singularly soothing... Pardon. Hello?
Mr. Hercule Poirot?
Speaking?
This is a warning. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Elaine Shepherd.
Who is this? Mademoiselle, Hercule Poirot has changed his mind. You may expect me at Manitou this evening.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Poirot.
No thanks, mademoiselle. I do not like people who kill dogs, and above all, I do not like to be threatened.
Derek? Derek?
Elaine, here. This way.
Derek. Oh, Derek, my darling.
Anybody see you?
Not a soul. I left the house the back way. You know no one ever comes here. Oh, Derek, why couldn't you come back with me on the train?
Are you crazy? We mustn't be seen together now. That'd ruin everything. Just when we have it all in our grasp.
All right, darling. You know best. Everything went just as you said it would. I was afraid you wouldn't see him pull up the shade.
I knew he might prove difficult, but I was positive that phone call would get him. The clever Monsieur Poirot.
He'll be here this evening.
Sure, just the way I figured it. The servants will be out tonight, and the luckiest man in the world will soon be the deadest man in the world. And we'll have the money.
What about Anne?
Oh, he probably left her a few thousand, but what's the difference to us? We can afford to be generous. There's millions there.
But Anne's his adopted daughter. He's terribly fond of her.
Yes, I know, but Anne's only 7 years old, and you're his niece, his own flesh and blood. You'll see. He's left practically all of it to you.
Yes. I hope you're right, Derek.
What's the matter?
I know we've been thinking about this for a long time, Derek, but the doctors did say that Uncle James doesn't have long to live. Couldn't we...
No. We've been waiting a year now, and his luck's still holding. We might go on waiting for another 10. You don't want that, do you?
No, but...
We want that money now, Elaine. Now, when we're young enough to enjoy it.
Oh, Derek, are you sure nothing can go wrong?
There isn't a chance in the world for anything to go wrong. Unless you slipped up somewhere today.
I did everything you told me to, only...
Only what?
Oh, I don't know.
You're just nervous. Perot's coming down, isn't he?
Yes.
Then that means he's fooled. I've got everything all set. You know what you have to do when you get back to the house, huh?
I know. I've been through it a million times.
That's a girl. When Monsieur Perot arrives to stop me from killing you, we'll make him an accessory to another murder.
Here you are, buddy. The shepherd joint.
1,000 thanks.
Okay, but if it's all the same to you, I'd rather have one tip.
And that, too.
Monsieur Poirot, come in. You don't know how glad I am to see you.
Mademoiselle, it is a great pleasure to receive such a hearty welcome.
There's a deep, dark plot behind my welcome.
I suspected as much.
Yes. You see, tonight is the servants' night out. I didn't want you to run away because you'd have to put up with my cooking.
But, mademoiselle, that will be a pleasure, if I may help.
You?
But people who have had the pleasure of sampling the cooking artistry of such famous chefs as Escoffier, Oscar, and the immortal Monsieur de Gouy, these people, mademoiselle, say there is yet one greater chef.
Who?
Hercule Poirot.
Oh, then I'm doubly glad to have you. Oh, there's Uncle's phonograph. That means he's awake. Wouldn't you like to go upstairs and meet him? That is, if you don't mind climbing 3 flights.
Oh, I should be delighted, but did you not tell me that it would upset him to know that I am in the house?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to tell a little white lie. Now, don't you be surprised at anything I might say.
On that score, be at ease, mademoiselle. I have come to expect extraordinary things from you.
Uncle James, this is Mr. Poirot. Mr. Poirot, my Uncle James.
I've heard of you, Mr. Poirot. Wait until I turn this phonograph off, and then you can ask me some questions.
Questions, monsieur?
Sure. And the only reason I can see for a famous detective like you coming to Manhattan is that you suspect me of murdering someone. All right. Fire away.
No. I assure you, monsieur, my visit has no such purpose.
And then you're here to find out how I broke the bank at Monte Carlo. You'd be surprised how many people want to know.
Well, that of a surety I would love to know. But I am certain that is something beyond my poor powers of discovery, eh?
You're just as smart as they say you are, and I like you. So I'll tell you how I did it. I was just lucky as the devil.
Now, Uncle, Mr. Poirot really came down because he heard about your roses. He's interested in gardening.
Well, of course he is. Any smart man would be. I tell you, Mr. Poirot, the roses are all right. Of course, not as fine as they used to be when I was able to get out and tend to them myself. And now my greatest pleasure is playing records on this phonograph.
And a very fine machine.
Mr. Poirot is also a good cook, or so he says. He's going to help me with the dinner.
And so I am, mademoiselle. Now, what do we have?
Well, there's a duckling.
With a sauce bigarade. I insist on it.
If you know how to make it.
But of course.
And some string beans. But I can take care of those. You just boil water and...
No. It is a sacrilege. You must not destroy the flavor. They must be steamed gently, mademoiselle. And
all right, you win. Come along and show me.
I will indeed, mademoiselle. Directly after I have my bath, I will make a sauce bigarade that would make Escoffier himself jealous. Ah, mademoiselle, I thank you for a magnificent dinner. Superb.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. And the sauce bigarade?
A masterpiece. I have never prepared it better.
I hope you didn't mind my asking Derek over after dinner.
No, I did not mind, but I do not see what you hope to accomplish.
I know it's probably silly, but if Derek sees that you're actually here, he'll realize that I'm serious and leave me alone.
I shall not threaten him, mademoiselle. Threats are useless.
No, it's... There he is. Oh, no, don't bother. I'll let him in.
Elaine, I got your message. I came right over. Does it mean you forget... Who's this?
May I present Mr. Hercule Poirot? This is Derek Redfield.
Poirot? Well, if you did this to impress me, Elaine, you've certainly succeeded. I've heard of you, Mr. Poirot.
And I of you, monsieur.
Yes, I know. I can just imagine what Elaine's been telling you. You must think I'm a pretty bad sort of guy, but, you really got me in a spot, Elaine. How about a little drink to sort of help me out, huh?
Would you like something, Mr. Poirot? Little sherry or port or something stronger?
Port will do excellently, mademoiselle.
Then if you'll just press that button next to your chair, the maid will bring it. I'm too lazy to move.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose Elaine has told you how I made a complete fool of myself and scared her half to death, Mr. Poirot. But I hope you can realize how it is when a fellow's in love.
Mademoiselle, it has just occurred to me. There is no maid to bring the port unless she has already...
Of course, I completely forgot how stupid of me. It's only a little after 9. Servants won't be back until 11. I'll get it.
Hey, what did you ask me over for? To ignore me? I was hoping that maybe we could straighten everything out tonight.
I'll tell you exactly why I called you when I come back.
The danse macabre, eh? Monsieur Shepard seems to have a rather morbid taste in music.
Look, Mr. Perot, you can ask me any questions you like, but I've got to convince you that I don't mean any harm to Elaine.
Tell me, monsieur, you did kill her dog?
Well, yes,
Here we are. I hope you'll find the port to your liking, Mr. Poirot.
Elaine, I just admitted that I killed Taffy, but I only did it because I love you. You know, sometimes you want to hurt the person you love.
Derek, I asked Mr. Poirot to come down here to show you that I'm serious. When I tell you I never want to have anything to do with you again. I can never forgive the way you've acted. And if you make any more threats, Mr. Poirot will know how to deal with it.
But, Elaine, if you'll only listen...
I have nothing more to say to you, Derek. Oh, Uncle's turned off the Victrola. What time is it, Mr. Poirot?
It is 9:15, mademoiselle.
I'd better run upstairs and see if Uncle wants anything. Good night, Derek.
But, Elaine...
I said good night.
Mr. Perot, I'm desperate. Maybe you can understand the way I feel. Would you talk to her and put in a good word for me?
I am afraid, monsieur, that I would find it slightly ridiculous for me to plead the suit of a man who terrifies a lady to such a degree that she seeks my services to protect herself from him.
But I...
Sacre bleu! Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle!
It's Uncle James. He's fallen out of the window. He's dead.
Good morning. What's your name?
Hercule Poirot. And yours, my little one?
Your name is funnier than mine. I'm Anne Shepard.
Ah, then you are the sister of Mademoiselle Elaine.
Oh, no, Elaine's my cousin. Not really, you know, because I'm adopted.
Ah, yes, I see. Your father was...
Do you think Daddy will be away long? He told me this morning that he went away.
As to that, I could not say, but...
How did your mustache get to grow so long? Daddy has a mustache, but not one like that.
Ah, ma petite, very few men have. How long have you been living with your daddy?
Oh, a long, long time. But you haven't told me whether your mustache is real.
I assure you, my little one, it is real. Just like your hair.
Oh, you have to brush your mustache then, like I have to with my hair?
Oh, yes, indeed. One has to take care of a mustache, you know.
Could you show me how you brush it now?
I would like to, ma petite, but I have not the time.
What is ma petite?
It is French. It means my little one.
When Daddy comes back, I think I'm going to learn French.
You love your daddy, eh?
I should say so. Are you going to live with us now?
Perhaps for a little while.
How long?
I do not know. It depends, you see, my little one.
Why? Is it because of the noise last night?
Dis donc, do you like fairy tales?
Oh, yes. Sometimes I tell them to myself. Go for a walk in the woods and I make them up.
Oh, but how that is nice, eh? Perhaps you would tell me one sometime, eh?
Oh, no, I'd rather have you tell me one. I like you.
And I like you, my little one.
Then tell me the story about the Snow Queen.
Oh, alas, that is a fairy tale I do not know. But I will tell you another one. Once upon a time, there was a great, big forest. And in this forest, there lived a very little girl.
Now I've seen everything.
Inspector Stevens, do you know Mademoiselle Anne Shepard?
Well, hello, little girl.
Hello. He was telling me a fairy tale.
I heard him. But would you do me a favor and leave me alone with Mr. Poirot for a little while?
All right. If he promises to finish the story.
I promise.
Bye. Don't forget your promise.
Well, Poirot, there doesn't seem to be any trouble about this one.
No. The coroner, he has ascertained the cause of death?
No question about that. He died from the fall out of his bedroom window onto those jagged rocks while you and Miss Shepard and Mr. Redfield were down here in this room.
Are you quite certain, my friend?
You told me neither of them left the room.
Well, Mademoiselle left to bring some wine, but she did not have sufficient time to run up 3 flights of stairs.
And he was wearing a wristwatch, which was pretty well smashed up. The hands had stopped at 9:15. There was a medicine bottle and a spoon on the floor near the window. Now, what I figure is that he must have felt sick, got up, Tried to get the medicine, and he fell out of the French windows.
Perhaps.
Yeah. What do you mean, perhaps?
Me, I have an idea it was no accident.
You mean you...
Yes, my friend. Murder.
What? Murder?
A particularly vicious and carefully planned murder.
Do you know who did it?
I think so.
Well, what are we waiting for, Poirot? Let's get going.
Gently, my friend, gently. I think it was murder. I even think I know how it was done. But alas, I could not prove it. The murderers would get clear away in a court of law.
You mean you're going to let them get away with it?
No, that I will most certainly not allow. But we must annoy them, Stevens.
That's the first time I've ever heard of annoying murderers. I generally arrest them.
I do not like murderers, my friend. And when we arrest these, we will make certain they are not set free. The little gray cells, Stevens. The little gray cells have found a way.
What do you mean?
Murder breeds murder, my friend. And a murderer always repeats. If he poisons once, he poisons again. If he stabs once, he stabs again. If there is an accident once, there is an accident again.
What are you going to do about it?
Me, I shall help to create an accident. I am going to telephone a lawyer.
And now that we are all together, I think that we can proceed with the reading of the will. As the late Mr. Shepard's attorney, I am the trustee of the estate. I, James B. Shepard, being of sound mind and body, do him. I believe that we can skip all that. Here. All my property, both real and personal, I leave to my adopted daughter, Anne Mary Shepard, to be held in trust for her until she attains the age of 21. To my loving niece, Elaine Shepard, I bequeath the sum of $2,000.
Some water, please. It appears Mademoiselle Shepard has fainted.
Derek! Derek! Derek!
Quiet.
Derek, the will. The will.
What about it? What happened? Will you stop shaking and tell me?
Uncle James left everything. Left it all to Anne.
What?
All of it.
I don't believe it.
True. We were all there. McBride read it to us.
But it's impossible. Didn't he even mention you?
Yes. He left me $2,000.
$2,000. That's good. That's very good. What are we going to do with $2,000?
I don't know. Oh, Derek, it's all gone wrong. I knew it when I knew it. I'm sorry we ever started. We never should have done it.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I have an idea. Sure, that's the solution. It's easy.
What?
If you'd only stop and think, you'd see the way it has to be.
Derek, I don't know what you're talking about.
Who inherited the money, Elaine?
Why, Anne... No. No, Derek.
I say yes.
Derek, you mustn't. Listen to me. Remember what you said about planning things? The people who didn't think things out made mistakes.
Never mind that. I know what I'm doing.
No, Derek. We planned something, thought it all out. Look what happened. Even if we do something to Anne, I still won't get the money.
Don't be a fool. You have to get it. You're the only living relative. Now, listen, Elaine. Inspector Stevens has gone back to New York. We're perfectly safe.
I won't help you do anything to Anne.
What makes you so soft about Anne all of a sudden? A bride who doesn't even belong to your family. Where does she come in for anything?
Oh, Derek, I'm frightened. I won't do this with you.
Oh, yes, you will. That's one thing I'm sure of now. We're together, Elaine. Together for life. Don't forget, you were with me on one murder. And you're going to be with me on another.
Come in.
Mademoiselle, I have come to say goodbye. My train leaves within 10 minutes.
Oh, yes. This has been so dreadful. I hardly know what to say to you. Such a terrible accident. If you'll send me your bill...
No, mademoiselle. You owe me nothing.
That's very kind of you. Of course, now I'm afraid I shall have to get used to economizing.
Mademoiselle, before I go, is there anything you would like to tell me?
Tell you? Why, no, I can't think of anything.
You are no longer afraid of Monsieur Redfield?
To tell you the truth, I've had so many things to think about. I haven't even given Derek... Well, he hasn't entered my mind.
What are your plans?
What?
Do you intend to stay on here with Mademoiselle Anne?
What? I hadn't considered it. I don't know.
She is a very charming child. I spoke to her this morning and told her the truth about Monsieur Shepherd. She is very sad. I think you should see that she is helped.
Oh, I intend to. I'll do everything in my power.
I am sure you will, mademoiselle. Au revoir.
Walk much more, Elaine.
Oh, you've got to grow up to be big and strong. Remember, I promised you ice cream.
Don't think I'd like it now. Can't we play Indians?
I didn't know little girls played Indians.
I didn't make it up. Roy taught me. You know Roy, Uncle Jerry?
No.
Do so. He's a boy who lives in a big house down the road. See, this is the way we play. I run away and hide.
Anne! Blast that brat.
You'll frighten her. Anne, dear, come back.
Where did she go?
Here I am. See, I'm very good at it. Sometimes even Roy can't find him. He's a scout.
Anne, I don't want you to do that again.
Yes, you might get hurt. There might be some bad men in the woods.
Oh, pooh.
Come here, Anne.
But you're so near the edge.
I said come here.
No, I don't want to.
Anne, did you hear me?
Yes, but I don't like you. I'm going to run away and hide.
You're not going to run anywhere. There, I've got you.
Oh, Mr. Perot.
Mr. Perot. So you didn't take the train?
As you see. I am afraid that woods and flowers do not agree with me. I must have the fever of the hay.
Cut it out.
Pardon?
That means stop trying to fool us. You're a little cleverer than I thought.
A little? Oh, monsieur, for the sake of courtesy, let us say a great deal, eh? Come here, Anne.
Go.
Just how clever are you, Perot? Hold still, Anne.
Ah, monsieur, really. Such a transparent little plan, eh? You send a charming young lady to my apartment with a very sad tale. She is so distressed. I must protect her from this terrible fiancé. And everything prepared for me, even to the poisoned meat. This meat so strongly dosed and evil-smelling that not even a starving dog would have eaten it, monsieur. So I say to myself, these people must have a reason for wishing Hercule Poirot at Manhattan. What is it? And that evening I find out. You have murdered Monsieur Shepherd.
I told you. Shut up.
Is that all you have to say, Perot?
And you, mademoiselle, the window shade. Did you really believe that such an old trick would deceive Hercule Poirot? You become hysterical and you need light. Oh, mademoiselle, you asked me to raise the shade, and then the so convenient telephone call.
So what? You can't prove we murdered anyone. We were right there with you when Shepherd died.
Ah, no, monsieur. Monsieur Shepherd did not die at 9:15. You killed him earlier, much earlier, before dinner, in fact, while I was bathing. That is the only possible time. It is easy to set the hands of his watch. Then you came over and played your little comedy with me.
Oh, you're crazy. You heard him playing his Victrola as well as we did.
I heard the Victrola, monsieur.
Then if he was dead, who started it?
That, monsieur, is what makes me to burn. I started it myself, when Mademoiselle Elaine asked me to press the button for the servants. After making so much bother about their being out, you simply had the wire set for that button to start the racket automatically in Monsieur Shepherd's bedroom. That was supposed to prove he was alive. You removed the wires last night.
All right. You have it all figured out. But you've overlooked one thing.
I think not. It is not Hercule Poirot who makes mistakes.
But you made one this time. This is the last bit of detecting you'll ever do because you're going over the cliff.
No, Derek, no.
Here, hold the kid for me.
Monsieur, you are even more stupid than I thought.
Yeah, this is perfect. Everyone knows the kid liked you. You went walking together and fell over the cliff. Those shoes of yours weren't made for the country. Another accident.
I think not. Give me the child, mademoiselle.
This is it.
All right, Inspector. I believe you've had enough.
There we are, Redfield. You haven't a chance.
Oh, you little smart aleck. You'd never have proved a thing if the will hadn't left all that money to that brat. You couldn't have proved it.
Precisely, monsieur. That is why I induced the lawyer to read a false will. The real one left everything to Mademoiselle Elaine.
Be sure to listen again at the same time next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Book and the Corpse. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jack Webb is Jeff Regan, investigator, as CBS offers you hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Lawyer and the Lady.
The Cosmopolitan Building's on 7th Street near Olive, downtown L.A. International Detective Bureau's up on the 3rd floor, suite 308. Right across from an elevator that hasn't been inspected since 29, when the guy who built the place took a vacation up at Folsom. I always use the stairs. Well, the plaster's bad, but the rent's cheap, and the Lion says his office is just the kind of place that invites business. He's got a leather chair there, about the shape of a fallen biscuit. That's for him to relax on. And right next to a desk with some blank checks and an inkwell, there's a hard, straight chair. That's for the clients. The Lion got mad when our last customer asked if the chair was wired. Well, when I walked in last Thursday night about 6 o'clock, he was staring at that empty chair. Wishful thinking.
Regan, Christmas is coming.
Well, that's news.
It's the time of year when everybody's nice to everybody else.
Somebody give you a calendar?
I got better than that. It's a check.
From who?
His name's Kramer. He's a big lawyer.
We need one again?
He's our new client. He wants to see you.
What about?
He'll tell you.
You tell me.
I want you to be nice to him. He's a big man. His office is in the Park Central building. Abercrombie, Kramer, and Schmidt.
A trio.
It's an important legal firm in this city.
Well, what's the job?
I told you he'd give you all of it.
Look, the last time I waited for a client to talk, he died.
Now, look here. The kind of dough he pays, you could do janitor work for him and not ask questions.
Well, you never learn.
This is a certified check. Came by special messenger. He's waiting for you now.
What else?
The message said he wanted all this done confidentially. No police. You understand?
You'd kidnap your own mother for cash.
You're out of line.
And then you'd starve to death charging yourself ransom.
I'm going to be patient with you, Regan.
No, this is another rotten deal.
These big legal outfits can't afford to be dishonest.
You've been making a living doing it?
Kramer's in legitimate practice. I checked on him.
Oh, sure you do.
I pay your salary, and I take things as I see them.
Well, you need stronger glasses. Well, I left him sitting there, holding the check up to the light. He had both arms above his head. He reminded me of a two-armed slot machine. I walked the 4 blocks over to the Park Central building, and an elevator operator with a cardboard collar took me up to the 7th floor. Abercrombie, Kramer, and Schmidt had a flock of stables in the back with a fire escape. The names were hung out in silver, and I figured if they were ambulance chasers, they used a motorcycle escort. I opened the door and stepped into a green carpet that needed mowing. Then I heard a noise at the deep end where the trout stream should have been. She had hair the color of smoke. The rest of her spiraled up to match. But she looked unhappy, like a termite in a granite quarry. She glanced at her typewriter, and then up at me. The Remington 1.
We've already ordered our Christmas cards. Get them in July.
Now, maybe I'm not selling.
You should. You're the type.
Kramer in?
He might be, but he never sends cards. Doesn't believe in Christmas.
Well, he sent my office a check.
Did he? What office is that?
I'm Regan, International Detective Bureau.
Stick to greeting cards.
Kramer sent for me.
Oh? He wants protection, huh?
You tell me.
Maybe it's something else.
Well, let's find out.
In a minute. He's busy right now.
What's the matter with Abercrombie?
He's dead.
Schmidt?
Wishes he was. Palm Springs with a hangover.
Yeah, real nice bunch. How long you worked for him?
Too long. My jokes are newer.
Well, Benny's making a move. Maybe he'll hire you.
I don't like funny men. What do you do when you're not working?
All depends on who I'm with.
Thought maybe you were antisocial. That's Kramer's.
I was ahead of her trying the door, but it was locked from the inside. She fumbled around on the desk and finally brought out a key. Kramer was sitting at his desk holding onto the front of his shoulder. His face was white and he wasn't feeling too good.
Fire escape. He got through there. Emmy, call Dr. Sorensen. This wouldn't look good in the papers. No police.
That's a big order.
That's a big hole in his shoulder. Well, it was too late to start looking around the fire escape, and when Dr. Sorensen showed up, he called a private ambulance and had Kramer taken to a private hospital. The doc said he wouldn't be able to talk until morning, and, well, if they wanted it quiet, there was no sense getting homicide all excited. Emmy went to the hospital with him, and I hung around the office for a little while. Everything was locked up tight. The files, his desk, and the liquor cabinet. So I figured it was time to give the lion the nod. I doused the lights and went downstairs. Outside, the street was kind of vacant except for a steamroller with whiskers washing down the gutters. It dodged around a big green car parked by the curb, and then it swivel-hipped around my car, where a little guy in a trench coat was leaning in looking at my registration tag. When I tapped him on the shoulder, he looked confused, like he was trying to catch a cyclone in a paper bag.
Huh?
You looking for something?
Oh, no. No, just,
Looking.
Yeah, that's right. Looking.
Come on, blow your nose.
A little cold, that's all.
Tell me about it before your throat gets sore.
I told you, just looking.
Car belongs to the finance company in case you got extra keys.
No, Pilgrim. Never borrowed a buggy in my life.
You can't drive.
How'd you guess?
Come on, you. Let's pour it out.
Sure. You the guy?
What guy?
Guy it says there. Regan.
I might be.
Don't want to make a mistake.
Deal, will you?
Somebody wants to see you.
Who?
Guy.
Well, I don't know him.
Yeah. Guy says please.
Reads Emily Post.
That's right. Friend of mine. Weighs 285 pounds. He's across the street in the ice cream parlor. Last stool on the end.
Well, I'll tell you, somebody else is carrying my books home today.
Oh, he wouldn't care. Big man. Gonna see him?
Can't he walk?
Says if you argue, mention the name Kramer. Now you gonna see him?
How can I miss? He weighs 285 pounds. Oh, it didn't figure, but sometimes you look and nothing figures. Kramer had taken one in the shoulder, and before he'd been able to talk, the lights had gone out, and he wound up in a hospital. Well, somebody had an angle, and maybe it was the guy across the street. I found him sitting all alone, about 300 pounds of beard in a plaid coat. He was picking all the strawberries out of his ice cream. Hey, you sent for me?
Mm-hmm. Regan?
You got it.
Have something. Great banana split here. 4 kinds of ice cream.
I'm on a diet.
Oh, I never worry about things like that. It's a mistake. You only live once. Know me?
You got a name?
Spec Jameson. You know me now?
You got a grudge with Kramer?
Yeah.
You shot at him from the fire escape.
I did? When?
Half-hour ago?
Anybody see me?
No.
That's good. How'd I do?
He got it in the shoulder. He'll live.
Up to that point, it could have been me.
Well, it's going to make a good story for the police.
For anybody. I'm clean as a whistle. You sure you won't have something?
Now, look, I got a date, Fatso. Let's span this out.
Oh, sure.
How about Kramer?
Oh, yeah. Where'd you say he was?
Hospital.
Oh, yeah. He hire you for protection?
Maybe.
Regan, you got a lot to learn about life.
No, just about living.
You catch on quick.
To what?
Now, you take me, for instance.
Your complexion's not so good.
It'll improve. Besides, I don't like trouble, Regan.
Well, you'll have to get used to it.
It's just there's some things a man can't stand. Can't take lying down.
Name 3.
No, I just want you to understand I know what I'm doing, that's all. And this is what I'm doing. All right, Regan. Back on your feet.
Yeah, they serve that ice cream in big dishes,
I'll
don't
give
they?
you a boost. Here's my hand.
Take off the knuckles.
Quiet, Regan. There's some more metal in my pocket.
I don't need a Geiger counter.
I said you were smart. Now get this. It's a clean sweep. You're staying out of it.
Suppose I stick around.
Then I'll unglue you.
I left him sitting there with his ice cream. Wouldn't have done any good to trade fists with him. But there was something in the way he talked about Kramer and the shooting that made it a Sunday puzzle. I found a phone booth and put in a call to the Lion.
Regan, where you been? You see Kramer? What'd he say?
Well, now, which one do you want first?
What about Kramer?
He was all shot up.
Target practice?
Some guy with a grudge.
If he plays like that, yell cop.
Look, they'll want to see you. No police, remember?
What are you talking about?
Another bum client.
Why do these things always happen to me?
Because your palm is faster than your brain.
Every case has it.
Look, this is a 3-ring circus, and we haven't even got any peanuts.
Well, maybe I should have found out what he wanted.
Oh, you say that now.
Who's got the grudge?
A sweet tooth. Calls himself Spec Jameson.
Spec, where's he fit in?
He wouldn't stand still to show me his tea leaves.
You talked to him?
We met.
When people start asking questions, we don't want to be stuck without any answers. You get out and run down some dope on this man Spec.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry, I'll take care of my end.
Yeah, most people do. Well, this job had more ups and downs than the Berlin airlift. I turned the phone book over to some drunk with a beer breath, and I walked over a couple of blocks to the morgue. I mean, the one where they keep dead newspapers. I got a friend who works in the file room of the L.A. Times. After 15 years of it, he's got about as much adrenaline as an old magazine in the attic.
Nope. No, I never heard of a Spec Jameson. Probably a nickname, isn't it? You know, Spec, short for glasses?
Yeah, I caught the drift.
Thought I was going to say spectacles, didn't you?
Hey, look, let's try this for size. Now.
Yeah.
Big, fat guy, but always hungry.
Mention any friend?
Kramer, and he wasn't a friend.
Spec Adams in last Thursday's paper.
What'd he do?
Executed the same day in Sing Sing.
Spec Jameson.
Released from Quentin day before yesterday.
Let me see.
That's all it says. Served full 10-year sentence, continuous on 4 counts.
Somebody threw a book at him.
Yeah, maybe. Tell you in a minute.
Try December 38.
This case would have come up in November. Yeah, here we are. Here, you take these.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the funny skirts. Short, weren't they? Hey, here's one. War impossible, says
Look,
Senator.
let's stick to the subject.
November 17th, Jameson appeal denied.
Read it, man.
A lot of stuff. He was in the rackets.
Go on.
Judge said unusual completeness of prosecution's case made retrial impossible. Continuous sentence upheld.
Who was the judge?
Old Govern, he's dead. Here's what you want. Special Prosecutor Joseph W. Kramer.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Joseph W. Kramer was brilliant,
Hello?
relentless work for the forces of good in Los Angeles.
Hey, it's for you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah?
Mr. Regan?
Yeah.
This is Emmy, Mr. Kramer's secretary. Are you always this hard to find?
Well, that depends on where you look.
Mr. Kramer wants to see you.
You talking now?
He's feeling much better. The doctor said it was just a flesh wound.
What kind?
38.
All right. Where's the hospital?
It's a little place on Hawthorne. Mrs. Kramer will show you.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind going by the Biltmore and picking her up.
I haven't got my car.
Use Mr. Kramer's. It's in the garage there.
Is she expecting me?
I phoned.
15 minutes.
Good. He wants to thank you for what you did.
Well, what'd I do?
Kept the police out of it.
It's his show, but it may close.
What do you mean?
I ran into Spec Jameson.
Oh?
Now, you still want the police out of it?
I don't know. Mr. Kramer will tell you when he sees you.
Mm-hmm. You sound like you're changing jobs. So I went over to the garage, and I picked up his car, and then I drove to the hotel entrance. While I was arguing with the cab driver, Mrs. Kramer walked out. 45, a little tired around the eyes. She was wearing a white sheet, double bed size, under a mink coat that must have set somebody back $10,000. She didn't look like a wife that Kramer'd have.
I hope this isn't inconveniencing you.
No, it's not.
Are you sure my husband's all right?
He's talking, according to Emmy.
Emmy. She's there with him.
She's his secretary.
It's funny, isn't it? I'm his wife, yet she spends more time with him than I do.
Well, that's business.
Even now. When he's been hurt, she's there first.
She was there when it happened.
Of course. I guess I... Oh, never mind. You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Kramer hired you to protect him from that Jameson.
I never found out. Maybe.
I've been so worried about him. At the trial, Jameson said he'd kill him if it was the last thing he ever did. You know, I always thought it was taking an awful...
Hey, take it easy, lady.
You know the story.
Emmy?
She's young, pretty. I have to spend my time at bridge parties.
Does it help?
No.
How long you been married to him?
Next month, 18 years. I don't look the same way anymore.
Neither does he.
Funny what life does to you, isn't it? I was his secretary. Once. That's how I met him.
Look, how far to the hospital?
It's only a few more blocks. You go straight
Hang
down.
on. Who do you know that drives a big green Nash?
No one.
Well, he knows us. Been following us since we left the hotel.
What do you suppose?
Is he still with us?
Yes. I can't understand a thing like this happening. Why would anybody want to follow us?
Maybe it's a friend of your husband's.
Jameson?
He tried once tonight. Maybe it'd be better to get you.
I'm scared.
All right, come on, get out.
Mr. Regan!
The green Nash had been tailing me. I shook it on the last corner. There are lots of them, but it might have been the same one that was parked by my car downtown earlier. Oh, it made no sense, but I wasn't taking any chances. Only before I could get the door open, the Nash came sliding around the other side of the block. I shoved Mrs. Kramer into the floorboards and slid into the wheel. A lot of glass got broken fast. By the time I could separate my teeth from the clutch pedal, the car had gone. I shook Mrs. Kramer, but she didn't shake. She was dead.
You are listening to the story of The Lawyer and the Lady, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Listen, this is good news. Good news for you if you're between the ages of 20 and 26 and a half, married or single, a high school graduate, and want to fly for the United States Air Force. Yes, the Air Force Aviation Cadet Program is offering you the opportunity to become a pilot officer in the mightiest Air Force in history. You can be one of the Air Force's men of renown. And there's more offered than the pride you feel in being a member of America's flying team. For after your 52 weeks of training, you'll graduate as a second lieutenant in the Air Force with an income of more than $300 per month. Remember, the Air Force offers you what it offered General Jimmy Doolittle, General Carl Spaatz, and General Hoyt Vandenberg. Now, at 42, the Air Force Chief of Staff. Call at your local Army and Air Force recruiting station tomorrow. Apply to become an aviation cadet. And now, back to the story of The Lawyer and the Lady and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, it all made sense, like a Ubangi with a piccolo. It started when the Lion sent me over to see a lawyer named Kramer. I got there just in time to meet Emmy, his receptionist, and find Kramer with a bullet in his shoulder. The hospital took over, and I left. That's when I ran into Spec Jameson, an ex-con who Kramer put away some 10 years ago. He turned out to have a lot of stomach and a big hate for the lawyer. And then I got a call from Emmy to pick up Mrs. Kramer. I did, and the shots began, and she ended up a candidate for the city morgue. Well, I called homicide, and I sent out some boys to clean up. I gave them what I knew, and I moved on out to see Kramer. The Angels of Mercy Hospital turned out to be a private place off Hawthorne. 2 stories of cement set down in the middle of a clover field. It figured that they only held a thermometer to patients that could make a big noise with a cash register. Kramer showed in an upstairs room next to a fire escape. He was climbing into an overcoat. And when he saw me, he looked unhappy, like a pointer with a broken tail.
Well, Regan, I'm glad you came to see me.
Tell me that later.
What do you mean?
How's the shoulder?
Oh, a little annoying, but it's all right.
Well, that figures.
Why?
It was a neat shot, just enough to raise a little fever.
What are you driving at?
Give it a chance. It'll sink in.
Come on, let's get out of here.
All right.
Picked up my wife downtown?
Yeah.
Good. She worries a lot. You know, tell you what, Regan, I'll send a check around in the morning for another 100. That all right?
Make it 1,000.
What's that for?
Insurance against guys like you.
Never mind that, Regan.
Why didn't you tell the Lion what you wanted in the first place?
I didn't know.
I got another story.
Well, you're wrong.
You knew Spec Jameson was out.
No reason I should tell you that.
I'm rehearsing a witness, that's all.
What?
Yeah, now let's hear what you did to him.
Nothing, not a thing. He can tell you that.
In 38, you got the book thrown at
He
him.
was a public enemy.
So's Smog.
Regan, a man in my position
Maybe
can't...
that's it. Maybe you're the kind of shyster that builds a rap on convictions.
I'll grant you it helped, if that's all you want.
So he hated you.
He made threats.
What cooled him off?
$10,000.
When?
After I discovered he meant business, I sent someone with the money.
Figured Jameson'd forget everything for cash.
Men of his stripe always will.
Well, you made a mistake.
Everybody does sometimes. I guess Jameson is still using his gun.
Yeah.
But my shoulder will mend.
Your wife won't.
What do you mean?
She's dead.
No.
Homicide will tell you different.
I'd better go down to see them.
Yeah.
That bullet was meant for me.
Yeah, like you said, everybody makes mistakes. Well, we climbed in the taxi and headed for headquarters. Kramer looked confused. He mumbled a few words about what a good cook his wife had been, and how he'd always tried to protect her from the stuff that he'd done to make a success. He was the kind of guy that always figured it was better to make a deal than face facts. Now he had to face a backfire. Well, there were a couple of newspaper photographers in front of the place. Kramer's shoulders dropped a couple of notches, then he headed for inside. I started in behind him, but an arm stopped me.
Regan, come here.
What are you doing out of bed?
Sit up. Get back in the taxi.
Look out, that meter will bite you.
I'm not paying the fare. Downtown, driver.
Okay, Mac.
You know the cops are going to love you for this.
They can hear your side of it later.
Sure, and you'll stand behind me.
Now, Regan, I'll tell you how I figure this. She gets killed. It was a mistake.
Oh, now that takes a big brain.
Kramer's got enemies. Said Emma enemy, didn't the wife Regan to get Kramer.
That's the last chapter.
And we write the next one. Turn in said enemy, and we'll pick us up a nice fat reward.
Homicide started with Jameson already.
They're gonna be surprised.
What do you mean?
He didn't do it.
How do you know?
I look into things. That's how I know.
Well, all right, big shot, open it up.
It goes this way. 15 minutes after I talk to you, I put a call into the cops.
Saying what?
That I don't like my operator being threatened by ex-cons. What happens?
You tell me.
The police themselves take Jameson out of circulation. He was locked up before Mrs. Kramer got fogged. He's sitting in the Hollywood station house right now with a smile on his face.
Talking?
No, eating ice cream.
Well, now it really made sense, like a mermaid on a bicycle. If Jameson didn't throw the lead, I had to find out who did. The taxi dropped me off downtown across from the Park Central building, and I started up the elevator to Kramer's office. It figured to be the time to get a look inside that locked desk. When I opened the door marked Abercrombie, Kramer, and Schmidt, the place was dark. I moved into Kramer's office and started a little work on the desk. It took me about 10 minutes to get inside. Nothing showed in the first two drawers, but in the third, I picked up a box of Panatellas and I looked under it. That's where I found a .38 with one bullet missing. Well, ballistics could do something about it, so I crammed it in my overcoat pocket and I started outside. That's when the door opened and the little guy with the runny nose walked in. He was wearing a suit the color of an avocado and his face looked like a fried banana.
It's a nice rug, huh?
You from the cleaners?
I make my own spots. Sit down, Regan. We're gonna talk.
I'll take it standing.
We prefer you sitting.
It's your gun.
More natural that way.
You got a name, Buster?
They call me the Dove.
The Bird.
No cracks. Just a dove.
Peace mission?
It is. Rested.
All right, what is it this time?
Where's Kramer?
China.
Regan, you're an unlucky contestant.
If you don't like my answers, try somebody else.
That's what I'm doing, correcting mistakes.
Like shooting the wrong guy.
Like leaving a witness. I had to get rid of my Nash on account of you.
You killed her, now you're waiting for her husband.
Of course I killed her, but don't try to change the subject. It's you I'm talking about now.
Well, I don't like the spotlight.
You should have stuck to your nose in here, Regan. It'll bleed.
Well, let's start with yours. I dove for him and the gun went off, only it wasn't pointed at me. Kramer was standing in the doorway pulling a trigger like a kid at a bubblegum machine. I figured the floor was safer, so I flattened out. The Dove tried the same, only he hit the wastebasket.
Did I get him?
Well, he looks as dead as he'll ever be.
The cheap murdering...
Look, let me hold the gun, huh, Kramer?
Yes. Oh, Regan, there's a bottle in the cabinet there.
Sure. Here you are.
Thank you.
What are you going to do now?
I don't know. Call the police, I guess.
I thought you were with them.
I came down in their car to get some of my files.
On the old Jameson case?
Yes.
You want to tell me?
Oh, it's about as you know. He was a small-time grifter. I gave myself a big name by prosecuting him, built my business and the reputation it gave me.
You told the police why he hates you?
Oh, yes. I intend to stand trial for killing this man.
You're growing up, Kramer.
Who was he, anyway?
The Dove.
No driver's license. Oh, yes, here it is. Dove Duval. Regan, look at this.
It's a lot of money.
It's $10,000. Same amount of money I sent to Jameson to stay away from me. Looks like the chickens came home to roost, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does.
Well, police are waiting. I'd better go and tell them about this.
Go on.
You coming?
No, I'll meet you there, Kramer. I got a late date. I gave the boys downstairs the high sign, then I moved out of there fast. I found Emmy's place just off Normandy. It was a brand new duplex with a gilt-edged driveway and stocks and bonds for awnings. For a business girl, she really did all right. I was a couple of hours overdue, but the girl with the smoky hair knew how to wait. There was a candle burning in her window and 2 more in her eyes. It took me a little time.
But now you're here.
Uh-huh.
Well, aren't you going to do something about it?
Yeah. Talk.
Mr. Regan, what's the matter with you?
I've been working hard.
Oh, is that all?
Now listen, lady. This is just too pat, too neat. The ends tied together like Siamese twins.
I'm alone.
Yeah, but you don't want to be. Your boss just rubbed out a killer named Dove.
What?
It was self-defense. I'm a witness, and he'll be out of it inside a week.
Well, then what are we bothering about?
A guy named Jameson. Nobody will believe him.
Why should they?
Because they didn't hire the Dove.
Who did?
You.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
All right, maybe it was your boss. He primed me with a story about giving Jameson 10 G's. Only one ever saw that dough was the Dove.
Well?
That was his price for killing Mrs. Kramer.
You're out in left field, Mr. Regan. I was working.
You were keeping me outside till Kramer could throw a small bullet into his shoulder.
Why would he do that?
To point up that Jameson was still after him.
But he was.
I figured different. And homicide's gonna like my way.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, this gun has a different version.
Where'd you get it?
Kramer's bottom drawer. And the caliber is gonna fit the hole in your boss's shoulder.
Well, that's it. You've got it all now.
Yeah. You know, you got a real nice hair.
Yeah?
That San Quentin water's gonna ruin it. Well, the whole thing came apart like a paper hat in a shower bath. Seems that when Jameson got out of prison and threatened Kramer, the lawyer and his secretary figured that it was a good time to get rid of the wife. I suppose she interfered with their skiing or something. Anyway, they hired the Dove to do the job and then got rid of him just so he couldn't ever come to bat for the fall guy, Jameson. Yeah, they had a perfect frame fixed for him, and I was picked to decorate the edges, only it didn't work. Everybody was positive about this one. Kramer knew he was going to win. Emmy knew she was in for a big cut, and the Lion knew he was going to collect a fat fee. They should have all figured it. This is the year for upsets.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by Jackson Gillis and D. Jack Newman. Produced by Sterling Tracy. Featured in tonight's story were Carol Matthews, Marvin Miller, Lou Krugman, Herb Vigran, Mary Lansing, and Larry Dodkin. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. This is Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents yours truly, Johnny Dollar. The next half hour has its baggage packed to take a trip with America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, he is just an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account, submitted by investigator Johnny Dollar. To Home Office, East Coast Underwriters, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures in the investigation regarding the Paracoff policy for your company. Expense account item 1. Plane fare to Benton, Ohio, $40.04. Item 2. Plane fare Benton back to Hartford, $40.04. Explanation, purchase 2 one-way tickets. Because of the type of case I'm usually assigned, I never press my luck by buying round trips. This time I was almost right. Expense account item 3. Cab fare, airport to Valley Hotel, $2.20. Tip the driver.
Gee, $1.
Naturally.
There'll be steak on the table tonight. Welcome to Warfare City.
Hey, Dorman.
Yes, sir.
What can I do for you, sir? Bring my bag inside, will you? Here.
$1.
Always.
All you need is $1 and a fan.
Yeah, but does that mean you have to have a lot of strange people in the house?
Good evening, sir.
Hello. You have a reservation for Johnny Dollar?
Yes, Mr. Dollar's in his room. He checked in about 8 o'clock.
Huh? Oh, I guess I ain't the man I used to be. What room is he in?
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm not permitted to tell you that. I can phone him.
Oh, no, never mind. Let me have one of those envelopes, will you? I'd like to leave my card for this Mr. Dollar.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks. Here, just pop this in his box. The clerk popped the envelope into box number 207, and I popped myself into an elevator going up to room 207. I'd come to Benton to investigate a murder, and in just a matter of minutes, I found myself ready to commit one.
Yes? Who is it?
Bellboy, sir. A package from Hartford.
Just a minute. Package for me?
Special delivery.
Oh.
Come on. Get up on your feet.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy. You must be Johnny Dollar.
Sometimes strangers in a hotel room can be a lot of fun, but not when they're using my name. What's your angle?
Listen, Dollar, I can explain everything.
It better be good, and it better be fast.
I didn't want to be seen waiting for you in the lobby, and it's important that I talk with you before anybody else does. That's why I'm here. I'm Eric Barker.
Oh, the defense attorney in this Paracoff thing, huh? Well, I hope you're better at defending your client than you are at defending yourself.
Whether my client goes to the chair or not, unfortunately, has nothing to do with my being a good lawyer. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Well, I suppose this is one time when the attorney won't mind relinquishing the floor. Why don't you get up on your feet?
Yeah, thanks. I will. Now, look, I'm no coward, Dollar. But if either one of us is going to get any place on this case, we'll have to work together. Now, I need your help, and I need it badly.
I do a single act, sorry.
Now, don't be hasty. I can help you, too. Just how much do you know about the Paracoff murder?
All I know is it's one of the screwiest cases I've ever run into. All over the country, beneficiaries are knocking off insured people, but not here in Benton. Oh, no, here they tell me the insured man, Harlan Wolf, knocked off his beneficiary and partner, Paracoff. And now I've got the jolly assignment of trying to keep the state from executing the insured man. My employer, East Coast Underwriters, isn't anxious to see $100,000 of their money burn up in the electric chair.
Well, at least we're both stuck with the same tough job.
Now, look, I'll tell you the few things I already know, and you fill it in from there. All I know is that Paracoff was shot to death, and that his business partner, your client, Harlan Wolf, was picked up leaving town and being held for the murder. What have they got against him?
Only what they found on him. That's enough. The murder weapon.
Any witnesses?
One. Paracoff's wife, Marcia, an eyewitness.
A murder weapon and an eyewitness. Well, it seems, at least at first glance anyway, that the state of Ohio will be receiving a large electric bill one day soon. Hey, is there any chance of my seeing Wolf?
No, not before he's indicted.
Great.
Dollar, Harlan Wolf shot Paracoff in self-defense. There was no premeditation. Well, I'm convinced that I could get him off with a second-degree manslaughter verdict if it weren't for the tactics of the prosecution.
What's that?
Well, they not only have intimidated my character witnesses, they've suborned their own to perjury. That's the sort of thing I'm up against.
Well, as the insurance companies keep on saying, never say die. So where can I find the widow Parakoff?
Well, if they aren't holding her in protective custody so nobody can question her, she may be at home. That's 1375 96th Street.
That's a lot of figures. By the way, how's hers? Expense account item 4, cab fare to home of murdered man and the girl he left behind him, $2.40. I shivered all the way out to the suburbs, but not from fear or anticipation. A simple case of summer shorts in red flannel weather. The Parakoff place was obviously the product of a good income and a bad architect. It looked like a great big wedding cake, and Mother Nature had mercifully iced the confection. The front walk was white and untrammeled as if driven snow. As a matter of fact, that's what it was. 3 inches of it, which meant that Marcia hadn't had a visitor in the past couple of hours. I was playing detective, and somebody inside was playing the radio. So, I played Peeping Tom, and loved every second of it. I couldn't see her face, but she had a lovely profile. I hastened to the door. Wow. Her hair was red and her eyes were green. Her hair stopped your cold and then her eyes gave you the go signal.
Yes?
Would you mind saving that yes for later?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I've come here to ask your help, and I hope you'll say yes. My name is Johnny Dollar. I've been sent to Benton to investigate the death of your husband.
Well, why? Has this turned into a federal case?
No, I'm from the insurance company.
Oh, come in.
Thanks. Say, where can I put my coat? This snow will melt all over your carpet.
Let it melt. Just throw your coat any place.
Okay.
Good shot. Come on in by the fireplace. It's nice and warm.
I should have brought some chestnuts. I could have followed her with my eyes closed. She headed for the living room, leaving a pathway of perfumed air behind her, and I didn't waste a breath of it. Hey, that's nice perfume.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Hey, you have good taste. That chair is a genuine antique.
Oh? If you can stand a compliment before we get down to business, you certainly furnish a room.
Oh, most of the things are just reproductions.
Not the things that I'm talking about.
Oh, you mean me?
Uh-huh. Oh, this is a happy surprise. I expected to find someone fatter and 40er.
My husband was. And now, what about his insurance?
Oh, you got me wrong. You see, I'm working for the company that insured the man being held for the murder of your husband, Harlan Wolf.
What do you want from me?
Just a story of what happened.
Oh, that I can't do. The district attorney had a long talk with me about it. I'm not supposed to say anything to anybody about it until the trial.
Well, I'm not asking you for any state secrets. I just want you to save me a trip down to the morgue.
Oh, don't be so brutal.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were still in mourning. That negligee confused me. Anyway, I meant the newspaper morgue. That's what they call their files. You gave them a story. Why won't you give it to me?
I told you I can't.
Okay. Sorry I wasted your time.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't go.
Well, you aren't exactly cooperating.
Oh, please sit down. I'm going crazy in this house alone all the time. Can't we find something else to talk about?
Sure. Later. First things first.
That makes sense. All right. I don't see how it could be wrong to tell you what's already been in the newspapers, Johnny.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
All right. Well, Harlan Wolf and I were here in this room alone. We were discussing business.
Business?
Business. The Highland Coal Corporation. My husband was its president. Harlan Wolf is the secretary-treasurer, and I'm the vice president.
I can't resist this. But your kind of businesswoman makes this anthracite heart of mine feel very bituminous.
What? I don't get it.
Let it go. So, you and Wolf were sitting here talking about your coal business. Where were you sitting?
Well, I was sitting over there at the desk.
How about Wolf?
Well, he was sitting where you are right now. And then my husband came home.
And no doubt accused you and the secretary-treasurer of putting in too much overtime. Is that it?
Yes. Oh, it was terrible. They fought, and finally Harlan ran over to the couch over there and pulled his gun out of his overcoat pocket and started pulling the trigger.
Who called the police? The neighbors?
No. I did. Well, that's all there is to it.
Well, that's all I wanted to know. It didn't hurt, did it?
No. Now, how about using those big shoulders of yours for throwing a log on the fire?
Sure. I'll go outside and get one.
No, there are logs in here.
Mm-mm. I'd rather go outside and get one that's a little damp. They burn much slower.
Oh. Well, then, while you're at it, get a big one.
I left Marcia gazing into the fire, called a cab, and stepped out into the cold night air to wait for it. I went down the front walk with my mind on what was behind me instead of what lay ahead.
Hey, Dollar!
Out of the white snow loomed two very large blue police uniforms, completely filled.
Get out of this Parakoff mess, Dollar. As a matter of fact, get out of this town.
Why, officer? I'm just beginning to like it here.
Look, this is from the top that makes it official. We've got the guilty man. We don't want any trouble.
Look, you go back to the top and tell them that this is one sure way of getting trouble.
They told us how to answer that one, too.
I did my best. My best to break every one of the Marquis of Queensberry rules. I knew I was fighting a losing fight, but I was fighting for a little time. And that's all I got. If this never stopped, and my head seemed to feel like a ping pong ball in a four-handed game. Suddenly, things looked up. Me, flat on my back in the snow, seeing stars. Then a boot came flying toward my head and switched off all the pretty lights.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, we want to remind you that next Sunday night, CBS once more will bring you 10 great shows, filled with great stars and complete with comedy, drama, and mystery. Betty Davis will make her first appearance on The Prudential Hour, co-starring with Ray Milland in a gripping story of a woman who has to bridge a lifetime in 3 short hours. Once more, you'll hear those 90 non-stop minutes of mirth with Spike Jones, Jack Benny, and Amos and Andy in succession. There'll be more comedy, more drama following rapidly. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Lum and Abner, Helen Hayes, Eve Arden, Life with Luigi, It Pays to Be Ignorant. Staying tuned to CBS on Sunday nights guarantees you the greatest entertainment on the greatest listening night of all. These programs are regular Sunday night features on most of these same CBS stations. And, of course, Jack Benny comes to you over them all. And now, back to yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Continuing expense account submitted by Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, East Coast Underwriters, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. Expense account item 5, medical supplies, bonded, $7. Oh, and here's something I'll give you for free. A handy help for your regularly employed insurance investigators. When I find myself overwhelmed in a brawl with unknown assailants, cops included, I do my best to take away more than just bruises and contusions. During my career, I've picked more pockets than a rack boy in a pool room. And I added one more to the score during the brawl in front of the Parakoff house just before I went bye-bye in the snow.
Hey, mister, wake up. Come on, wake up. You'll catch your death of cold. Did you call a cab?
Yeah, I think so.
Holy smokes, your face. Was you robbed?
What's the matter? Isn't it there?
Huh? Here, I'll give you a hand. Thanks. Holy smokes, when I first seen you laying there, I thought you was a snowman tipped over. How do you feel, cold?
Forevermore, I shall look kindly upon the haddock in the deep freeze.
Huh? Hey, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for a wallet.
Did you lose it?
First I found it, then I lost it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Come on, let's get out of here.
Where to, mister? Police headquarters?
Police headquarters? Over my dead body. Expense account, item 6. Breakfast in bed, $2.40. Expense account, item 7. Photographic work, $6. For taking pictures of contents of wallet I lifted from the police uniform the night before. Expense account, item 8. 70 cents cab fare to office of Edmund Byron, District Attorney.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Bob. Good heavens, man, your face. Felonious assault?
Yeah. But I got a flash for you. Not by person or persons unknown.
Splendid. You wish to prefer charges?
Yeah, you're half right again. But not for felonious assault and not against the guys who gave me this going over last night.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. They were a couple of your harness bulls. I don't want you to waste any time denying it, so forget it.
I don't have the slightest idea what this is all about, Dollar.
I said forget it. I want to talk about something more important. You're holding Harlan Wolf for the Parakoff murder. Now, what I want to know is, when are you going to hand down your indictment and what it's going to be?
First thing in the morning, first-degree murder. Anything else you want to know before I have you thrown out of here?
Yeah. How do I get mixed up in these rhubarbs? Expense account, item 10, 5 cents. A phone call to my partner in despair, Eric Barker, attorney for the defense, who agreed to lend me a set of police photographs of the scene of the crime and the principals involved. Parakoff looked very dead. Marcia looked very frightened. And the accused, Harlan Wolf, looked very fat. The pictures of the scene of the crime indicated the shooting occurred with Parakoff and Wolf standing face to face, and that all of the bullets had gone banging straight into the right side of Parakoff's body. I set up an appointment to meet Barker at 3 that afternoon, and decided to make the most of the time in between by seeing what kind of a trade I could make on that wallet I'd picked up during the winter sports of the night before. The name in it was Ben Arnold, and the address was disreputable.
I don't want any brushes.
What a coincidence. I'm not selling any.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Ben Arnold.
Who isn't? He promised me he'd be home by now. By this time, I should know better.
Okay, I'll wait.
Outside.
Inside.
Hey, wait a minute. Ben won't like this.
Well, that makes it even. I don't like Ben.
Look, I don't want any trouble.
Okay, then don't make any trouble.
Well, what do you want here anyway?
Oh, let's just say I dropped by for an unfriendly visit.
If Ben finds you here, it'll get real unfriendly. I'm warning you, get out of here. Ain't that face of yours marked up enough?
Well, that mouse hanging under your eye isn't exactly a beauty mark. Ben really spreads his blessings, doesn't he? Hey. Ben really spread one blessing right there close in front of me. It was a small room, about the size of a large closet, with a clothes sprawl high and low, making the whole place look like a collapsed clothesline. And there, hanging on the back of the door, was Ben Arnold's police uniform. My eyes popped out, pushed one of its shiny brass buttons, and rang the bell. There, like little brass love letters on the brass, stood the initials CPD. And CPD were never the initials of the Benton Police Department. Thanks for seeing me so quickly, Barker.
Dollar, you are... Good Lord, what happened to your face?
A couple of police uniforms with overstuffed shoulders did this to me last night.
Oh, there you are. I warned you. We're up against a ruthless bunch. Something should be done about it. Why, using the police force to beat up anybody who stands in their way?
No, Barker. They were wearing uniforms, but they weren't police.
Hey, what? Well, I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Barker, can you give me one good reason for a Benton cop to be wearing an out-of-town uniform? And don't tell me they got mixed up at the cleaners.
Out-of-town uniform?
Yeah. Yeah, and here's another one. If the law enforcement setup here is so rotten, why would they go to all the trouble of dressing up an outsider to do their muscle work?
Well, I don't know.
What I mean is, did they?
Who else would do it? It certainly couldn't have been Marcia.
Well, why not? The policy I'm interested in is the one that Parakoff, as president of that coal company, took out on Wolf's life because of his importance to the company. That kind of policy is taken out every day. But Marcia, as vice president of that coal company, is in line to collect on that policy if Wolf goes to the chair.
But why should Wolf admit to the shooting? He has nothing to gain, his life to lose.
Now, look, Marcia told me that the night of the murder, she and Wolf were alone in the house talking about the coal business. And then she didn't know what I meant when I used the words bituminous and anthracite. Whatever Marcia had on the fire that night with Wolf, it wasn't coal.
No. Well, you're right about that. Marcia and Wolf were having some kind of romance.
Okay. So let's say Marcia shot her husband. Let's say Wolf is madly in love with her. Let's say she promises Wolf that she will testify he shot her husband in self-defense. Marcia gets away with murder, Wolf gets away with a light sentence or none at all, and then Wolf gets away with a girl. That makes sense.
Yeah, but what makes you think this is even possible?
Barker, somebody had me beat up last night. I say the prosecution wouldn't have bothered sending fake cops. So, the question is, who would? There's one thing I've got to check, and check fast.
Well, what's that?
Those police photos you gave me show that Parakoff was shot by a left-handed shooter.
And that's one of the prosecution's strongest points. Wolf was left-handed.
Well, that doesn't prove that Marcia isn't. Barker, I'm going out and see Mrs. Parkman. Mrs. Parakoff. And there's only one thing I really hope.
That she's left-handed?
That she's wearing that same negligee she had on last night. Hello, Marcia. Can I come in?
Why, Johnny, what happened to your face?
Oh, I didn't get down to the beauty parlor today.
You look like you've been fighting.
Uh-huh. Not too well, but wisely.
Well, come on in the other room. And how about throwing another log on the fire?
Say, you're a real little firebug, aren't you? You should have lived back in old Nero's time.
Whose time?
Never mind. I'll tell you what, I'll build the fire if you light it.
Well, I'd love to. Oh, you're getting a dry one from inside. Last night you went all the way outside to get one that would burn for a long time.
Oh, that was last night. You got some paper?
Here's some.
There we are. Okay, hot point. Here's my lighter. Touch it off.
Okay. There, that'll do it. Come on. Sit down over here.
No, over here will do. This chair is a perfect fit for me, which makes me think maybe the state of Ohio has a chair that's a perfect fit for you.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you want to play games, I'll read you the rules. You know, there's a big advantage in being on my side of investigation. Fellas in my racket have the benefit of a lot of experience. But murderers, well, almost everyone is inexperienced at that business. One moment they aren't murderers, the next moment they are.
Johnny, please.
Now, let's have a look at what's on my side. For instance, from the empty shells thrown off by an automatic pistol, the experts can get a better picture of a murder scene than they can from the witnesses. Your husband was killed by a gun that was held approximately 18 inches away and directly in front of him. And the bullets entered the right half of his body. That means he was killed by someone who shoots left-handed.
Harlan Wolf is left-handed. You can ask him. He'll tell you.
I know that. And so are you. Anybody who lights a cigarette lighter with your left hand is left-handed, which makes you a good candidate.
That doesn't prove anything.
No? No, I guess it doesn't. But this chair I'm sitting in does.
What do you mean?
Last night you told me Wolf was sitting in it when your husband came home. And that statement makes you a liar. Look, I'm trained down to the point where my belt is ready to sue my hips for non-support. And I can just get into this thing. And Wolf's picture shows that he's got a beam like the Queen Mary. He wasn't in this chair, which makes me think he wasn't even in this room when your husband was killed.
All right. So I'm a liar. That doesn't mean I'm a killer.
Marcia, investigators can make a lot of mistakes, but a murderer can only make one. And you've made a big one.
I tell you, I'm no murderer. You've got to believe me, Johnny. I'll tell you everything. You're right. Harlan Wolf wasn't here.
That's enough, Marcia. Shut up.
Eric, what are we going to do? He knows.
You keep quiet.
Well, Barker, for a defense attorney, you're acting mighty offensive.
We'll have to get rid of him, Eric.
Just as soon as we get rid of something else. Dollar, you've only got one thing on me. Ben Arnold's wallet. And I want that. Now.
You're welcome to it, Barker. But it might interest you to know that I've had its picture taken this morning. Your phony policeman's wallet and everything in it. And copies are in the mail right now. The insurance company won't have any trouble connecting you with the comedy cops who beat me up last night.
You're bluffing.
There's something else I've got on you, Barker. This morning, when I was lying in bed, counting the bumps on my head, it suddenly occurred to me that you were the only one who knew where I was going last night. So you must have been the one who had me roughed up. It also does my heart good to see you standing there with that gun in your left hand, which makes you a candidate, too.
Shoot him. Shoot him, Eric.
You're a lawyer, Barker. What's your legal opinion? Are you just an accessory after the fact or before the fact? Or are you the murderer?
What are you waiting for? Shoot him. Kill him, I tell you.
Shut up, Marcia. Dollar, stand still.
If you won't, I will. Give me that gun.
Marcia, look out.
When Marcia made a rush to grab the gun from Barker, she got between me and the gun, and I dove in behind her, arms straight out, picked her up, and heaved. Marcia went smashing into Barker, and I went in a frantic treasure hunt through that flailing mass of snorting, angry bodies to find the head that held the gun. Believe me, it was no place for a lady, but Marcia was no lady. I grabbed deep in between them and pushed Barker's gun hand up under the go-round, and just to make sure the rest was strictly a fist fight, jammed my trigger finger in over his and pumped till all the shots went into the ceiling. The way the plaster was falling, it was like another fight in the snow. But this time, Johnny Dollar came up heads instead of tails.
Eric!
Come on, Barker. Up you come. And down you go.
Oh, Eric.
All right, Marcia. All right. When I first met you last night, I asked you please to save a yes for later. I'm going to ask you a few little questions. If I'm right, let's hear it. 1. Did you kill your husband? Okay, 2. Did Eric Barker shoot your husband? Did you kill Harlan Wolf, tell him you did it, and talk him into taking this rap for you?
It was all Eric's idea. He said we'd get rid of my husband and Wolf
And collect their insurance. Well, Marcia, there's just one more question. Are you or aren't you going to call the district attorney and invite him over here?
Yes.
Expense account item 11. $12.40. That was lunch for the district attorney, who also turned out to be left-handed. And a very nice guy to boot. We had a lot in common. It was the first case either one of us had ever worked on where the defense had been working harder than the state to bring in a conviction. Also, that it was the first case where everybody on both sides turned out to be guilty. Defense attorney Eric Barker of murder, his girlfriend Marcia Parakoff of being an accessory before and after the fact, and Harlan Wolf of conspiracy to defraud. No wonder the nation's jails are getting overcrowded. Expense account item 12, $700. Side trip to Miami, Florida. Purpose, to recover from catching 40 winks and a miserable cold in Benton, Ohio snowbank.
Hey, Johnny, come on in. The water's fine.
Expense account total, $1,230.20. Signed, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now a word about a special CBS broadcast this Sunday. You'll find it a story that grips you for a full 60 minutes on the air. A startling drama of a young reporter who finds that his assignment comes too close to home. A revelation of disturbing facts about our mental hospitals based on actual documented reports and 6 months of intensive study and preparation. With Eddie Albert starring as the young reporter, this tale of a mind in the shadow comes to you by popular demand in a repeat performance next Sunday over most of these same CBS stations. Be sure to hear Mind in the Shadow next Sunday at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. Listen in again next week when CBS brings you Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, with Charles Russell as Johnny. Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd, with music by Mark Warno, and is produced and directed by Richard Sanville for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of Standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you need the kind of help you couldn't get from a cautious man, then you've got a job for me. George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you may have forgotten the one time we met. You were the best man at my wedding. Yes, I'm Joe Burke's wife. You won't believe what's happened to him. Easygoing, happy-go-lucky Joe. He's a pitiful mental case, and they've got him in a sanitarium. You were so close to Joe in the army, I thought maybe if you...
Saw you again, it might do more than the doctors have been able to do. I thought of this when I saw your ad in the paper, like a ray of hope. Won't you try to help me? It's signed anxiously, Laura Burke.
Joe, a mental case? Oh, no, not the Sergeant Burke I knew.
Well, George's wife would hardly make up anything like this.
But Brooksy at Palermo, when everybody else was either cussing or praying, that hard-headed Irishman just sat around playing a harmonica. Danny boy.
It's funny I never heard you talk about him.
Well, you know how those things are, Angel. You swear on your GI dog tag that you're going to be sure to keep in touch with each other, but as Tempest Fugits, Old Lang Syne becomes just the name of a song.
But you were his best man.
This kid Laura came down to camp. We hopped the Jeep over to the chaplain, and it took 15 minutes for the tender vows. A minute for me to kiss the bride, and they were off. All Joe had was a 48-hour pass.
Dolly, she sounds so desperate in this letter.
Yeah. What's that address, Brooksy? We'd better get right over there.
Maybe it's only one chance in 1,000. I had to turn to you, Mr. Valentine.
The name is George, remember?
He's in that place, getting worse every day. And how he doesn't even recognize me.
Laura, we do want to help you. But, honey, you're making it so much harder. Here, sit down.
I'm sorry.
I know this is tough on you, Laura, but try to tell us the whole thing from the beginning. How did this happen to Joe? When?
Well, about a month ago, they brought him home from Egypt.
Egypt? What was he doing there?
Well, after he got out of the army, he got a job with an export company, Kessling Limited. The money was so good he couldn't refuse it. He planned to keep it for 2 years so he could put some money aside.
Oh, it must have been terrible being separated again.
Did Joe begin to lose his grip while he was abroad?
Oh, he sent letters regularly, wonderful, cheerful letters about the future. And a couple of months ago, he stopped writing.
Yes, Laura?
And one day he walked in with Dr. Taruk.
Wait a minute. Who's Dr. Taruk?
Some kind of psychiatrist the company sent back with Joe to take care of him. Mr. Kessling, he's the president of the company. He's been very kind.
What did they say happened?
Some kind of explosion outside the city. Joe happened to be around, and when he came to in the hospital, he...
Now, take it easy, Laura. Hey, you want to knock off and have a cup of coffee?
No, go on, I'm all right. I'll never forget it. Dr. Taruk left us alone for a minute. Joe just stood there, right where you are, looking at me, looking through me. He tried to talk, but it seemed to hurt too much, so just kept staring.
Oh, George.
He took a box of face powder from his pocket and handed it to me.
Powder?
I guess he meant it as a gift. So pathetic. A box of cheap powder. Horrible to watch.
Okay, Laura. I think we've heard enough to begin with. Where have they got Joe?
The Hillcrest Sanitarium. His company's paying all the expenses, and Dr. Taruk says in time he hopes Joe will be all right.
Yeah.
But he's getting worse, you see. I thought if you saw him and talked to him, maybe by some miracle he'd begin to remember things. He thought so much of you.
I know. All right, Laura. You want to come along with us?
No, I always seem to upset him.
Okay. Yeah, Claire and I will drop in on Joe. And here's hoping it'll do some good. A sanitarium should have peace and quiet, but they should build it where people can find it.
Yes, it is out of the way. Gosh, and every time I look down into that valley, I get dizzy.
Kind of unusual, isn't it, Brooksy?
What?
A company going to quite so much trouble for one of their people. Sanitarium special psychiatrist who seems to stay on and on.
Well, darling, maybe the milk of human kindness doesn't curdle as easily as most people think.
Maybe not. Brooksy, I've been in some tough spots. But I think seeing Joe like this is going to be just about the toughest.
In dealing with the mind, Mr. Valentine, one is never sure what will be good or bad for the patient.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, Dr. Turk.
Perhaps this visit from a dear friend out of the past may do Mr. Burke a world of good. However, on the other hand...
Will we be able to see him soon?
In a few moments. But perhaps it would be wiser for a young lady like you, Miss Brooks, not to see him at all.
Huh?
There are just a few things I want to know, Doctor, before...
Dr. Taruk.
Oh, Rodney, will you come here? Yes. This imposing but very competent gentleman is the male nurse I've hired to be with Mr. Burke when it is impossible for me to be present.
Oh, yeah. He's acting quiet now, Doctor.
Good. Very good. We can go in. This way, Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks. There he is.
Hey, Joe. Danny boy. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? What did you do? Lose your harmonica?
Oh, George.
Yeah.
Rodney, wipe Mr. Burke's forehead.
Yes, Doctor.
You can see, Mr. Valentine, what an effort it costs your friend to try to speak.
I'm not blind, Doctor.
Permit me to explain. The blow he must have received in that accident has injured the tiny wires that crisscross in the brain. His thoughts cannot get through, a form of motor aphasia.
Well, that's good to know, but it doesn't help Joe.
Doctor, does he know what we're talking about?
I am quite sure he does not. You see, the wires of the brain that are blocked make it more difficult for him to get his thoughts through. The theory is...
Okay, Doctor, but look...
yes, Mr. Valentine.
I'm quite sure you're a very competent psychiatrist, but I know you won't mind if I have Dr. Hunter, a friend of mine, come in and have a look at Joe. Just a consultation.
Very well, if you feel that way.
And it might help to look a little more into that accident.
Anything to help your friend, Mr. Valentine. Rodney.
Yes, Doctor?
The other case downstairs I was so interested in, I think the crisis may come even before I expected. Would you mind being there to do what is necessary? Then let me know exactly what happened.
I'll take care of everything,
Good.
Doctor.
Try talking to him again, George.
Hey, look, you big oaf. Stop holding on to me. You know who I am. Hey, we got a lot of old times to talk about. You know me, Valentine.
Oh, I suppose it's no use.
Hey, how is it, Dr. Taruk, that Joe was able to walk when he came home to his wife, and now he's flat on his back and can't use his hands or his legs? I thought he was being cured.
It is my hope to arrest the process of the paralysis.
Yeah?
To shield him from emotional disturbances. Rid his mind of fear.
Fear? What fear? Joe was never afraid of anything in his life.
This is a different kind of fear. The fear of becoming a mental basket case with no future and no hope.
Oh, cut it out, Doctor.
Mr. Valentine, I was just stating the facts.
And to hold from this day forward, till death us do part.
What are you trying to say, darling?
I'm just the best man with a photographic memory.
Oh, I know how you feel about Joe and Laura.
Death, Brooksy, those two should be together. Something's got to be done about it.
Look, do yourself a favor, George, and listen to me. This is something you don't know anything about. You're no psychiatrist.
No, you listen to me, Angel. I know Joe looks as though his head was full of nuts and bolts, but he recognized me.
What do you mean?
We used to have a way of winking at each other, just to say, keep your skin on, brother. This man's war will be over someday.
Well?
Well, that's what he was giving me back there. I know it.
Are you sure you aren't imagining something you want to believe?
I don't care for that oily Dr. Brooksy, and I care less for that overgrown meatball Rodney hovering over Joe every minute of the day. I just have a feeling he's not getting the right chance.
You can't let it be a question of feelings, darling. Believe me.
Wow.
Golly, me too. Oh, a fine place to get a blowout. A few more yards and we would have gone pitching into that valley.
Hey, wait a minute, Brooksy. Don't open that door. Get down.
George, what's the matter with you?
Maybe that wasn't a blowout.
What?
Just playing safe. Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone around now. You stay where you are, Angel. I'll take a look-see.
Did you find anything?
Yeah. A neat bullet hole in that tire.
What?
Somebody shot at us from those rocks up there.
But who could it be? It'd have to be somebody who knew we'd be coming back this way.
Brilliant deduction, Brooksy, but we'll go into that later. Right now, we fix a flat and then get back to town.
Hello? Yes, he's here. Just a moment. It's Walker, financial editor of the Bulletin,
Good,
returning your call.
Yeah, You hold it a second, Walker, huh? Look, take this down as I give it to you.
Okay.
Go on, shoot. Yeah. Kessling, export and import, fined $50,000 6 weeks ago. smuggling, diamonds, and a shipment of face powder. Since then, out of business, gave up corporate charter. Yeah, thank you, Walker. That was very helpful. Goodbye.
George, what have we gotten into?
A very touching little situation, Brooksy. The great big corporate hired at Kessling Limited bleeding for one of its employees who was hurt.
Yeah.
In fact, it keeps on bleeding now, long after it ceased to exist. Because it was caught smuggling diamonds, no less.
Well, how do you think Joe fits into all this?
I don't know yet. But right now, we're picking up Dr. Hunter and going back to Hillcrest Sanitarium. Let him take a look at Joe. Yeah, Doc?
What'd you find out, Dr. Hunter?
I took a good look at your friend, George, and had a long talk with Dr. Taruk.
Well, Frank?
In Taruk's place, I'd have to diagnose the case exactly as he has.
Oh.
Motor aphasia. Now, progressive paralysis. The whole thing apparently started from some severe shock.
I see. Well, now I don't know what to do. His wife told me if we found anything wrong to get him out of here.
He's getting all the proper care as far as I can see. Frankly, I wouldn't suggest that he be moved in his present condition.
Okay. Okay, Frank, you know what you know and I know what I know.
Now,
maybe
George.
I'm wrong about Taruk as a doctor, I mean. But there are too many other things wrong about this setup, including that bullet in my tire. Yes, and I still say Joe Burke was winking at me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the great American pastime. Batter up, it's baseball season again. And here's a seasonal gift for you. It's a 48-page handbook of baseball. The title is Batter Up. To get your free copy, just ask for Batter Up at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. This guide to baseball fundamentals was written by Bert Dunn, former pro. It has 45 illustrations and photos. Boys will be keen about it. Batter Up tells how to play each position, pitching, catching, fielding, and how to bat. Batter Up is available at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, you go through the war with a fellow who becomes your buddy. You lose sight of him, and suddenly his wife shows up saying he's in the sanitarium, a mental case. You try to see what it's all about, a bullet comes at you from nowhere. More than that, you're told your buddy is getting the best possible care. You're not convinced, so you decide to dig deeper. In George's case, that means going with Claire to the Customs Service to have a chat with one of the agents.
Now, there really isn't much to it, Mr. Valentine, just what you see in this folder.
Uh-huh.
What does it say, George?
Nothing we didn't know before, Brooksy. Kessling Limited tried to smuggle in diamonds, caught with their carrots down and so forth.
Well, I don't know what you expected to find, but compared to some of the stunts we run up against, this wasn't anything too brilliant.
Apparently not. The company's out of business now.
Now, we've had people try to get diamonds through in glass eyes and wads of chewing gum almost every way. Finding them in boxes of face powder, well, maybe they thought it was so obvious they'd get by.
Yeah, maybe. Face powder, Brooksy. Why didn't it hit us before?
Of course. Joe gave Laura a box of face powder.
What's that? Yeah, it's not important, at least not yet. Say, tell me something, Craven.
Yes?
What happens to the rest of the cargo when you catch people smuggling?
Well, we have regular customs sales like an auction. In fact, there's one tomorrow.
Oh, that's very interesting.
It'll be held in one of those loft buildings down on Fayette Street. There's a public notice in the papers today.
Good enough. Come on, Brooksy. Thanks a lot for your trouble.
Oh, don't mention it.
George, I think when Joe gave Laura that box of powder, he was trying to tell her about the smuggling his company was doing.
Could be, Brooksy, could be. But maybe we'll know more about that tomorrow. Young lady, you and I are going to an auction.
All right over here, everybody. Lot 114, 3,000 boxes of face powder, quality second grade, trade name Cleopatra's Secret. Sorted shades. Now, what do I hear for?
The whole lot isn't worth $100, Brooksy, but here I go and we'll see what happens. $300, Mr. Auctioneer.
How much did you say?
$300.
If you get stuck with all that powder, I don't know how we're going to get it out of here.
Well, I don't suppose there'll be any more bids, so, 400.
George.
Yeah, no, Angel. I'm going to hit it again just to make sure. $500.
600. What is it? The gentleman who said 500. You got another bid, sir?
Not me. Count me out.
Okay, if the gentleman who bid 600...
No one ever did find out Cleopatra's secret, Brooksy. What do you say we go downstairs and see if we can't make history?
George, it's getting dark. Let's make believe it's dinner, and I'll go down to that lunch wagon and get us a couple of containers of coffee.
Okay, but hey, hold it, Brooksy.
Huh?
That little black truck over there. They're loading something into it.
Cleopatra's secret.
You see any name on the truck? I can't.
Oh, no, there isn't any name.
Oh, I should have known better than to ask. They would have thought of that.
Okay, take it away.
Brooksy, we're off again. We'll keep a good half a block behind them, just like this.
Darling, I never want to see another warehouse as long as I live. You could at least put some lights in the windows.
Yeah, and some fluffy organdy curtains. The only light I'm interested in right now, Angel, is that little red one up ahead.
It's turning the corner.
Hey, a dead-end street, no truck.
But we were right behind them. Truck can't just disappear into thin air.
There's only one warehouse on this whole street.
Yeah, and it's all boarded up.
Hey, that big overhead door could have been up, just waiting for that truck to get in and then closed down.
I can't think of any other explanation except magic.
Yeah, well, we're not going to go ringing any doorbells and tip our mitt.
Look out!
Get out of here.
That shot came from that warehouse.
This is getting monotonous, being used for clay pigeons twice in 2 days. Hey, Brooksy.
Yes?
Take a good look at that street sign under the lamp, and remember it. Listen to this, Brooksy. All the dope on that warehouse on Barrow Street. It's owned by the Farland Trading Company.
So?
And the officers and stockholders of Farland are the same as those of the late Kessling Limited, including the very kindly Mr. Kessling Laura told us about.
George, I can't make head or tails out of this. Why would they go and buy up all that old worthless safe powder?
I don't have the answer, Brooksy, but maybe Laura has. That's why we're going over and see her right now.
Laura! What happened to you?
Oh, I don't know, really, Chris. Something hit me.
Well, didn't you see who it was?
No, I was sitting here waiting for a call from you, and then I don't have anything except waking up on the floor.
George, this place is in a sham.
Well, they didn't take anything.
What's that?
No, I looked all around. My pocketbook with almost $100 in it. Oh, my jewelry. Oh, that's still there on the dresser.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what about Joe? Tell me what that doctor friend of yours said. Did he think there was any hope?
Of course there's hope. You've got to believe that.
There's every hope, Laura. But tell me something. Where did you put that box of face powder Joe gave you?
How?
Yes, you remember. You told us about it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just opened it and then I put it in that drawer over there. Yeah, I'm sure of it.
It isn't here now.
Laura, listen. That firm Joe worked for was a smuggling ring. Diamonds.
What are you saying? Joe'd never be mixed up in anything like that.
I didn't say he was. But as far as we know, there could have been a fortune in gems in that box of powder he gave you, and the one moment Dr. Turok left you two alone.
What does all this have to do with Joe? That's all I care about.
George, you don't think the sanitarium, the auction sale, the warehouse, all that was a part of a search for something that was here all the time?
Oh, Claire, I'm tired of guessing. I feel like a dime being pushed around on a shuffleboard.
What do you mean?
Somebody is in an awful hurry about getting something done, trying to meet a deadline.
What about Joe?
That's what makes me think. Turok wasn't too worried about me bringing in another doctor to look at Joe. Hunter's visit proved that. The important thing was to keep me from snooping around, interfering with their schedule. That was the reason for the double talk with Rodney and the pot shot at us.
What schedule, George? What are you talking about?
Something's coming off, and coming off soon. Look, stay here with Laura, Angel. I've developed a sudden interest in boats. Incoming and outgoing.
Oh, you again, Valentine.
Yeah, Craven, the Customs Service and I are getting to be just like that.
I'll be right with you as soon as I clear this manifesto. All right, Darty, you can put that shipment through.
Hey, look, fella, this is really important, and time is what we don't have the most of.
Huh? Oh, if you still got that Kessling deal on your mind...
No. Same people, but a different name. As far as you know, is there anything coming through for the company known as Farland Trading?
No, I don't know, but I can soon find out. Here, just a minute.
Well?
No, I don't see anything.
Are you sure? Everything points...
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Here it is. I missed it because the boat's already in.
Uh-huh.
It's anchored out there in the harbor.
Has the cargo been cleared yet?
No, that's scheduled for tomorrow.
What's Farland bringing in?
3 crates of powdered cocoa beans from the West Indies. Shipping in on the Pandora, Peruvian registry. Captain Martin...
No, we can skip that, Craven. How soon can we get out to the Pandora?
Why? Tomorrow we'll be
told
unloading.
you, Kessling and Farland are one and the same trading company.
Hey, I think I see what you mean, Valentine. Go take a speedboat. Get right out there to the Pandora.
Ahoy there! Customs Service, Captain, we're coming aboard.
Come on, Valentine.
What can I do for you? I thought you weren't ready for us until tomorrow.
Something special turned up, Skipper.
Yeah, specifically powdered cocoa beans from Farland Company.
Good Lord, this trip. Those are some of their crates right here on deck.
Okay, let's try this one for a start.
What are you fellas looking for anyway?
Carrots, Captain.
Huh? Are you kidding?
Diamonds, Captain.
Oh.
Now, you feel around that side, Valentine. I'll take this.
Okay.
Ireland, eh? I thought I knew tomorrow. That's new one on me.
All right, Craven, here we are.
Huh?
Yeah, it's a beauty, too. Take a look at it.
Hey!
Nice size. I wonder how many more we're going to find.
Oh, just enough, but not too many.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look, Craven, can I take a sample of this cocoa? Just enough for a cup, let's say?
Sure, go ahead. Help yourself. I doubt if they'll miss it when we auction the stuff off. Thanks again for the tip, Valentine.
Oh, you're very welcome. But don't be surprised if I get in touch with you again. Well, Mr. Ross, what's the verdict? What does the chemical analysis show?
Powdered cocoa, huh?
Oh, never mind the suspense. What did you find?
Oh, there is cocoa here, all right, but mixed with something that sells for roughly $7,000 a pound. Dope.
$7,000 a pound. No wonder Kessling and the boys could afford to use diamonds for window dressing.
What's that?
Oh, it'd take too long to explain. Thanks. And remind me to submit your name for the Nobel Prize.
What do you want, Valentine?
Out of my way, Rodney.
You can't go in there. Nobody sees Burke. Dr. Taruk's orders.
You're a sucker for Taruk's orders, aren't you? You shouldn't have missed me when you took a shot at my car on the road yesterday. I was just waiting for that big yap to open like that so I could...
Good boy,
Rodney, what is all this?
Greetings, Dr. Taruk.
What have you done, Mr. Valentine?
The scene should speak for itself. And if you don't want to join Rodney, you'll just sit right down on that bench.
Maybe you should be a patient here, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yeah, sure. I got a persecution complex. I can't rest. I can't sleep. I see things, have bad dreams. I'm afraid there's no hope for me until I hear you and your friends try to explain more than $1 million worth of dope.
I have nothing to say.
When the police and the customs men get here, Dr. Taruk, you'll have plenty to say.
Oh, can you beat that, Valentine? Using diamonds for a smokescreen.
Yep, Craven, that was the racket. They plant the diamonds, not too expensive ones, of course, in case the shipment is open.
If they're found, nobody looks any further.
Then they pay the fine. And they buy up the supposedly worthless stuff at the auction for peanuts and make themselves $1 million.
Tell me, how did that friend of yours in the sanitarium fit into all this, Valentine?
Well, as I get it, Joe found out what Kessling was doing and was going to talk. All that stuff about an accident in Egypt was a bunk. Now, they gave him a brutal going over. When he came out of it, he had what psychiatrists so pompously call functional neuroses induced by severe blows on the head.
Yes, they probably meant to kill him.
Sure, but why take chances? There might be investigations. Now, they figured it was better this way. Taruk could see to it that Joe didn't snap out of it until this shipment came through, and they'd all take it on the land. That was their deadline. How do you like your new barracks, soldier? Oh, don't try too hard to talk, Joe. We always used to understand each other without too many words.
I don't know how we'll ever be able to thank you, Claire. Dr. Honey says Joe's going to be all right.
George, what about that wedding present? You know, the one the best man forgot to give?
Oh, yeah, that's right, Joe. You and Laura ran out on me so fast that day in camp, I didn't get a chance to give you the usual set of doilies or a percolator or something. Well, now you can at least be the messenger of some good news that may make up for that.
The customs man told us. It says right in the book, anyone instrumental in thwarting a smuggling attempt is entitled to 25% of what the Treasury gets on dutiable goods.
Yeah.
And those diamonds don't come cheap, you know.
That's right, Joe. You're really the guy who was instrumental. At ease, soldier. Hey, you know, Brooksy, this time I'm sure he winked.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. It's a safe bet that along with these first days of spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. But it's also a safe bet that every motorist's fancy has already turned to thoughts of the open road. If you're making weekend trips at this season with frequent starts and stops for the family car, here's something worth knowing. When you've got Chevron Supreme gasoline in your tank, you get instant action every time you press the starter. It's a premium gasoline that's tailored to the season of the year and to each different altitude zone in the West. Besides saving you a lot of grinding, starting wear, Chevron Supreme gives your car speedy pickup in your stop-and-go traffic, and it assures full power for rugged hill climbing. Best of all, you're never far from Chevron Supreme gasoline. Throughout the West, you can get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Well, here we are. Now, out you go, Brooksy. You know what you're supposed to do.
Yes, George. But you don't know what you're asking of me. That Renee woman brings out the fishwife in me. Anything can happen.
Well, go on now, Angel. That gal in there didn't tell us half what she really knows. Maybe because you do rub her the wrong way, we can find out some more.
Well, okay. So good to me. Well, now for Renee. I wish I'd let my fingernails grow.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Paul Frees, Jack Cushion, Dick Ryan, Herb Vigran, and Joe Duvall. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. Despite the fact that murder is definitely not considered a nice pastime, some of our best people have been known to indulge in it. Their motives can be just as sordid as those of their social inferiors. Yes, your pampered blue blood may sometimes kill for gain, like even the lowliest ruffian, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight, we welcome back to the Mystery Playhouse stage two of our favorite guests, the famous young couple of crime detection, Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths, Pamela and Jerry to you, although apparently, just like any of a million or so other young married people, managed to have the most extraordinary things happen to them over and over again. In fact, life with the Norths has never been known to contain a dull moment, which undoubtedly serves to set them aside from the other married people quite decisively. Jerry North is in his publisher's office as the curtain rises, and at the moment is contemplating the fruits of a hard day's work, namely, home, wife, and dinner. As a matter of fact, It looks like he's starting to head that way right now.
Hello, darling. I didn't expect you. What brings you here?
My yellow handbag.
What?
Yes, it doesn't match this hat.
Well?
So I left it home.
Oh.
It has all my money in it.
Uh-huh.
And my feet are tired, darling. I walked down, but I don't feel like walking home, so I dropped in here to let you take me.
Okay.
You see, Jerry, the purse was in the yellow bag, but I took the white bag on account of the hat, like I told
It's
you.
all right,
And-
sweetheart. You don't have to go into such a long explanation for a nickel carpet.
Oh, it's not only a nickel, Jerry. I was shopping, but the salesman looked so snooty when I discovered that I didn't have my purse that I can't decide whether I want you to go back and give him $7.89 or a punch in the nose.
We'll settle for the $7.89. I've had a hard day. Now what? Yes?
Mr. Wilbur Wills to see you, Mr. North.
Do I know him?
No.
Well, tell him to come back tomorrow. We're finished for today.
Well, I did tell him, but he says it's terribly important.
What's it about?
Just a moment. He says murder.
Tell him we don't want any.
What is it, Jerry?
Oh, just some crackpot wants to see me about a murder.
Whose?
Oh, nobody's probably. Just a gag to get in to see me. Hello, Miss Merrimack.
Yes?
Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'm dead. Tell him I'm out of town. I want to go home.
Maybe you ought to see him, Jerry.
I'm tired and I'm hungry.
Mr. North, Mr. Wills wants to know if you and Mrs. North will have dinner with him tonight.
Tell him the answer is no. What'd he say?
He wants to know if you'd care to go with him now or if he should pick you up at your home.
Look, what do I pay you for? Get rid of him.
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay, then keep him there. We'll go out the back way and down the freight elevator.
All right.
Come on, darling. I don't feel like entertaining any crackpots tonight. Except you, of course. Let's go. Mr. North rides the freight elevator. Fine business.
Well, you could have at least talked to Mr. Wills, Jerry.
No, sweetheart. He'd have talked to me, and I didn't feel like listening.
It might have been important.
Well, he can come back tomorrow. Now, right through this side door. And we can get out of the building before he...
Mr. and Mrs. North, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. The name is Wills. Wilbur Wills.
The name is Mud if you don't stop haunting me.
Not a ghost of a chance. You get it? A haunting ghost? Say, why am I laughing? I'm very unhappy.
Are you?
Yes. Murder's a nasty business, especially when it strikes so close to home.
Well, I'm warning you. If you don't leave me alone, it's going to strike very close.
This isn't a joking matter, Mr. North. I'm prepared to pay good money if you'll catch a murderer for me.
But we're not professional detectives.
It's all right. He's not a professional murderer.
Oh, what's it all about, Mr. Wills?
Simple. I want a murder solved. From what I've heard, I thought you two would be the ones to solve it.
Well, who's been killed?
Nobody. Yet.
I beg your pardon.
I simply mean the murder hasn't been committed yet.
Oh, that's what you said.
But it will be tonight. That's why I want you to come with me. I thought it would help if you were present when it happens.
When it happens? But, Mr. Wills, you can't just sit back and let things like that happen. We ought to try to prevent it.
I'm afraid that's impossible. I know Ray and Irene.
Who are they?
Ray's my nephew. Irene is his wife.
And you think they're going to murder someone tonight?
I'm sure of it.
Whom are they going to murder?
Me.
What?
Yes.
But we mustn't let them.
My dear Mrs. North, when somebody wants to kill somebody, it's almost impossible for somebody else to prevent it. There are so many ways to kill and so many opportunities.
Why don't you call the police?
They think I was crazy. Besides, if they did protect me now, Ray would get me some other time. And they can't lock him up, not until he does something.
But when he does something, it'll be too late.
Precisely.
What makes you think he'll kill you tonight?
The note is due tomorrow.
Note?
My nephew, Ray, that is, signed a note for $20,000. It's due tomorrow, but he hasn't the money. Wants me to give it to him. I've made it clear to him I won't help him, but he's coming tonight to make one last plea. And when I turn him down again, he'll be in a fury. He threatened me last time. This time he'll act.
If I were you, I'd give him the money.
Then he'd always have me under his thumb. Anytime he wanted anything, all he'd have to do would be to threaten me.
I see what you mean.
No, I can't give in, and I can't stop him. But I can get revenge. If you'll help. Prove he killed me and get him convicted.
I'd rather prevent the murder.
You can't.
We can try. Jerry, let's accept Mr. Wills' invitation to have dinner with him.
With me and my wife. And my nephew and his wife.
Okay, Mr. Wills, you win. You have Pam interested. You know, Pam, someday you're going to be the death of me.
No, Ray, not a single penny. The way you and that spendthrift wife of yours throw money around.
Ray, are you just going to sit there and let me be insulted?
Who's just sitting here? Now, listen, Uncle.
Just because you're a penny old miser is no reason to expect everyone else to be the same.
I keep my money.
Yes, and it doesn't do anybody else any good. Not even you. We're young. We have a right to...
Now, don't start that again.
Now, everyone. Must we carry on like this at the table? Remember, we have guests.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mrs. Wills. Jerry and I don't mind.
But it's bad for the digestion. I read an article that said more stomach trouble is caused by arguments than by pastry. And you know how that can distress one. State of mind. That's the important thing.
Sure. Fine state of mind I should be in, with $20,000 to raise, and you and Uncle hanging on to more than you know what to do with.
Well, if you'd speak nicely to your uncle instead of shouting at him, you might have a better chance. Sugar catches more flies than vinegar, you know.
Okay. Uncle, dear, will you please lend me $20,000?
I think it's a fine thing when a man's own relatives won't help him. What do you expect Ray and me to do? Starve?
Starve. You have more furs and jewelry than you need. 2 cars, a swanky apartment. Sell some of those things, and then maybe we can begin to talk.
The Lord helps those who help themselves, you know.
Oh, shut up with your blamed preaching.
Sit down, Ray.
I will not sit down. I'm getting darn sick and tired of being pushed around. Everybody else in our whole family lives better than Irene and I do, and just...
Everybody else in the family works.
Just because Ray and I want a few simple luxuries.
Simple. All right. We're extravagant. We light our cigarettes with $1,000 bills. We fill our swimming pool with imported champagne. We use diamonds for paperweights.
That's not much of an exaggeration.
All right. Forget it. Don't help us. Don't give us anything. You selfish, rotten, cheap, stingy old miser. Go on, hang on to your filthy money. But if you wake up some morning with a knife in your stomach, don't say I didn't warn you.
Now, Raymond. Must we raise our voice?
Oh, nuts.
Ray, wait! Oh, dear me, Wilbur. When Raymond gets into one of those fits, there's no telling what he'll do.
I know what he's going to do.
Perhaps you should give him what he wants.
Never.
I'm terribly sorry your dinner was spoiled this way, Mr. and Mrs. North. But Ray has such a nasty temper, and he can be so mean.
I warned them to expect it.
I can't help worrying when he acts like this, dear.
Perhaps his bark is worse than his bite, Mrs. Wills.
Oh, you don't know Raymond, Mrs. North. You don't know how mean he can be. Tell them about Waffles, Wilbur.
Waffles?
He was a puppy. Chewed up Ray's favorite jacket.
It's Raymond strangled him. That's what he did. Strangled him.
How awful.
I'm worried.
Well, Pam and I'll try to see that nothing happens, Mrs. Wills.
What can you do?
Well, when Ray calms down a bit, I'd like to have a talk with him. In the meantime, I think you two had better go upstairs and lock your door.
It's useless, North.
We'll see. Anyway, do what I tell you, will you, please?
But I tell you, there's no way...
Look, you asked us to come here. It was your idea. If you want us to stay, please do what we tell you.
All right, then. We will.
And don't worry. Nobody's going to stick any knives in anybody tonight. I hope. What time is it, Jerry?
11 o'clock.
You can't stay here all night. Knock on the study door and see if Raymond will talk to you now.
It's no use. I tried a few minutes ago. He didn't even answer.
Maybe they're not in there anymore. Maybe they went out the side door into the garden.
I think we'd have heard the door open.
Oh, perhaps. Jerry, do you really think that Raymond will try to kill his uncle?
No, I think Mr. and Mrs. Wills are letting their imagination run away with them. Still, there's no use in taking chances. But if they keep their door locked...
How about the window?
Oh, it's right above this window. We'd see or hear anyone trying to get to it.
You know, darling, I wonder...
I do, too. I wonder how we always get into things like this. By now, I'm beginning to think it must be habit.
Well, if we prevented murder, it was worth getting into. Golly, is it still in this house? It's quiet. It's spooky.
I don't hear anything.
That's what I mean.
Oh.
So quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Undoubtedly.
Wait a minute. What was that?
What was what?
I heard something.
Maybe somebody dropped a pin.
No, Jerry. I heard something. Listen.
We went through all that before.
No, Jerry, somebody's moving around upstairs in the hall. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Well, I did. Come on, let's go see.
Okay.
We better be quiet.
All right. Here are the stairs. Careful now.
All right.
I'll go first.
Glad we left the light on in the upstairs hall. Can you see anyone up there?
Not yet.
Jerry, what was that?
The stairs creaked.
I hope nobody heard.
I hope not. Hey, stay where you are for a minute. Don't move.
All right.
Wait a minute. There is somebody up there.
Can you see it?
No, but I can hear him. Somebody's coming down the hall. Listen.
Golly.
Wait till he gets around that corner so I can see him, and then I...
There he is. I mean, she.
Mrs. Wills.
The gun in her hand.
She hasn't seen us yet. Stay back against the wall and let's see what she does.
Oh, those stairs again.
Oh, there you are. Stay right where you are. Do you hear? Don't move. Don't move an inch, or I'll shoot.
Okay, but what's the idea, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, is that you, Mr. North?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought you said you'd stay in your room.
but I heard something. At least I thought I did. I came out to investigate.
I warned you not to unlock your door.
But I heard something, and you know, he who hesitates is lost. I thought I'd better come out and see.
Did you leave the bedroom door unlocked?
I don't know. I believe I did.
Well, come on. We better get back there.
That's right.
Dear, do you think that... Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, hurry.
We are, my dear. We are. You know, I've been so distressed. I do wish Wilbur weren't so pig-headed. If he'd only give in to Raymond. Oh, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Well, here we are.
Good. There he is on the bed.
Is he... Jerry, is he...
I don't know.
Oh, it's you. You woke me up.
Oh, were you asleep?
You must have been, or you couldn't have awakened me, could you now?
But how could you sleep? I mean, if you expected to be killed.
Staying awake wouldn't help. When I'm awake, I worry. So I sleep.
But I can't sleep when I worry.
I can't either. Then I can't worry when I sleep. So that even sings.
But how do you get to sleep?
Simple. I just tried to stay awake.
Oh.
Linda, what's that you've got in your hand?
What? Oh, this, it's just
A gun. Where did you get it?
Why, in one of those pawn shop places. I've been so worried about you lately, dear, I figured I'd just better be prepared.
You have a license for it, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, no. The man said I wouldn't need any. He was such a nice man. So helpful and considerate.
The pawn shop man?
Yes. First, he did say something about a license, but when I promised not to shoot anybody unless they tried to kill somebody first, he said it would be all right. If I paid him $100, that is. Wasn't that nice?
Yes, wasn't it? So's $100.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. But you better let me have that gun. And then please stay in this room and don't unlock the door again.
Oh, I can't let you have my gun. I might need it.
Anyway, Melinda, you wouldn't know how to shoot it.
Oh, I don't want to shoot it. I wouldn't think of it. As a matter of fact, I don't believe it will shoot. I just wanted to frighten people with.
I think you'd better give it to Mr. North, my dear.
But I don't want to. And if it won't shoot...
How do you know it won't shoot?
Well, it's so old and rusty. Of course, the man assured me it would shoot, but... Oh, what was that?
The man was right.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my heavens. Oh, dear. Here, Mr. North, take it quickly.
Thank you.
Oh, my, what did I hit?
Oh, nothing. The bullet went in the wall next to Pam. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Jerry?
Darling, you have only one earring.
What?
Have only one earring.
Oh.
Well, sweetheart, how do you feel now?
I'm still a little shaky, but I'll be all right.
That's good.
Now what do we do?
Oh, just sit here and wait some more. Raymond came out when he heard the shot, but he didn't want to talk, and he's locked himself in the study again. Irene went out for a walk.
Jerry, you know, I don't believe Raymond means to kill his uncle. He was just told.
I think you're right. The whole thing is just imagination. But we might as well...
Gullies, that wasn't imagination.
Somebody playing with guns again. Only this time, I'm afraid they weren't playing. Come on, it came from the study.
But the Wills promised to stay in their room.
Promises in this house aren't worth much. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Oh, it's locked. Hello. Hello in there. No answer. I'm going to break in the door. Look out, Pam. There we are. Now...
Oh, Jerry, look.
Yeah, I see. So Raymond did kill somebody after all.
Yes. Himself.
Okay, but hurry, will you? Sure, we'll be right here. Goodbye. The police will be right over, Pam.
Oh, good. because it's not going to be easy keeping the Wills and Irene out of the study.
Don't you think they all acted rather strangely when we told them Raymond was dead?
Well, the Wills seemed relieved.
Yes, and Irene seemed to take it pretty coolly, don't you think?
Yes, but she's crying now. I guess she was just stunned before.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, Jerry, it's strange that Raymond killed himself, though, isn't it? Somehow he didn't seem the type. Of course, he was in bed, but
He
so...
didn't kill himself, Donna. Raymond didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
Are you sure, Jerry?
Pretty sure. He was shot in the heart from the front. But from the position of the shot, he'd have had to hold the gun in a very awkward position to do it himself.
I see. Well, in that case... Jerry,
Hmm?
were there any powder burns?
Yes, why?
I have a hunch. I'll bet I know who killed him.
Good, but can you prove it?
Let's see. If we make believe that we saw what happened, that we saw someone leaving the study...
That wouldn't fool anyone.
Well, how do you know?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't fool the murderer, because the murderer knows what really happened in detail, and wouldn't believe us unless we gave enough details.
Well, we'll give details.
But we don't know the details. Did the murderer run from the study or just creep away? Did he or she go toward the front of the house or the back? Did he or she...
Don't worry, Jerry. We'll have plenty of details.
But will they be the right details?
Of course not, Jerry, but that won't matter.
Well, what do you mean it won't matter?
Well, there are some things the murderer doesn't know. And sometimes, darling, what you don't know does hurt you.
Huh? What's that? What's that, Mr. North?
Did you say Raymond was murdered? Are you sure my husband was murdered?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, first of all, the angle of the shot is wrong.
You mean he couldn't have shot himself?
I mean, it's very unlikely.
But not impossible.
No, not impossible.
I see.
But the angle of the shot isn't all. There's something else.
What?
Well, you and your wife claim you were in your bedroom when the shot was fired. And Raymond's wife claims she was outside taking a walk.
That's right.
Yes.
Well, Pam and I were also outside, where we could see the side door leading from the alcove off the study.
We heard the shot, and a moment later, the doors from the alcove opened, and one of you came out.
What?
One of us?
Yes.
Why, my dear Mrs. North, do you realize what you're saying?
Well, I'm simply telling you what we saw. We saw one of you come through the door, turn and lock the door, look around, and then hurry to the back of the house and go in the back door.
We followed and found you'd left the back door open, so we came in. But you'd already gotten upstairs.
Then we went in the study and found Raymond's body.
Then you think you know who killed my poor husband?
I think we do.
But, my dear Mrs. North, if you saw anyone, it must have been...
You, Mrs. Wills.
I?
Yes, Mrs. Wills. You.
That's absurd, Mr. North.
Indeed, accusing me of murder.
How dare you?
Yes, how dare you? Don't you realize you're guests in this house?
I'm sorry if we've done wrong by Emily Post, Mrs. Wills, but we saw what we saw.
You lie, sir. Melinda was upstairs with me the whole time. I don't know what your scheme is, but I warn you, I'm not going...
Now, my dear, let's not lose our temper.
But the nerve, the confounded nerve. Mr. North, Mrs. North, can you give me one good reason why my wife would kill Raymond?
To keep him from killing you.
You had no right to say...
Really, dear, let's not discuss it anymore. I have a headache. I'm going upstairs and lie down until the police get here.
Very well, my dear. Now see what you've done. You've given her a headache.
Well, Mr. Wills, it was your idea that we come out here.
But it wasn't my idea that you lie and badger my wife.
Now, Mr. Wills. Temper.
Sir, you pay for this. I warn you.
So will you. Remember what your wife said.
What?
Indigestion.
Here's her room, Jerry.
Okay.
Who's there?
The Norths.
What do you want?
We'd like to talk to you.
But I have a headache.
Well, take an aspirin and open the door. It's important.
All right. Just a minute.
Jerry, I hope our plan works.
Oh, we'll soon know.
Now, what do you want?
Let us in. There.
What is it? Why did you lie about me?
Well, we had to work fast, Mrs. Wills. The police will be here any minute.
Thank heavens. They certainly won't believe that ridiculous story you told.
But they'll interfere with our plan.
Interfere with your plan?
Their being here would.
But then if you don't want the police here, that must mean you... Oh, that is... Oh, here. Oh, my goodness. I'm beginning to understand a few things. Oh, my.
No, Mrs. Wills, I don't think you are. But if you... What is it?
Somebody's coming upstairs.
Okay. Mrs. Wills, get in bed quickly and pretend to be asleep.
What's that?
Hurry, do as I say.
What are you doing?
Just turning out the light.
What is this?
It's what we've been waiting for, I hope. Come on, Pam. Let's get behind the screen.
All right. Now there are footsteps in the hall.
Yeah.
And stopping at the door. Well, Jerry, this is it.
Who's there? What do you want? What is it?
I want to talk to you.
Irene.
Yes. What did you see downstairs?
What?
You were in the alcove off the study when Ray was killed. Did you see how he died?
No, it isn't true. I wasn't there.
The North saw you.
That's not so.
Perhaps. What did you see?
Nothing. I wasn't there.
Okay, just see that you stick to that story.
I will. It's the truth. And honesty is the best policy, you know.
Well, you just see that you stick to it, because if you don't...
Yes. Oh, so that's it. Oh, my, how stupid of me. Of course. And I thought, oh, dear.
What's the matter?
You killed Raymond. You were afraid he'd have to sell your furs and jewelry and things. But now his insurance will cover the debt. Of course. You killed him.
Don't talk so loud. You don't know. You weren't there. You just said so.
But you did. You did.
Well, how are you going to prove it? Well? I warn you, if you so much as open your mouth when the police get here,
I won't, I promise.
Well, you better keep that promise. No, why should I take the chance?
What do you mean?
You won't get a chance to talk to the police. I'm going to...
No!
Oh, you don't, Irene.
Oh, you stop it! Let go!
Drop that letter opener.
Oh, my arm!
Drop it. Yeah, that's better.
What's that? I guess it's the police. Better late than never.
Good. Get them up here and let them take this wildcat off my hands.
My goodness.
I'll get even with you for this. All of you, you dirty
rotten. Now, Irene. Let's not say anything we'll be sorry for.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, what manners.
Yes, Jerry. I thought it was Irene when you said there were powder burns. Because Raymond was shot from the front, and I didn't think he'd let anyone else get so close to him.
Mm-hmm. And you proved it, too. You know, darling, sometimes I think you're pretty clever.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes.
Well, what about the other times? Hmm? Well, Jerry.
Darling, let's not say anything we'll be sorry for, shall we?
Well, Jerry and Pam, nice to have had you with us once again. We'll be running into you two in the near future, I'm sure. Because you, Mr. and Mrs. North, are high on our preferred guest list. So goodbye until next time, kids. And that should be soon. Now, so that you can get an idea of the caliber of our next production, we take you on our customary visit to the green room, where the play is in rehearsal. Follow me, please. Come.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Blair. Sit down.
Thank you.
I called you in because I just wanted just a few words with you before the trial.
All right, I'm here. What is it?
Miss Blair, I'm going to be very frank with you. All the evidence in the Morrison girl's case points to the guilt of Richard Olson. The coroner's jury believed him guilty. I believe him guilty. Any jury in the world would convict him on the evidence, except for one thing, your word.
Yes. I know he's innocent because he was with me.
That's your story.
You don't believe me?
That's beside the point. It's my job to convict Richard Olson if he's guilty. I'll try to do that. But I said I would be frank. I haven't a chance if you testify that you were with him. The jury will take the word of Miss Sally Blair, the daughter of a powerful and famous family.
Yes, of course.
But it's for that very reason, Miss Blair, that I ask you to stop and think a moment.
Think of what?
Of yourself, of your family, of your position. If it should turn out later that Richard Olson was indeed guilty, could you forgive yourself for having aided a murderer?
But he's not guilty. He was with me. Perhaps you haven't heard that Richard Olson and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yes, as soon as this farce is over. So you see, Mr. District Attorney, you're wasting your time.
I see. And you think that you, the daughter of one of the best families in San Francisco, will be happy living the rest of your life with a murderer?
Crime has to be proved. Rick will be acquitted.
Yes, I guess he will. And so, Miss Blair, you will go that far for another thrill.
I don't know what you mean. I'm marrying the man I love. He's accused of a crime of which I know he's innocent. I will testify to that effect. Rick was with me.
Very well, Miss Blair. May I wish you a very happy married life?
And so, Rick, you're going free, thanks to Sally and her testimony. And when the trial is dismissed and you're free, you'll take her to that dirty little bar that was your rendezvous. And you'll tell her about all the things in your heart.
You don't know what it is, Sally, to be free. You know, I used to sit in that cell and think about you and your portrait. Wonder if I'd ever see you again. I wondered if I'd ever finish my picture of you so that everybody could see your beauty. Darling, it'll be a great portrait. Really great.
Of course it will, darling. And after we're married, you'll have all the time in the world to paint it.
Yes, after we're married next week. Darling, let's go down and get the license right now.
Wait. Rick, just one thing. You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
More than you did Maureen.
Much, much more.
I just wanted to be sure. Rick,
Yes?
Rick, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you kill her?
Sally.
Oh, don't look so startled. I knew all along. I just wondered why you did it.
Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it as dead as Maureen is. Let's be happy and not talk about it ever. Or maybe you'd rather not go through with this now.
Of course, darling. I made my choice. You love me. I love you. That's enough. We'll both forget Maureen. If we can.
And that was the appetizer for our next main course, as served up here in the Mystery Playhouse. The finding of a girl's body on the rocks lining a stretch of ocean beach near San Francisco is the start of a strange and fascinating story of love and death. A tale that should find you right back in your seats next time when our old friend the Whistler tells you of a wild night on foggy Seal Rocks and the girl who was married to a murderer. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Thousands of women are finding that economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle, look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous, waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX.
Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, is your smile everything you'd like it to be? bright, sparkling, magnetic? If not, try the new Colonel's toothpaste thousands are raving about. It's a high polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but oh so gently, Colonos erases stubborn surface film from your teeth, revealing all their glorious natural brilliance. Get Colonos, KolYnos, Colonos toothpaste at your drugstore tonight. Now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. This time, our story opens about 100 miles from New York, in a chemical plant in Connecticut. There's a hum of motors and a hiss of compressed air as Mr. Keene and his assistant, Mike Clancy, are guided across the floor amid great vats and retorts. Halfway across the floor, their guide, a thin, nearsighted man, pauses to answer a question.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. Our production right now is entirely for the war effort.
And I gather, Mr. Wallace, that this plant supplies chemicals for various types of explosives?
Oh, yes. For shells, bombs, mines.
My. Look at the size of them big vats over there. Hitler wouldn't like to think of all the shooting that's going to come out of them, I'll bet.
Quite right, Mr. Clancy, quite right. And that may have a lot to do with the reason that our manager, Mr. Morley, has sent for you two gentlemen.
Well, why did he, Mr. Wallace? All I know is that he phoned my office yesterday in New York and asked me to come here the first thing this morning. What's happened?
Well, I'm only in the personnel division. I'll have to let Mr. Morley talk for himself. If you'll come along to his office, over there on the right.
No, sir. Must be on the left.
The left?
Oh, yes, there's the sign. Manager.
Oh, yes. Forgive me for not knowing the way around my own plant. But I've broken my glasses, you see. I'm very nearsighted.
Never mind, Mr. Wallace. We'll guide you. In fact, here we are right now.
One moment while I knock.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Morley.
Oh, good morning. You must be Mr. Keene.
That's right. And this is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do, Mr. Clancy? Won't you come inside, please, gentlemen? You too, Wallace.
Yes.
All right, now, if you'll just sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you. Now then, Mr. Morley, what's it all about?
Well, I'll come right to the point, Mr. Keene. As you've probably noticed, this is a war plant, and a very busy one. Mm-hmm. And right now, we've just received a very serious threat to our production.
How?
By the disappearance of a member of our staff. In fact, our best chemical engineer.
That is serious.
There isn't another man in the plant who has his know-how. We must get him back as soon as possible.
What's this man's name?
Henry Trevor.
And how old?
42 or so.
Mm-hmm. When did he disappear?
3 days ago.
Under what circumstances?
Well, I'll let Wallace here tell you.
Well, sir, it was late Monday afternoon. I went to Mr. Trevor's office to check a personnel matter, but he didn't have time to talk to me. He already had his hat and coat on, was leaving the plant. Not that he was a clock watcher.
Oh, no, indeed.
Continue, please.
Well, Mr. Keene, there isn't much more to tell. Mr. Trevor left the plant and just never returned.
You've checked at his home?
Well, he has lodgings, but he never slept in his bed that night.
Mm-hmm. Was he in any sort of private difficulties?
No, none at all. Unless Wallace here has an idea.
Oh? What is it, Mr. Wallace?
You've heard how valuable Mr. Trevor is to us. Obviously, if anybody stands to profit from his disappearance...
Oh, are you hinting that his disappearance may be the work of enemy agents?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Glory be.
I don't know whether I'm permitted to tell you, but perhaps Mr. Morley...
Oh, I think I can refer to it in a general way. Mr. Keene, this plant has been working on an important new device.
Really?
And Trevor was handling all the experiments.
Well, that is important.
And what's more, Mr. Keene...
Yes, Mr. Wallace?
When I went to his lodgings to make a check, I found that several strangers had taken rooms there recently.
Really? Oh, we'll have to look into that. But first, I'd like a few more facts on Trevor's professional background.
Well, Wallace can give you all that, Mr. Keene.
Yes. In fact, I've dug up his folder from my files.
Oh, if you don't mind reading it to me.
Oh, dear me, my glasses. I'm half blind until they finish making me a new pair.
I'll read it myself, then. Notice Mr. Trevor came here only 6 months ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And before that... Why, all his previous experience was as a school teacher.
Yes, quite so.
6 months as chemistry instructor in the Tappingworth School for Boys. Before that, 6 months at the Jones Walton School. And then sick for a year in Nevada.
Lung trouble, he said. But he was completely cured.
And before his illness, 15 years at the Morton Latin School. This strikes me as very odd, Mr. Morley.
What does?
Here is a man who was content for 15 years to stay in one place, and then he becomes ill. When he recovers, he shows an extreme restlessness. He rushes from one job to another.
Well, he told me that after he recovered his health, he started looking for better jobs.
And here's another point. You say he was your best chemical engineer?
Absolutely.
But all his past experience was as a teacher. Something very much different.
Well, Mr. Keene, he had a college degree in chemistry, so we were mighty glad to have him. What with the shortage of technicians since the war.
I still think that the only explanation is enemy agents.
Well, possibly. Meanwhile, thanks for the information, Mr. Wallace. I'll pay a visit to his lodgings.
Whatever you wish, Mr. Keene, but just find Trevor. We need him.
I'll do my best. Come along, Mike.
Okay, boss.
If you'd like me to show you out.
It won't be necessary, thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Good. I have some other matters to discuss with Mr. Morley.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
I'll let you know just as soon as anything develops.
Well, thank you, Mr. Keene.
Well, boss, what do you think?
First, let's get some facts, Mike, and then we'll think.
Oh, you there, Mr. Keene?
Why, boss, somebody's calling you.
Mr. Keene?
Yes, that girl over there by the machine. Yes, young woman?
Mr. Keene, I heard Wallace mentioning your name when you came by before. You're the famous investigator, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, I guess you're up here to look for Mr. Trevor.
You know about his disappearance?
Why, sure, everybody knows.
Well, do you have some information that might help me?
Boss, I think she means,
What do I mean?
well, somebody stuffed him into one of them big vats.
No. What I wanted to say is, if you could get interested in women's hats,
Women's hats?
you might find out a whole lot more than you know right now.
What do you mean by that? Stop that machine for a moment.
Sorry, I got work to do.
Oh, please, this is important.
I told you all I can.
Stubborn little devil.
Please, young woman, listen to me. No use, Mike. Let's get out into the hall.
Women's hats. What does she mean by that?
Mike, I have half an idea. On our way through the town, we stopped once to ask directions.
Sure, in a cigar store.
Did you notice what was next door?
Oh, yes. A hat store.
A very smart-looking little place. Unusual for a town like this.
You think that's what the chick meant?
Let's find out. Here we are, Mike. This is the place.
And there's the owner's name on the window.
Mrs. Lydia Groves. This is only a hunch, but I'm going to play it for all it's worth.
Okay. Nobody here.
There she comes now from the back room.
A brunette. And darn good looking.
Mrs. Groves?
Yes, that's my name. You haven't come to buy hats.
No, Mrs. Groves. To ask a question.
I don't understand.
When did you last see Henry Trevor?
Henry Trevor?
Yes, the engineer from the chemical plant.
I don't know him.
This is a small community. You must know him.
I mind my own business, which is to make and sell hats.
But Mrs.
And
Groves...
all my hats are for women. Good day, gentlemen.
Oh, but lady, this is important.
You've made a mistake. Good day.
Very well. Good day. Come along, Mike.
Boss, do you think she was telling the truth?
No, Mike, I don't.
Enemy agent?
Mike, in my long life, I found out that a beautiful woman can cause plenty of trouble without being anybody's agent.
But this fellow Wallace said
We
it.
still need more information. The only way to get it...
How, sir?
Let's circulate around town and dig up every bit of gossip that we can. You hang around the lunch wagons, the gas stations. As for me, I'm going to get a haircut.
Take more off the side, sir.
That's right, Barber.
Uh-huh. Nice day.
Oh, it's a beautiful day.
I think it's going to be warm after all.
Definitely.
Yes, sir, definitely. Yes, sir. Don't think I ever saw you around here before.
I'm doing a job for the chemical plant.
Oh, chemical plant.
I believe our Mr. Trevor is one of your customers.
Oh, sure. Every 2 weeks.
Interesting about him and Mrs. Groves, isn't it?
Him and Mrs. You know.
The whole plant knows.
Funny thing, he took to her from the first day she come to this town and opened her shop. Thick as thieves, those two.
When did she first come to town?
Let me see. About the time my wisdom tooth was raising keen, last September. Take more off the side.
Yes, please. He hung around her shop all the time?
Yes, till folks started talking. So then they took to cover. You know, Thrush Lane. They've been meeting there every night.
Thrush Lane?
Mm-hmm. Oh, all the spooning and mooning that goes on there.
And just where is Thrush Lane?
Oh, half a mile south of town, right by the factory. Say, what are you doing? You can't get up from the chair yet.
Here's your money. I'll see you later.
But I only done one side of your head. Come back. Crazy fella. Running off with only half a haircut.
No, boss, there's nothing in the underbrush over here.
Well, come over to this side.
Oh, Mr. Keene, so sure we've been at it for 3 hours already.
I know, Mike. This is our only real lead. Remember what the barber said. They met here every night.
Oh, boss, take off your hat just once more.
I will not.
The strangest haircut I ever did see. And you such a proper gentleman.
Here, help me put these branches aside.
There. And you're still hoping to find Trevor's body out here in Thrush Lane?
Not hoping. I'll be glad if I'm wrong.
Well, there's nothing here.
All right. Let's get back on the path. Mike, so far we can be sure of only one thing.
What's that?
Trevor and Mrs. Groves knew each other long before they ever came here. Of that I'm certain. You see, I found they arrived here actually within a week or two of each other.
Trevor to take the job at the plant.
And Mrs. Groves to open the shop. Then promptly they became friends. Then promptly...
Yes, Mr. Keene. Well, what are you staring at?
Something there on the ground, just a yard ahead of us.
I don't see it.
Well, look, Mike, from over here where the sun strikes it.
Oh, sure, but what of it? Just those few little chunks.
Come over here, Mike. Bend down. Help me pick them up.
Okay, sir. Okay. Here.
Mike, judging from the thickness of these fragments, I think we'd better have another talk with our friend, Mr. Wallace.
And now for a moment, while Mr. Keene and Mike examine their surprising find. Next time you meet the most successful man you know, or the most popular girl, take a good look at their teeth. Chances are they'll be sparkling and beautiful, with all the magnetism your own smile should have. Then examine your own teeth critically. If they're not every bit as brilliant and gleaming as they should be, if they show signs of being discolored by surface film, just do as thousands do. Try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Safely, speedily, Colonos helps brush away masking surface film, revealing the natural luster and brightness of your teeth. Your druggist has an ample supply of Colonos on hand, so get a tube tonight and see what wonders it may do in helping you to add to the charm and appeal of your smile. Remember the name Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. And now back to the chemical plant where Mr. Keene has a quiet talk with the helpful Mr. Wallace.
Yes, Mr. Keene? Is there something more you wanted to know?
One or two little details, Mr. Wallace.
Fire away, Mr. Keene, fire away.
Were you aware, Mr. Wallace, that Henry Trevor was very friendly with a Mrs. Groves?
I wouldn't know about that, sir.
Well, did you ever notice what route Trevor took when he left the factory at night?
Oh, back to his lodgings, I suppose.
By way of Thrush Lane? Didn't you ever notice whether he made a practice of going through Thrush Lane?
Did he? I never had any occasion for walking there myself.
No? Wallace, when did you break your glasses?
My glasses? Why, several days ago.
Where?
Right here, in my office.
Pretty thick lenses, I gather.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. That's why I'm having trouble getting them replaced.
Wallace, take a look at these. I mean, these fragments in my hand.
Well, how can I, without my glasses?
Take them into your hand. Feel them.
Bits of broken glass.
Very thick bits. The kind of glass that might be used in the spectacle of a very nearsighted man.
I don't know what you're driving at, sir.
I found these 20 minutes ago in Thrush Lane.
Well, the world's full of nearsighted men.
Are you sure one of them didn't follow Henry Trevor into the woods last Monday night and overhear his conversation with Mrs. Groves?
I'm sure that this one did not. Are you quite finished, sir?
One thing more. Do you have any photographs of Henry Trevor in your files? You must have.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have one. At once.
Well, boss, what are you up to now?
I'm going on a little trip, Mike.
Where to?
Back into Henry Trevor's past. Dr. Grange, you are the headmaster of the Tappingworth School?
Oh, yes, for 20 years.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Why, yes, this is Henry Trevor. He taught chemistry here last year. Excellent grasp of his subject, too. I wish he'd stayed.
What can you tell me of his background?
Why, he came here from the Jones-Walton School with the usual references.
That's all you know?
Well, yes, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Dr. Grange.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Trevor taught here for one term at the Jones-Walton School.
He got along well, Miss Mott?
Yes, our girls simply adored him.
Where had he been before?
He'd been sick, I believe, for a year. Before that, the Morton Latin School.
Look at this photograph, please. Is that a good resemblance?
Perfect.
Well, Mr. Keene, we had Mr. Trevor with us here at the Morton School for 15 years, until he became ill.
And then he went to Nevada for his health, Dr. Hines?
Quite so.
You never heard from him again?
Only when other schools asked us about his references.
I wonder if you would have a photograph of him.
Well, we should. Any one of the yearbooks. Here, let me see on this shelf up here. Oh, yes, the yearbook of 1940.
That will do very well.
Ah, there we are, Mr. Keene.
You say that's Henry Trevor?
Of course.
Well, let me show you a photograph, Dr. Hines. This one. How good a resemblance is this one?
Mr. Keene, this is the strangest thing. Do you have time for a story?
All the time in the world. Go right ahead.
Well, Mr. Keene, I began to wonder what had happened to you.
I've been away, Mr. Morley, for 2 days.
Any luck? Any trace of Trevor?
Yes and no.
What do you mean by that?
He's alive, all right, and well. I'm sure of that.
Well, that's...
But where he is and whether he wants to be found, that's something else.
Mr. Keene, all I know is that I've got to have him back at the plant. He's done fine and important work here. We need him desperately.
All right, Mr. Morley. That makes it a whole lot easier.
Mr. Keene, it's you again.
Yes, Mrs. Groves.
Mr. Keene, if you've come to plague me with questions again.
No. No more questions. Because I know the answers.
I'm not feeling well. Please come back some other time.
Now is the best time. You see, Mrs. Groves, I've just finished tracing back the history of Henry Trevor. Or rather, the man who called himself Henry Trevor.
I don't understand.
The real Henry Trevor died 2 years ago in Nevada.
But I told you that I know nothing about it.
And the moment he died, his identity was borrowed by someone else. In fact, by his brother, John Trevor.
Oh.
Yes, there were 2 Trevors, John and Henry. Both were trained in chemistry. Henry became a teacher, John became an engineer. John, the engineer, was very successful, made heaps of money. But his wife spent it even faster than he made it.
I know nothing about it.
In the end, this led John to embezzle $5,000 from his company. He and his wife ran away, wandered all over the country, used up every cent they had, because there was no job that John could apply for without giving himself away.
Interesting, but I don't see how
Finally, 2 years ago, the real Henry Trevor, the quiet schoolmaster, died. Immediately, John saw a chance to borrow his brother's identity and make a new start. And so John became Henry.
How did you find all this out?
By going back to the Morton School. The headmaster remembered the scandal about the embezzlement very well, and how much sorrow it caused Henry at the time. All that I had to do was to show him the photograph of the man who claimed to be Henry. Quite simple, really, Mrs. John Trevor.
What did you call me?
You are the wife of John Trevor, the man I've been asked to find.
Oh, I don't suppose there's any use now to deny it.
None.
Yes. It was my extravagance that caused the trouble. I wanted things John couldn't afford. Believe me, I regret the whole thing. We've struggled so hard to live it down.
But Wallace found out, the man at the chemical plant.
Yes, by following us to Thrush Lane several times and overhearing our conversations.
And then he tried to blackmail your husband?
Yes. And last Monday night, after John left me, Wallace came along again to ask for money. $500. Otherwise, he would expose John.
But your husband refused.
Yes, he began to scuffle with Wallace. But then he became frightened and decided it was no use. He decided he'd have to run away once again.
Where is he now?
Don't ask me. Please don't.
But you must tell me.
No. He's my husband. And this was all my fault in the first place, Mr. Keene. It was my foolishness and vanity that caused John to embezzle the money. Oh, please go now.
But, Mrs. Trevor...
I beg you, please
go.
The
telephone. Mrs. Trevor, the reason that you want me out of here, would it be because your husband is right now calling you on the telephone?
I have nothing more to say.
Pick up the phone, Mrs. Trevor. Answer it.
But, Mr. Keene...
And tell your husband that I want to see him in my office in New York. Any time tomorrow, if he can make it.
I don't know.
Please do as I say. You won't regret it.
Well, boss, do you think he'll come?
I have every hope, Mike.
But it's almost 5 in the afternoon already. Ah, no. He won't come. Not a guy who embezzled $5,000 and stole his brother's name.
There's one thing you've overlooked.
What's that, sir?
Come in. Good afternoon, Mrs. Trevor.
Good afternoon.
You came alone?
No, not alone.
Oh, you're John Trevor?
Yes.
Come right in, both of you. This is Mike Clancy, my assistant.
How do you do?
How are you?
Sit down now.
Mr. Keene, my wife says you insisted on my coming to see you. I wouldn't have done it except I was sick of hiding.
Trevor, I want to ask a question. If you had the chance to make restitution for that $5,000, would you do it?
Mr. Keene, why do you think we've been slaving for the past 2 years? I had any job I could get, and Lydia in one hat shop after another, to save enough money to pay back.
Well, why didn't you get in touch with your old firm?
Because we've only got $2,000 so far. Because I was afraid of what attitude they might take.
Well, Trevor, there are 2 things that impress me about this case. First, that you and your wife have worked so hard ever since you made that mistake. Second, that you proved yourself so valuable to the war effort.
it's nice of you to say that, Mr. Keene, but...
No buts. I'll be glad to accept the $2,000 you've saved so far. Let you pay off the rest in installments.
What did you say?
I got a telegram this morning from your old firm.
What?
Let me read it. In view of circumstances as explained by you, we are delighted to accept your check and drop all charges against John Trevor.
Why, Mr. Keene, you mean you went ahead and...
I took a chance on you, too. I paid off the $5,000 with my personal check.
Oh, how wonderful of you, Mr. Keene.
Certainly is, but there's still Mr. Morley.
I've already made your excuses to him.
What did you tell him?
The truth. The best excuse of all.
And he still wants me back?
He'd be very much obliged if you'll take the next train out of here for Connecticut.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
You'll find one little change, though, at the factory.
What do you mean?
Mr. Wallace has suddenly resigned.
Mr. Keene, how can we ever thank you? What kindness. What understanding.
Never mind the speeches, or you'll miss your train. Along with you. There's a war on, you know.
Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the case of murder in the air. Few tragedies strike deeper than the loneliness of a girl or woman who is unpopular. A girl who dresses smartly, looks pretty, is gay and charming, but whose teeth, when seen at close range, rob her of the very charm she strives for. And the same thing is true of the man who must sell himself socially and in business, and whose teeth create an unpleasant effect on others. If you have the slightest suspicion that your teeth are holding you back from social or business success, do as hundreds of thousands have recently done, and that is start cleaning your teeth with the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action is like that of a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from a piece of silver. Try it, just once, and then you'll know why people everywhere are changing to this new high-polishing toothpaste, Colonos, and learning the meaning of teeth that can gleam and shine, that give your smile new personality and charm. You can get the new Colonos in any drugstore tonight. It's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos Toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of murder in the air. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos Toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night. There's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mystery is my hobby. Tonight's story began one evening last summer. Alan Fisher, a wealthy mining engineer, recently married to his young and beautiful wife, was being called upon by a young attorney named Frank Woodman.
Good evening, Frank. Come in.
I got your message, Fisher. It sounded urgent.
It is. I have a special case I want you to handle for me. Shall we go into the study?
Okay. As I told you over the phone, I have an important engagement.
I think what I have to say will preclude the possibility of your engagement. Sit over there, please.
What's the idea of locking the door?
Don't get alarmed. I merely want to ensure privacy.
That's what Helene.
She won't, Frank. My wife isn't home tonight. She doesn't even know that you're here.
Oh. Well, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Sit down. It may take some time.
My appointment.
Your appointment can wait. Cigar, Frank?
No, thanks. You know I don't smoke cigars.
Of course. I'd forgotten. You live in a cigarette-smoking generation, don't you, Frank? You and Helene.
See here, Fisher, if you don't...
If you'll indulge an old man a lifelong habit, I'll light up. There's nothing like an after-dinner cigar, my boy. You should try it sometime.
I'll stick to cigarettes. Look, what's this all about?
Of course. You're curious, aren't you, my boy? Well, this case I want you to handle involves a very dear friend of mine.
Do I know him?
You know him, my boy. Very well indeed.
What's his name? Perhaps it's someone I wouldn't even be interested in representing.
On the contrary, I think you will, Frank. However, for the moment, I shall withhold his identity until you decide.
That's nonsense. You don't care to...
He's quite an elderly man, Frank. About 60, I should judge. Recently, he had the good fortune to meet and marry a very lovely young woman.
Oh, I see. One of those June and January affairs, huh?
A very apt description, my boy. However, my friend, despite his age, was sincerely and honestly in love with his young wife. He believed he could make her happy.
They always do.
Do they, Frank? That's one of the things I'm curious about. As a lawyer, I felt that you could advise me.
Well, it depends upon the girl, I suppose.
Ah, that is exactly what I wanted to hear. It depends upon the girl.
I don't get it.
Perhaps I'd better explain further, then. For a time, my friend and his young wife were quite happy. Then one evening at a party, my friend's wife was presented to a personable young man of about her own age.
Well, that usually happens, too.
Yes. Thereafter, my friend lived in torment of doubt and suspicion.
Your friend's story is following the usual pattern.
I suppose it is. To you, a lawyer, his predicament must be an old story.
Yes, and a tiring one.
I'm sorry. However, there is a point in my friend's story where it deviates from the customary pattern.
Oh?
Yes. My friend, though aware of his wife's infidelity and knowing that she was perhaps more to blame for the situation than the young man, did not accuse her of her disloyalty, nor throw her out into the cold, cruel world.
No? What did he do?
Unfortunately, my friend realized that without his beautiful young wife, despite her faults, life would scarcely be worth living.
Still don't get it.
You will in a moment, Frank, I'm sure. Realizing the depths to which his love went, my friend began to think of some means of removing the young man from the scene.
Yes, such as killing him? Fisher, you can tell your friend for me that he's a fool. He wouldn't get away with it.
My friend realizes that, Frank. He knows that murder would not solve the problem. So he thought of another means of accomplishing his purpose.
Another?
My friend is quite wealthy, Frank. He happens to know that the young man in whom his wife is interested is, shall we say, not too well off?
I see.
Coincidentally, the young man is a lawyer, Frank, like yourself. You can understand how difficult it is for struggling young lawyers these days.
Yeah, I know all that.
Now, as a lawyer, Frank, I want you to advise me what to do. Would you suggest that I tell my friend to offer the young man a sum of money to leave the country? Being very subtle about it, of course.
Well, there's no harm in trying.
What sum would you suggest, Frank?
I'd say the sum should be in direct ratio to the young man's fondness for your friend's wife.
In other words, every man has his price.
That's it.
What would you say to $25,000?
I'd say it wasn't enough.
$50,000.
Well, the young man would be crazy if he took it. Where could he'd go on $50,000 and set himself up in business and live the life to which he'd be entitled?
Entitled?
He'd have to sacrifice the young wife, wouldn't he? There should be some compensation for that.
I see. $75,000.
He's still way low.
Low. Be reasonable, Frank. My friend loves his wife madly. She's all he has left in life.
Then your friend should be willing to pay whatever amount the young man asks.
What would that figure be?
$250,000.
$250,000, but that's out of the question. My friend hasn't any such amount.
I think your friend is lying.
He isn't, Frank. I swear it.
Then your friend's a fool to even think about it.
Heavens. Frank.
What's the devil's the matter? What are you staring at?
Don't move. There's someone outside the French door. He has a gun.
You're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not. Stay where you are. I've got a gun in this
Put that gun down, you fool. Don't think you can trip me. I'm turning around. Put it down. You see, under the circumstances, Mrs. Fisher, it would... Excuse me, please. I think that calls for me.
Of course.
Yes?
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector. What did his fingerprints show?
There were two sets on the gun. Frank Woodman's and Fisher's.
I see. Anything else?
Anything else? What more do you want? Something's due this part. We already know that Woodman was making a play for Fisher's.
Inspector, Mrs. Fisher is with me now.
Uh-oh.
Get down here as soon as you can, Inspector. There are some new developments that I want to discuss with you.
New developments. Now,
Mhm.
look, you don't mean to suspect...
As soon as you can, Inspector. Goodbye. I'm afraid that the case against Frank Woodman looks rather bad, Mrs. Fisher.
Yes, I overheard what Inspector Dalton said about the fingerprints. Mr. Drake, I'm sure you're making a mistake. Frank Woodman...
Unfortunately, Mrs. Fisher, there are neither witnesses nor evidence to substantiate Mr. Woodman's rather fantastic stories. And as a lawyer, he should know it.
But if there were someone outside the French door...
Inspector Danton's men have covered every inch of ground outside the French doors, Mrs. Fisher. There's no evidence that anyone was there.
And you lend no credence to Frank's story that he picked up the gun and ran through the French doors after the slayer?
I might, except for one thing. Mr. Woodman stated that an instant before your husband died, he gasped, "I got him."
What's so fantastic about that?
Mrs. Fisher, the police medical examiner stated that your husband was killed instantly. If that is true, he couldn't have said, "I got him," after he was shot, could he?
Oh, I see.
And Louis, your butler, heard your husband and Mr. Woodman quarreling. Woodman substantiated this.
Well, I should think that the mere fact that Frank did substantiate the quarrel
would indicate that he had a clear conscience. No, Mrs. Fisher. Woodman was merely being clever. He knew that the case against him was bad, therefore it was to his advantage to make the admission. And the fact
The fact that I admit being in love with Frank gives him a motive. Is that correct, Mr. Drake?
Not quite. The fact that Mr. Woodman knew that you would inherit your husband's fortune when he died, and that you were in love with him, provided the motive.
That's unkind. It's brutal and cruel.
Murder is also brutal and cruel, Mrs. Fisher.
Are you going to arrest Frank?
I'm afraid Inspector Danton will have no choice.
I beg your pardon.
Come in, Louis. What have you there?
The mail, sir. It just came. Shall I leave it here, Mrs. Fisher?
If you don't mind, Louis, I'll fix the letter.
Oh, but
Let him have it, Louis. I seem to be deprived of my rights as a citizen.
Why don't you go upstairs and lie down, madam? You've been wearing those heavy riding boots and that jacket all morning. You must be
Thank
tired.
you, Louis. I couldn't sleep. I'll remain here until it's over.
Mrs. Fisher, did you ever know a man named Horace Gay?
Horace Gay?
Mm-hmm.
What about him?
This envelope addressed to you contains a newspaper clipping. It states that Horace Gay escaped from prison last week.
Oh, no. Couldn't see it. Was there anything else in the envelope?
No, that's all. Just the clipping. Then you do know Mr. Gay, hmm?
A long time ago. He was in love with me. We were to be married.
What happened?
Horace worked in a bank. Funds were found missing. Horace was accused. He killed a man.
I see. Did your husband know about this?
No. Telling Ellen would have done no good. I'd completely forgotten. Mr. Drake.
Yes?
Before they took Horace away, he swore that if I ever married anyone else, he'd kill him.
And you think that possibly...
Yes. Oh, don't you see? It was Horace outside those French doors. It must have been. Oh, thank heavens, you can't arrest Frank now. You can't.
There, Mrs. Fisher. You mustn't get excited. Let me help you upstairs.
No, get away from me, Louis. Well, Mr. Drake?
You're really in love with Mr. Woodman, aren't you, Mrs. Fisher?
Yes, I am. I'm desperately in love with him. Is it wicked to love a man and try to protect him?
Not at all, Mrs. Fisher. Only I don't think you're trying to protect Frank Woodman.
Okay, Bart, we spent the whole day looking for clues that don't exist. Now we're right back at the scene of the crime where we started from. When are you going to let me arrest somebody?
Inspector, you can start arresting anytime you like. Whom do you want to arrest?
The guy who murdered Alan Fisher, naturally.
And who's that, Inspector?
It's Frank Woodman. You said so yourself. He had a motive, his fingerprints around the gun. Oh, doggone it, Bart. I wish you wouldn't change your mind so often.
I haven't changed my mind, Inspector. How do you account for that shot that came through the French doors?
How do I account for it? You said yourself that Woodman probably fired the shot just to throw us off.
Did I? Well, the broken glass was inside the study, Inspector. That indicates that the shot came from the outside. Besides, there was only one shot fired from Fisher's gun. No, Inspector. I'm afraid there was someone outside those French doors.
Well, I'll be doggone. But you're giving me a headache. Whose side are you on, anyway? Look, for crying out loud.
You really sound unhappy, Inspector. Well, let's see, what time is it? 9 o'clock. Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, isn't it, though? Every time it gets to be 9 o'clock, it's odd. What's odd about it?
It doesn't happen soon. I've been... Oh, hello, Woodman. Come in. I've been expecting you.
I can give that back to you, Drake. I've been expecting you. Oh, Denton.
Oh, to take you off to jail, you mean?
Yeah. Look, you guys, I'm tired of sitting around this house waiting for you masterminds to build a case against me. Either make a formal arrest...
Oh, so you're tired of waiting for us to build a case against you, Bub. Well, let me tell you something. We got a case that'll send you to the chair quicker than...
Nuts. If you have a case against me, why all this stalling?
You seem pretty sure of yourself, Woodman.
Sure I am. I'm a lawyer, Drake. You haven't got anything on me. I know it, and you know it. So what's the game?
We got enough on you to keep you sitting in this house, Bub, even if you are tired.
As a matter of fact, Woodman, we are playing a game. The first half is over, and in a moment we could...
Jumping Judas, listen to that.
That was Helene, come on. I think the second half of the game has begun.
How do you know?
Never mind that. Let's get up there.
Hey, there's the butler at the top of the stairs.
I see him.
This way, gentlemen.
What's he wanting? A conducted tour?
This is Mrs. Fisher's room.
Helene.
Oh, Frank. Frank, it was all...
Inspector, take a look out that window.
Okay.
Well, Mrs. Fisher.
You're safe now, darling. Tell us what happened.
I went to bed about an hour ago. I must have dropped off to sleep. I didn't realize how exhausted I was.
Oh, you poor kid.
I think she can talk without you holding her in her arms, Woodman. Please stand over there.
Listen, you can't...
Over there, I said.
Okay.
Very well, Mrs. Fisher. Go on with your story.
It was pitch dark. Suddenly I woke up.
Was it the shot that wakened you?
Quit prodding her, Drake. The poor girl's upset.
Woodman, one more remark out of you, and you'll spend the rest of the night in jail. Go on, Mrs. Fisher.
No, it wasn't the shot that wakened me, Mr. Drake. I'm not sure what it was. It was pitch dark, and the first thing I saw was the luminous dial of a man's watch glowing in the dark only a few feet from my head.
Horrible. Go on, Mrs. Fisher. What happened?
Well, that's when I screamed. The man, whoever he was, must have become frightened. He ran out into the balcony, banging the screen door shut behind him.
But there was a shot.
Well, apparently, after he got outside, he remembered what he'd come for. I could see him standing there, silhouetted against the sky. Then he raised his hand and shot through the screen door.
Good heavens.
There's a hole through the screen, all right. Bud, how's the babe?
She's all right, Inspector. By the way, Mrs. Fisher, after the shot came, did you get out of bed?
No, of course not.
Then who turned on the lights in this room?
I did, sir. I heard Mrs. Fisher scream and came running along the hall. I opened the door and snapped on the light.
Then closed it again and came back to the stairs to start the conducted tour, I suppose.
Well, yes, sir. I did. I didn't think it discreet to remain in Mrs. Fisher's room when she...
That stinks, Louis. For all you know, Mrs. Fisher was murdered in bed, but you were too shy to stay in the room.
It's a pity some other people can't be as discreet.
Oh, shut up, Junior. You're not married to the lady either, yet. But I think we got ourselves another suspect.
That's ridiculous. Lewis is the most trustworthy butler I've ever known.
Thank you, madam.
He's also the only butler you've ever known, Mrs. Fisher. By the way, when you saw the prowler standing out in the balcony, didn't you recognize him?
Recognize him? Do you mean that Horace?
Yes, it's a possibility that shouldn't be overlooked, Mrs. Fisher. I'm surprised you didn't. All right, Inspector, let's get going.
Yeah, sure. Good idea. Where are we going?
We're going to look the grounds over for Horace, Inspector. We can't have these good people thinking themselves under suspicion if Horace is our man.
Is that your friend?
Yes. Turn on the bedside light.
Oh, Frank, I love you so.
I love you. I got your signal to come back. Is anything wrong?
Oh, darling, I want to help you. You know that, don't you?
Of course.
Frank, listen to me. Have you ever heard of Horace Gay?
Not until Drake spoke of him. Who is he, anyhow?
He's an escaped convict from Sing Sing. He was sent up for murdering a man.
Good heavens. Why, Drake?
Because I told Drake that Horace Gay and I were once in love. I told him that after the trial, Horace threatened to kill any man that I married.
Helene, You don't mean that you...
Of course not. I never heard of Horace Gay until I read about him in the paper. I cut out the clipping and mailed it to myself.
But why in heaven's name?
But don't you see why? I wanted Drake and everyone else to think that Horace Gay had come back and murdered Alan.
But what if they...
Capture Horace Gay? Oh, they won't, darling. That's how I was clever. The clipping came from a year-old paper. The police have practically given up searching for Horace Gay.
Yes, it was clever. Very clever. But I still...
Stop worrying, darling. Horace Gay is probably in South America by now.
I'm not worrying. It's an ingenious idea. There's only one thing wrong.
I know what you're thinking. I've taken care of that, too.
Taking care of what?
The gun, darling. Look, I've kept it under my pillow.
You mean that you...
Of course. I fired the shot. There wasn't any prowler. And when Drake suggested that the prowler might have been Horace, I pretended I'd forgotten about him. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, if I had been the one who had suggested Horace, Drake might have thought it was a setup. Wasn't that clever?
Very clever. What are you going to do with the gun?
Oh, silly. If I'd thrown it out the window where they would have found it with my fingerprints. No, darling, Drake must never find the gun.
So you expect me to get rid of it for you?
But, darling, it's for your own good. You've already been searched. They'll never look.
Colleen.
Yes, Frank?
You think I killed Alan, don't you?
Didn't you, Frank?
Don't be a fool. Of course I didn't. Blast it, Colleen.
Frank?
What?
Come back here.
Hello?
Sit down, Henry. Colleen.
Colleen, listen to me.
You listen to me, Frank, darling. Listen carefully. Perhaps you didn't murder Alan. If you say you didn't, it's all right with me.
But I didn't,
All right. Drake and Danton think you did.
They can't prove a thing.
Darling, suppose you're wrong. Suppose they can prove that you did.
What do you mean?
It looks bad, Frank. You did have a motive. You did quarrel with Alan. Your fingerprints were on the gun. You and I both have admitted we were in love.
Ah, but Helene, I tell you, that wouldn't stand up in court. It's circumstantial.
Alan was an important man, Frank. They've got to send someone up for his murder.
And you think I'm the goat, eh?
Oh, darling, let's not take that chance. Drake is practically convinced that this Horace Gay is the murderer. If they don't find the gun...
Well, how'll I get rid of it? What if they find it on me?
Well, they won't, darling. Don't let them. Oh, Frank. Frank, if you take me away, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear it, darling.
Here comes Drake and Danton.
Oh, quick, darling. Put the gun in your pocket.
Well, look who's here. The little man who wanted everyone else to be so discreet about going into female bedrooms.
Look here, Danton, I'll have you know
We
this.
understand, Woodman. Becoming indignant won't help the situation. Mrs. Fisher, I'll have to ask you to get dressed and come downstairs.
I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Mr. Drake. I really don't feel up to it.
And I'm afraid I haven't the time nor the patience to tolerate your disappointment, Mrs. Fisher. You will meet us in the living room in 10 minutes.
Now, just a minute, Drake. These high-handed methods of yours are a little too much to take.
Are they, Woodman? And what do you plan to do about
You
it?
see, Junior, we're not kidding.
Mr. Drake, I absolutely refuse.
If you do, Mrs. Fisher, we'll have a patrol wagon here in 10 minutes. Inspector, perhaps you'd better assist Mr. Woodman down to the living room in case he has similar ideas about joining our party.
It'll be a pleasure. Come on, little man. Come to Papa. Well, the 10 minutes are up, Bart. Shall I call a wagon?
We'll wait a moment or two longer, Inspector. In the meantime, Woodman, I think you'd better hand over the gun.
What? What gun?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the gun that Mrs. Fisher used to shoot the hole through the screen, Woodman. It wasn't outside the house, and I'm sure that Mrs. Fisher wouldn't want it found in her room.
But how? I mean, I haven't...
Hand it over, Junior.
Well, Look here, you can't...
Here it is, Bart. Just like we figured.
You see, Woodman, the ragged ends of the screen made by the bullet passing through pointed outward. That proves conclusively that the shot came from inside the room.
Get it, Junior? Tell them what else we know, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. We know that there was no man in Mrs. Fisher's room, Woodman. The whole thing was a product of her imagination.
That's a lie. You can't prove a thing.
I think we can. Mrs. Fisher said she woke up and saw the glowing dial of a man's wristwatch in the darkness.
Well?
How did she know it was a man's wristwatch? Why not a woman's?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Drake.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mrs. Fisher is waiting for you in the library.
Library? We told her we'd be here in the living room.
Mrs. Fisher prefers the library, sir.
Oh, she's trying to show her independence, eh? Well, no.
Oh, no, Inspector. Meeting us in the library is the cleverest move Mrs. Fisher has made tonight. But on the other hand, it's a dead giveaway that she is the one who murdered her husband.
I didn't keep you waiting.
Not at all, Mrs. Fisher.
Say, stop me if I'm out of order, but aren't you dressed kind of funny, Mrs. Fisher?
Funny, Inspector Danton? Why?
Well, wearing a riding habit this time of night with those heavy
I
boots.
love riding clothes, Inspector Danton. I never had a chance to wear them very much before I married Alan.
That's a very nice act, Mrs. Fisher. I admire your courage. No, Louis. I think you'd better remain.
Very well, sir. Drake, before we left the living room, you said that...
Yes, I know. Louis, what was the real reason that you didn't remain in Mrs. Fisher's room after you turned on the light?
Why,
I was not in bed, that's why. Mr. Drake must you be so prying. What possible difference can it make?
A great deal, Mrs. Fisher. You were not in bed. You've gotten up and run over to the screen door to unfasten the latch from the inside. Isn't that right?
No. I'd gotten up to chase the prowler. I'd neglected to pick up my dressing gown, and Louis...
Nonsense. When Louis switched on the light, you were standing in the center of the floor. You made no effort to get back into bed. Isn't that right, Louis?
Why, yes, it is.
Yes, of course. And why didn't you run back to bed, Mrs. Fisher? Why? I'll tell you why. Because if you'd taken one step, Louis would have known that you couldn't walk without limping.
Limping? What the devil?
Yes, limping. When you shot at your husband through the French doors, Mrs. Fisher, he didn't die instantly, as I told you before. He lived long enough to mutter that he got whoever shot at him, just as Woodman said.
Helene.
It isn't true, Frank. Don't believe it.
Yes, it is true. Your husband shot back at you. He hit you in the leg, and you realized you had to cover that wound.
Say, that's why she...
Yes, Inspector, that's why she's been wearing riding boots all day.
And every time we've seen her, she's either been lying down or sitting.
Exactly. And that's why Mrs. Foster came down to the library. Instead of the living room, she didn't want us to see her limping.
Frank, the gun. The gun that I gave you. Shoot them. Shoot them. Frank.
I'm sorry, Helene.
Mighty nice of you to ask me to stay with you tonight, Bart. It would have been a long trip out to my place.
Well, I'm glad to have your company, Inspector. Anything I can get for you?
No, thanks. I think I'll go to sleep. Twin beds is sure nice. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Why did the babe dream up that Horace gay gag?
Because we convinced her that we had enough evidence to send Woodman to the chair. That would have meant complete failure of her plan. She was in love with Woodman. So she tried to pin the murder onto someone else.
Oh, I see. Well, good night.
Good night, Inspector.
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
There's something you forgot.
Oh, yes. Okay, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
For soft, smooth, romantic hands, Jergens lotion. Jergens, the makers of Jergens lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands, present The Amazing Nero Wolfe, starring Francis X. Bushman as Nero Wolfe, the celebrated criminologist, and Elliot Lewis as Archie. If you've ever been spattered by an enthusiastic puppy who's been out in the rain, then you can sympathize with Nero Wolfe's feelings about his secretary, Archie Goodwin. No umbrella is wide enough, no raincoat large enough to protect the corpulent detective against Archie's enthusiastic splashing in the field of crime. Perhaps it's poetic justice, then, that Archie should also be victimized in his turn by a blundering St. Bernard in the person of one Minus, so called because he's minus one brain.
Hi, Archie.
Oh, Minus. Hello.
I was kind of waiting for you.
Oh, don't think I'm not flattered, Minus, but doesn't anybody else ride in that cab of yours? Suppose I want to walk home.
Mr. Wolf don't like you to do that, Archie.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed by his solicitude.
Yeah. Huh?
Oh, skip it. Look, Minus, would it be all right with you if I breathed a little fresh air?
No, that's all right with me. Like I heard a guy say, live and leave live.
Well, then, let's leave live by all means. Okay. Unharness the horsepower.
Huh? What horse?
No, never mind. Drive.
Oh, yeah. You was visiting a dame?
Visiting?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A dame, well...
Hey, Arch.
Yeah?
Is it true what they say about dames?
Definitely.
I mean, what do they say about it?
Well, some fellas say, that the day is the mercenary type. Is that a fact?
Well, frankly, Minus, I wouldn't know. No dame has been mercenary with me since the 7th grade in PS 198. That was the year when I cornered the Miggy's market, you know.
Oh? How'd she make out?
Well, I had to take up checkers after she got through with me. Hey, watch that red light, Minus.
How can I watch the light to see where I'm driving at the same time?
Well, you got two eyes, haven't you?
Yeah, but they both see the same thing. Ain't that surprising?
Almost as amazing as the ears business.
No, that ain't so, Archie.
Oh, look, don't tell me you hear different things with each ear.
No, only my left ear don't hear nothing. The drum has been punctuated.
Puncture? Pardon me while I go into a comma.
Hey, Archie, you know I got a lot of commas.
Will you say that again, Minus? Slowly?
I'm loaded with commas. And you know how come? I just bought a book for $0.25.
You bought a book? Minus, can you read?
No, not good, but heck, Archie, I didn't buy the book for reading.
Oh, silly of me, of course not. Nobody buys a book for reading. What did you buy it for?
Sitting. You see, Archie, this ain't a new cab.
Oh, it isn't?
No. And the driver's seat has been sagging, see? The springs in it give up.
Archie and the springs, we both give up.
Well, I gotta have springs on account of I was beginning to sit so low I could only see the sky when I was driving. You know, Archie, the sky's a beautiful thing. Them colors, them sunsets.
Oh, Minus, you have poetry in your soul.
Yeah, but I didn't have no springs in me seat. So when I seen this big fat book for only $0.25, I bought it. Now I sit on the book.
And no more sunsets, huh? Would it be indelicate to inquire what book you're sitting on? I mean the title.
Oh, big words. Something about the improvement of the understanding.
Minus, you couldn't have bought a better book for the purpose, now that the improvement of the undersitting is out of print, of course.
A cereal, huh?
Yeah, no paper.
Hey. Oh, hey, Arch. That other car nearly socked it.
Well, sock it back.
Huh?
Never mind, just let it get past us.
Yeah, but it don't want it. See? It's headed right at us again.
Well, pull ahead fast. Maybe you can get out of its way. Whoever's driving it must be nuts.
Yeah, well, I gotta get out of the way then. Hey. No, the guy's shooting at us. What'll they be thinking of next?
About improving their aim, I guess. That car's behind us. I can't see who's at the wheel, but whoever it is, I don't like him. Minus, can you speed up a little?
Well, I'll try, but this cab ain't got but one speed.
Oh, that was close. Pulling up on us. Minus, see that lunch wagon up ahead?
Yeah.
Drive right up the front steps.
Yeah, but Archie, I ain't hungry.
Do what I tell you. It's our only chance. We got to attract attention and companionship.
Are you lonely, Archie?
Minus!
The amazing Nero Wolfe, brought to you by the makers of Jergens Lotion, will continue in just a moment. But first, this is Jim Bannon, who lately heard a nice woman say to her son,
About your welcome home party, dear. We must ask Dorothy.
Okay, Mother, if you say so.
Well, you don't sound enthusiastic, dear. Don't you like Dorothy? She's such a nice girl.
Oh, she's a nice girl, I guess, but well, gosh, Mother, does she have to have such red, rough hands?
No girl has to have rough hands, no matter what work she does. There's Jergens Lotion, and Jergens gives the hands very efficient softness protection. And now you know Jergens Lotion is more effective than ever. During the war, we made discoveries about skin care which Jergens scientists used to make Jergens Lotion even finer. Women say this post-war Jergens Lotion protects even longer, makes the hands feel even smoother and softer. It's in the stores now, same bottle. So don't let rough hands handicap you. Just be surer than ever now and help keep your hands delightful with Jergens Lotion. And now back to the Jergens Lotion program, The Amazing Nero Wolfe, starring Francis X. Bushman and Elliot Lewis.
Minus, you all right?
I ain't sure. Hey, Archie, look what I got sitting in me lap. A radiator.
A hot number, huh? Drop it.
Okay.
Ow. Take it easy. Hey, Minus, you better climb out of it.
Hey, wait a minute, Archie. Well, I must have cut my jugular vein. I'm bleeding to death.
Here, let me see. Uh-huh.
Mortuary, huh? Archie, I'm leaving you the cab.
Minus, that isn't blood. Taste it. A pistol-packing monster must have scrammed. Come on, we better get home.
Hey, what do you mean driving into my wagon like this?
Oh, we thought it was a drive-in, you know.
Will be going to the dog. What do you want?
A hamburger on a bun. I already got the catch.
Minus. Look, mister, it was an accident. Here's a couple of bucks. We'll send a towing car to get the cab out of your joint, but we're in a hurry at the moment. Minus.
Yeah?
Grab that sitting book and let's go.
What do you want the book for? You want something to read?
Not exactly, but I could use something to improve my understanding. So you see, Mr. Wolf, how narrowly we escaped a fate worse than death.
Archie, no histrionics, please.
Oh.
Now, your conclusions.
Oh, the book. Nobody loves me well enough to kill me. Minus hadn't been bothered before he bought that book, therefore...
It seems probable. Minus?
Huh? Oh, I was just looking into this here volume. Hey, listen to what this guy says. There is a devil haunts thee in the likeness of an old fat man. A ton of man is thy companion. Hey, Archie, was he writing about Mr. Wolf?
Confound you, Minus.
Then he says, peace, ye fat guts, lie down. Yeah. And the other guy says, have you any levers to lift me up again, being down? Hey, Archie, the guy who wrote that must have been acquainted with your boss.
Blast you, he's been dead for 300 years. That was from Henry IV, Part 1, Act 2, Scenes 2 and 4. By one, William Shakespeare.
I never heard of him.
Why, he's a fairly well-known type English playwright, Minus.
But then who was he writing about?
Somebody called Falstaff, I think.
Falstaff? Falstaff? Oh, you mean that poet on the radio with Fred Allen?
For the time being, Minus, we will accept that definition. Now, let me see that book.
Yeah, here you are, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah, found with... Yes, false cover. And underneath... Good heavens.
Huh?
A first folio Shakespeare.
Is that bad?
Are you sure, boss?
Quite sure.
Well, then no wonder Minus and I were targets for tonight. Boss, how much is that thing worth?
Thousands, Archie. Heaven alone knows how many.
Holy gee. Hey, Archie, I got a bargain.
You're likely to get a few bullets for the same price, too. I hope I'm not a good prophet. Shall I scream for help, boss, or open the door?
Open the door. I'm curious to see who it is.
Okay. And if I die, I will have died for literature.
Hello.
I'd rather live. Hello.
May I come in?
You'd better. If my eyes pop any further, they'll fall out of my face.
Very sweet of you to say that.
Archie, will you shut that blasted door?
Mr. Wolf's getting restless. This way, please. By the way, my name is Archie.
I'm Susan Lee.
Susan. Beautiful name. Oh, Mr. Wolf, Miss Lee.
Hey, Archie.
Oh, yes, Minus. Miss Lee.
We have met before.
Oh, yes. You're the gentleman I sold the wrong book to.
Sure. She's the dame at Clown Bookstore.
Oh, this book, Miss Lee?
Yes, that's the one, Mr. Wolf. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but I really shouldn't have sold that book.
Why not?
Well, I'm very attached to it.
Oh, indeed.
Yes, you see, I went to school with its author.
Oh, you carry your 300 years very well, Susan.
Oh, well...
Archie means, of course, that Spinoza, who wrote The Improvement of the Understanding, lived 300 years ago.
Why, yes, of course he did. What I meant was that I studied the book in high school.
Spinoza in high school?
Well, it was a very progressive school.
Yes, no doubt. And you're a very bad liar.
How dare you say a thing like that? I'm just trying to... Oh, I am a bad liar, aren't I?
Among the poorest in my long experience of liars. Why do you want the book, Miss Lee?
Because I'll lose my job if I don't get it back. Mr. Garvey was furious. He's my boss. He owns the Crown Bookstore.
I see. Tell me, Miss Lee, did Minus leave his name, address, and probable whereabouts when he bought the book?
No, of course not. But you see, his buying a book on philosophy seems so odd.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll have you know, young lady, that I'm a student of what you said.
Yes. So I noticed his license number. And then when Mr. Garvey returned and made such a fuss about the book, I called the police, and they told me that cab had just entered a lunch wagon. I went to the lunch wagon, and, well, here I am.
So you are. However, I'm afraid Minus has grown attached to the book. As he said, he's a student of philosophy. Therefore, I'm afraid he's quite determined to let the purchase stand.
Oh, but he can't. I'll lose my job.
Well, perhaps he'll help you find another one.
Oh, but that's unfair. The book only cost a quarter, and I'm willing to pay him for his lost time.
Can you assess the risk of death, Miss Lee?
What?
Minus was almost killed as a result of his innocent desire for the higher thoughts.
Yeah, me too.
Be still, Archie. You never had a higher thought in your life.
Okay. You take the higher thoughts, and I'll take the lower thoughts, and I better have a lot more fun than you.
How can you joke about something that's so serious to me?
Archie, take Miss Lee back to her bookstore. You will explain to Mr. Garvey that the purchaser of the book is an opinionated and stubborn character who refused to return it.
Who, me?
That may help absolve Miss Lee of the responsibility. And now, good night.
But
Sorry, Susan. He's got his eyes closed, and when he does that, it's a lost cause. Come on, we'll go see Mr. Garvey. If necessary, I'll knock him down for you.
All right. It is sweet of you.
Oh, think nothing of it. Susan, may I call you Miss Lee? You know, Susan, I should have bought more books in the past.
Why, Archie?
Well, then I might have met you sooner, and my life might have been a far, far better one than it is now.
Oh, is anything seriously wrong with it?
Well, nothing that a good woman couldn't cure. I mean, Crown Bookstore. Well, this your little corner of learning?
Yes, and when I think of what Mr. Garvey will say. Oh, well, let's go in.
All righty. Books.
Mm-hmm. Lots of them.
Well, then why is Garvey so upset about the one you sold?
I don't know, Archie, but... Hey, this is funny.
What is?
Mr. Garvey, he should be here.
Oh, maybe he's shy.
Archie.
Yeah, I heard that. Seemed to come from the back.
He must be in the stockroom.
I think we'd better take stock then. You stay out here.
Archie, you don't think...
Let's suspend intellectual operations for a minute, huh? This the door?
Yes.
Uh-huh. I'll see. Susan?
Yes?
This Garvey?
Has anything happened to him? Oh. Yes, Archie. That's Mr. Garvey.
Better start looking for another job, Susan.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. He's dead. And get that phone. No, let me. Must be Wolf. This is no time for the kind of phone conversations he likes. Yeah.
Archie?
Uh-huh.
Dead?
Very. Bullets.
How long?
Just now.
Notify the police.
Yeah.
Instruct them to compare the bullets with which he was shot with those embedded in Miner's cab. And come home alone.
Right. Hey, wait a minute. Who do you think is dead?
Garvey, naturally.
What's natural about it?
Shakespeare, Henry IV, Part 1. He oweth God a debt.
And that, Mr. Wolf, is the story of my adventures among the books.
And Miss Lee?
Very nice. I mean, she was upset.
Police?
Upset, too, but not nice.
I see. No arrests as yet?
No, they got a couple of guys in mind.
On what evidence?
We'll see in reading a book.
Archie, you dismay me.
Oh, that's not what I do to Miss Lee. I think I'll go to sleep and dream about Miss Lee.
Fiddlesticks, you have work to do.
At this hour?
At this hour. Take this, please.
What is it?
A list of first folios in New York. The names of their owners and their telephone numbers.
We're not a Damon, no what?
Nevertheless, I want you to phone each and every one of them.
But, boss, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
True. But you see, it is possible the one from whom that folio was stolen still hasn't realized his loss. Once he does, he'll call the police, which will only lead to confusion.
Whereas if we get hold of him tonight, it would lead to our getting a fee.
Why not?
Has an air of sharp practice, Mr. Wolf.
Yes. You and Minus must meet to discuss it sometime. In the meanwhile, Archie, the phone.
You know, boss, I thought I knew everything one angry man could call another, but these Shakespeare collectors, they know words I never even heard of.
The higher education, no doubt.
Oh, I wouldn't exactly call it higher.
Hello?
Boss?
Hello?
What's this one called?
James Blitherow.
Mr. Blitherow?
Yes. Yes, what do you want?
You own the first folio Shakespeare, do you not, sir?
If this is the Gallup poll...
What is it? Will you take a look and see if your folio is where it should be?
What do you mean?
I'm speaking for Nero Wolf, the private detective. I think it might be worth your while to check.
It's kept under lock and key in my library, of course. But hold on, young man.
Righto. Blithero. He's going to look. Boss, if he finds his book in there and starts yelling Shakespeare at me, will it be all right if I answer him in the choice language of 10th Avenue?
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Blithero.
My folio. It's gone.
Jackpot, boss.
Ask him to call in the morning.
Mr. Blithero, if you'll call here in the morning, Mr. Wolf will be able to help you. Good night, sir.
If this is a joke.
Mr. Wolf never jokes where large sums of money are concerned. At 11 tomorrow morning, Mr. Blithero, good night, sir. I think I'll come.
Satisfactory. And now to bed, Archie. The morning promises to be a pleasant and remunerative one.
Uh-huh. Except for Mr. Garvey, who won't know that it's morning.
Archie!
I heard it. Downstairs.
Quickly. A burglar.
Quickly it is. Watch out, wherever you are. The office. Who's in? Oh, you want to play, you?
Confound this getting up and walking in the middle of the night. I shall double my fee on this case. Archie! My office. Archie? If that young fool has got himself murdered, I'll...
What'll you do? Fire me?
Bah. Get up.
Sure. Hold the floor down a minute, will you? Ooh. Why will people persist in hitting me on the head?
They want to avoid hurting you.
Oh, fine.
This room is a shambles.
Yeah, it's a great time to be worrying about the room when... Hey, the burglar.
Has departed.
Where'd you put that folio?
In my desk.
Desk?
Yes.
Door's open. Mr. Wolf, it's my duty to inform you that we are no longer the proud possessors of a first folio Shakespeare.
Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, also drat it and oh fudge, but that big brown book is gone, Mr. Wolf.
So it is. But that false cover was no longer a cover for the folio, Archie. I removed the folio itself from between the covers and substituted...
You substituted what?
Your priceless collection of old esquires.
Good coffee. But I still don't forgive you for practically giving away my esquires. Boss, thinking back over the events of last night, I have come to a conclusion.
Yes?
The only one who could have swiped the folio was Susan.
Indeed.
Sure. But there's only one difficulty.
Which is?
Whoever it was that I wrestled with last night wasn't Susan.
How do you know?
Well, the subject's a delicate one, but it was not Susan.
I see. And why do you think it could only have been Miss Lee?
Well, because she was the only one who knew we had the stolen folios.
The door, Archie.
Wait a minute. Somebody else knew.
Precisely. And I rather think he's pressing our doorbell. Archie.
Uh-huh. I will promptly sock him.
Nonsense. Let me do it. I assure you, it will hurt him more.
Huh? I guess you're right at that. Come in, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Straight ahead. Or do you already know your way in?
I beg your you're Mr. Wolf.
Be seated, Mr. Blithero. Your first folio Shakespeare was stolen sometime yesterday. Do you want it back?
Of course, ma'am. And can you get it for me?
My fee will be $1,000. Archie will accept your check.
$1,000? Well, what guarantee do I have?
None. Unless you prefer to have me remember last night and prosecute you for burglary and assault.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Oh, be still. Or perhaps you acquired those bruises on your face while shaving.
Well, I admit I didn't trust you. I did try to recover my own property. But, here's your check.
Thank you. And keep those Esquires in a safe place, you know.
Now, Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Blithero, did you have the folio insured?
Certainly, for $100,000.
Huh?
You seem surprised. But every collector does that.
True. But does every collector thereupon plot to have his folio stolen so that he can receive his insurance while retaining ownership of the folio at the same time?
Mr. Wolf, you're mad.
Sit down and be quiet. When you burgled this place last night, you departed hastily with a large brown book. On its cover the title, The Improvement of the Understanding. Now, Mr. Blithero, how did you know that the folio had been bound in a false cover, for one thing, and in that particular one for another? So sure that you didn't even bother to examine the inside.
Well, I...
Because, Mr. Blithero, you hired Mr. Garvey to steal it from you and keep it until you had collected your insurance.
Boss, that means Garvey may have tried to double-cross him, so he killed Garvey.
No, I didn't do that. I admit I did plan to defraud the insurance people, but I didn't commit murder.
Then what were you doing near the bookstore last night?
But I was just passing by. I thought I might stop in to speak to Garvey, make sure that everything was all right.
Well, why didn't you?
Well, the store was dark. Just a minute. How did you know I was near the store?
I didn't until you told me just now.
Boss, my congratulations. That was as neat a trap as I've ever seen. And it puts the lid on Mr. Blithero.
Oh, indeed, Archie. Then perhaps you can explain why Miss Lee has just surreptitiously entered the room with that is a revolver in your hand, isn't it, Miss Lee?
The amazing Nero Wolf, brought to you by the makers of Jergens Lotion, will continue in just a minute. But first, this is Jim Bannon with an idea for Christmas. For the girls at the office, the members of your club, for the toe of any woman's Christmas stocking, you can give a lovely gift for $1 plus tax if you give Jergens Lotion. It's a flattering gift because Jergens Lotion is the hand care the Hollywood stars prefer 7 to 1.
The Hollywood stars use Jergens Lotion 7 to 1?
Yes, with all the hand care preparations there are, the stars 7 to 1 choose Jergens Lotion. And this fine hand care is even finer now, thanks to wartime research.
What do you mean Jergens Lotion is finer now?
Know what women said after testing this post-war Jergens? They said it makes their hand feel even softer and smoother and protects even longer.
Oh, I'd like a bottle of that post-war Jergens Lotion myself.
It's in the stores now, very same bottle, still 10 cents to $1 plus tax. And for Christmas, the $1 bottle has a gay Christmas wrapping. From teenage to grandmothers, to please your women friends, give them Jergens Lotion for Christmas. And now back to the Jergens Lotion program, The Amazing Nero Wolf, starring Francis X. Bushman and Elliot Lewis.
Yes, this is a revolver in my hand, Mr. Wolf, and I can use it.
The way you used it on Garvey last night?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then why are you here?
For that folio. I want it. And Goodwin, stop inching toward me.
Why, you used to call me Archie.
They'll be calling you the late Mr. Goodwin if you don't stop.
Archie, stay where you are. Miss Lee means business.
I'm glad you understand that.
Just as I understand a great many other things. For example, the fact that you didn't sell the book to Minus by mistake. Garvey would have kept it well hidden. Therefore, you stole the book and used Minus to get it out of the store at a time when you could prove to Garvey you hadn't left the premises.
That may be true. I want the book. Where is it?
Thus, having convicted you of theft, convicting you of murder should be fairly simple.
Murder? You can't prove anything.
I admit you're right there. I can't. Not unless someone saw you at the store at the time of the murder.
But that's impossible.
Be quiet. Mr. Blithero has something to say.
Mr. Wolf, I can furnish you with that proof. I didn't want to say anything before, but when I passed the store last night, I saw her there.
Indeed. Archie, I want you to remember what Mr. Blithero has just said. Miss Lee, you'd to remember as well.
You're crazy. He's lying.
He's furnished me the evidence I shall need
You'll never use it against me.
Of course not. The evidence he furnished me shall serve to convict him.
What, Blithero? What did you say?
Blithero, you're not only a murderer, but a fool. You couldn't have seen Miss Lee at the store during the critical period last night, because at that time, Miss Lee was energetically chasing and firing at the cab containing Mr. Goodwin and Minus. I needed one additional iota of evidence against you to add to the evidence I already had of fraud. And in your eagerness to frame Miss Lee, you furnished it. Thank you. Oh, dear.
Yes. I've got the gun, too. Miss Lee, drop yours. Quickly. Yeah, that's good. And now to take care of you. Of all of you.
But I got some more books. All for a quarter.
Pick out, Chief.
I'll take the gun. Let's go.
Minor, pick out your heaviest book and hit Mr. Blitherow on the head with it, will you?
Why, sure. There. How's that?
Satisfactory, Minus. Archie, do you have his gun?
Uh-huh.
Then point it at Miss Lee. I think she's trying to reach her own.
Now, Susan, behave or Archie goes bang-bang.
Archie, stop this nauseating whimsicality and phone the police. We have a crook and a murderer to turn over to them. Minus.
Huh?
Close your mouth. It makes you look even less intelligent. If that's possible.
I was thinking.
Good heavens, no.
Yeah. From my experience in this here case, I come to the conclusion that books is real useful.
Splendid. Does that mean you're going to learn how to read?
But if I ever get tired of driving a cab, maybe I, too, write a book.
Oh, that's wonderful, Minus. What's it going to be about?
Well, Archie, how about me own life story, huh? You know, a guy sees a lot of things in the rearview mirror of a taxi.
A most commendable project, Minus. And I believe I can suggest a title for your autobiography.
Huh?
From the works of the bard himself.
You can, Mr. Wolf? What is it?
From Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 3. A tale told by an idiot.
Tonight's program concludes the current series of The Amazing Nero Wolfe, starring Francis X. Bushman as Nero Wolfe and Elliot Lewis as Archie. Brought to you by the makers of Jergens Lotion. The characters of Nero Wolfe and Archie Goodwin were created by Rex Stout. Tonight's play was written by Louis Biddies and produced and directed by Travis Wells. This is Jim Bannon saying goodnight for Jergens Lotion, the lotion for soft, smooth...
Calling Nick Carter. Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure is...
Yes, Across the Tracks. For Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Night Freight.
Well, Mr. Nicholas Carter, I've learned one thing about you during this long, long train ride.
That's interesting, Patsy. Provided it doesn't reflect upon my ability as a detective.
But it does, Mr. Carter. One of your rules is never to overlook an obvious clue.
Quite right, Patsy.
Well, this time you've missed one.
But we're not in the case yet, Patsy. Until we arrive at Midland Junction, I don't start to investigate the murder of James Fitzpatrick, the railroad detective. But when we get off at Midland Junction, then I'll be
That's just it, Nick. We aren't going to get off at Midland Junction. You overlooked a very obvious clue that's printed right here in this timetable.
Yes?
Yes. This train doesn't stop at Midland Junction. Why are we stopping way out here in the country?
Because Midland Junction happens to be way out in the country.
They're stopping the Limited just for us?
Just for us, Patsy. You see, the clue you found is counteracted by another you didn't know about. And that is that I happen to be handling this case for the Midland and Eastern Railway. It was their best detective who was murdered. They called on me to pick up where he left off. Well, come along, Patsy. This is where we get off.
Okay, I'm coming.
Watch that high step.
Thanks, Nick.
You're Mr. Carter?
That's right. And this is Miss Patsy Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Roger Baybrook. I'll talk to you about the case after the Limited pulls out. Stay right here until I come back.
Roger Baybrook? Well, I've heard of him, Nick. Isn't he that big real estate man who bought up a whole county just so he could run it the way he wanted to?
That's right, Patsy. And this happens to be the county. He owns nearly everything in it except the right-of-way of the Midland and Eastern Railway, which he just came in on.
Look at all those men with shotguns Baybrook's bringing back from that water tank.
They're deputies, Patsy. Probably out looking for the man who murdered James Fitzpatrick.
I suppose one of them is the sheriff. They all look dumb enough. Why is it, Nick, that whenever we land half a mile from nowhere, we always find a hick sheriff who thinks he can give lessons to the great Nick Carter?
That's really the exception rather than the rule, Patsy.
I hope that rule won't apply in this case, Miss Bowen.
Oh, you startle me, Mr. Baybrook.
Don't mind Patsy, Mr. Baybrook. You'll find me quite ready to cooperate with the local sheriff from the moment I meet him.
You've already met him, Mr. Carter.
You mean that you're the sheriff?
Well, you see Mr. Baybrook's badge, don't you, Patsy?
Oh, yes, sure.
Mr. Carter, I shall now give you the details of the murder of James Fitzpatrick. Let's go into the railroad station. That's where it happened.
All right, Sheriff.
Hello, Mrs. Fitzpatrick.
How do you do, Sheriff Baybrook?
Miss Fitzpatrick, this is Mr. Nicholas Carter.
How do
He's
you
taking
do?
charge of the case.
How do you do?
After I've shown him the scene of the death, I shan't annoy you further.
This isn't a matter for sympathy. I'm the station agent here, taking my husband's place while he's in the Army. Jim Fitzpatrick happened to be my brother-in-law. But as far as his death is concerned, I regard him strictly as a railroad detective who was killed on these premises. So, of course, it's my duty to help to find the murderer.
And mine too, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Oh, here's the office where it happened, Mr. Carter. James Fitzpatrick was seated in that chair with his back toward the window.
I see.
The night freight had just taken on water at the water tank about 100 yards up the track and was passing by the station.
Mm-hmm.
The shot was fired from about the middle of the train. The bullet smashed the window and found its mark in Fitzpatrick's back.
A revolver bullet, Sheriff?
No, a rifle bullet from a high-powered Mannlicher rifle. A firearms expert identified it this morning.
I see. And what was the speed of the train as it passed the station? About 20 miles an hour?
Well, that or a trifle less. There are about 30 boxcars, each fully loaded and sealed. The assassin must have been perched between two of those cars.
Yes, undoubtedly. The top of a boxcar would be well above the level of the window.
Precisely.
Well, Sheriff, have you any suspects?
Yes, my deputies are looking for Weasel Taggart and his gang of freight car thieves. We feel sure they've been responsible for the epidemic of freight car robberies we've had around here.
Had Jim Fitzpatrick connected Weasel with those robberies?
Yes, he had. We feel sure that's why Weasel killed him.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to make it my job to scour the country for Weasel and his gang. Well, you can handle the rest of it. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, he's a funny bird.
1, 2, 3, 4 people, Mommy, counting you and me.
Oh, hush, Charlie.
Hey, if Mr. Baybrook hadn't gone away, there'd be 5 people here. But now there's only 4 of us. But there'll be 5 again when Uncle Jim comes in. And if he brings in Weasel, there'll be 6. When is Uncle Jim going to bring in Weasel with those handcuffs he showed me, Mommy?
I don't know, Charlie.
Do you like to count, Charlie?
Gee, yes, I like to count all kinds of things, especially freight cars.
Now, come along, Charlie. Now get your supper ready. Oh, call me if you need me, Mr. Carter. I've really got to see you.
Quite all right, I will.
He's a bright little chap, isn't he, Nick?
Yes. And he's established one point for us, Patsy.
Hmm?
Before he was killed, Jim Fitzpatrick was on the trail of Weasel Taggart and expected to get him. Oh, you better answer that, Patsy.
All right. Hello?
Hello, Miss Special Privilege. How does it feel to have a limited stop for you?
Scubby Wilson. But how? When?
Well,
where-
Patsy, I
Stubby
came
came
on
ahead
ahead
of us
for
on the
sort
early local, Patsy. At present, I take it he's over in Halsey's General Store, that being the only building visible on the other side of the tracks.
Is that Nick talking, Patsy?
Yes, he deduces that you're at Halsey's store.
Right. Come on over if you're still hungry,
Hungry? Well, how'd you know I was hungry?
because you always are.
Uh-oh.
Oh, bring Nick along with you, and while you're eating, he can talk to Jeremiah Halsey, the Encyclopedia of Midland Junction. If Nick can sort out the clues that Halsey hands him, he'll have this case right in his pocket.
We'll be right over, Scubby.
Hello, Scubby.
Oh, hi, Nick. Mr. Halsey, my friends. The intelligent one is Nick Carter, and the beautiful one is Miss Patsy Bowen.
Oh, Scubby.
How do, boys? Glad to see you.
How do you do?
Come in, Sid.
Mr. Halsey owns this general store, Nick. It's the only store around here.
Well, I may own it now, but if Weasel Taggart has his way about it, I may not own it long. Weasel's tried 3 times now to steal my stock away from me.
Maybe next time he'll succeed.
Come on, Patsy. The food department is over here.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Tell me, Mr. Halsey, when did Weasel Taggart try to rob your store?
Oh, 3 different times. Only I'm not expecting them again until they rob some more freight cars.
Well, what's the connection?
Oh, by the way, miss, there's some good pies on that top shelf in the bakery department. Apple, 10 cents, and cherry, 15.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Carter, every time Weasel's gang robbed some freight cars, Jim Fitzpatrick got together a bunch of deputies and went out hunting them.
I see.
And that left nobody hereabouts, so they tried to rob my store.
And what did you do about it?
Well, scared them off every time. Just outsmarted them. That's what you got to do with people who try to take what belongs to you. Now, take Roger Baybrook, for instance. From the first day I saw him, I knew he wanted to buy up this whole county, so I went ahead and bought up a lot of property myself. I knew just what he wanted, and I sort of tried to beat him to it. Well, we did a lot of buying and selling, him and me, and after it was all over, Baybrook owned 10 times the amount of property as I did, but it cost him 100 times more. Now, who would you say was the smarter?
Well, that depends on the property, Mr. Halsey. But if your story is correct, Baybrook did pay too much for that old right-of-way belonging to the Midland and Eastern.
Well, he wanted it because it ran across the middle of his farm. He could have got it free if the franchise hadn't been renewed. That's what he was waiting for after young Tom Prentice tipped him off to it. Only Jim Fitzpatrick found out his game and blocked it.
And how did Baybrook feel toward Jim Fitzpatrick after that?
Well, he was mad enough to murder him, only he didn't say so. Baybrook just swore he'd get eaten with the railroad, and he has, by getting himself elected sheriff. He's after him every time a cow gets killed on their tracks. It'll cost them more in damage suits than he pays them for that strip of land.
Mr. Halsey, getting back to Jim Fitzpatrick.
No, don't jump at false conclusions, Miss Carter. I didn't say Baybrook actually threatened Jim. You heard me mention Tom Prentice.
Yes.
Well, he's Mary Fitzpatrick's brother. He worked for the railroad and embezzled some of their funds. So he told Baybrook about the right-of-way, hoping Baybrook would pay him for the information.
I suppose Jim found out about that, too?
Oh, of course. And Tom wouldn't pay the money, so he went to jail. Here, you can't eat all those cherry pies. I'm saving that last one for Mary Fitzpatrick. Here, come on now. Hand it over. Eat tough apples and see. Be right back, folks. I'm going into the shipping department for a paper bag.
Well, Nick, did the local encyclopedia turn out to be a gold mine?
I was just striking pay dirt, Stubby, when he got sidetracked on those cherry pies.
I'd say this store was a gold mine. Gosh, it's as big as a barn. It's filled with just about everything.
Everything except customers, Patsy. If I hadn't been around, Halsey would have been alone all afternoon.
And why in the world does he keep all this big stock?
A big stock brings a big trade. That's the motto Halsey keeps quoting. He's forgotten that half his customers have moved away since Baybrook bought up this land.
Back again, folks, with a pie all wrapped up for Mary. Oh, that reminds me, Miss Carter. I was telling you about her brother, Tom Prentice.
Yes. How long ago did Tom go to prison?
Well, I can't exactly say, Miss Carter, but I can tell you how long he's been out. And that's since yesterday.
Oh, you've seen him?
Yes, sir, right here in this store. Stopped to say hello like he'd just been back from a trip. But let's get over to the station before the night freight comes along and blocks us off. It's kind of dark, and if you want flashlights, I got some nice 69 centers in the hardware department.
I have my own light, thanks. Come on, kid.
Hello, Mrs. Fitzpatrick, we're back. Hello. Mr. Halsey will be along in a few minutes with a friend of ours, Scubby Wilson.
Hello, Mr. Carter.
Well, hello there, Charlie.
Hello there,
Charlie, I told you to stay in bed.
Oh, but I have to work, Mommy. If Uncle Jim isn't here, I've got to count the freight cars and report.
How high can you count, Charlie?
Gee, I only counted to 20 last night, then Mommy yelled and awful loud. Are you going to yell tonight, Mommy?
No, dear. Now run back to bed. Now, hurry now. You can count the cars while you're in bed. The big freight is just about starting.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Charlie. Hi, Mary.
Hello there.
Thought you told me you liked cherry pie, so I brought one along for you.
Thank you.
Oh, say, just got a good idea. Maybe Mr. Carter ought to look over those bills of lading and other papers Jim used to keep. Yeah, you might find a clue there. They still in Jim's desk?
Well, either there or in the safe.
Come on, Miss Carter. Let's go into the office. You can try what's in the desk first.
All right.
There they are, right there.
Don't imagine there's much here that can help.
You can't tell. You might find something.
No, Mr. Halsey. Afraid there's nothing here in the desk that I can use.
You're sure now, Carter? Did you look real careful through that pile of papers in the wire basket?
Yes, I did. What about that old safe in the corner, Mrs. Fitzpatrick? Maybe they're in there.
Well, I don't know the combination, Mr. Carter. Jim never gave it to me.
Don't let that worry you, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Nick opens safe doors almost as easily as you open an icebox.
Well, I'll go over and give it a try anyway.
Killer's out there again, riding the brakes like he did last night.
Are you hurt, Nick?
No, Patrick. If I hadn't gotten up from that desk just when I did, that bullet would have gone right through my head.
We gotta stop that freight. The killer's on it.
I'll telegraph the next station to flag it down.
Have him get the sheriff to search the tree.
That won't do any good. The killer will jump off as soon as the train gets out of town.
There must be some way of catching him, Nick.
Hey, you hear that? Baybrook's deputies must cornered him.
Let's get out there and find out what's happening.
Careful, he's got a gun.
There are the deputies, Nick. Crouching behind that pile of railroad ties.
You down there. Toss out your gun and come up with your hands raised. I have no gun. I'll come out like you want, but don't shoot. Promise you won't shoot. If you ain't lying about that gun, just keep your hands in the air and you won't get hurt. Okay. I'm coming out. Keep reaching. Come out of here. Don't take all night. You shot me in the leg. We ought to put another bullet for your heart, you dirty killer. I'm not the killer. Hey, you know who that is? Yeah, Tom Prentice.
Is it your brother, Mrs. Fitzpatrick?
Yes. After what happened last night, I made him hide in my attic.
Well, why didn't you tell us?
I was afraid he'd be blamed for killing Jim.
Well, never mind explanations now. He's been shot. He needs a doctor.
I'll go call one, Nick. Oh, Tom. Tom, why did you leave the station? Why didn't you stay where you were?
I heard the gunshot, Mary. The freight was passing, and I knew the killer was on it. I wanted to hop the freight and try to catch him.
You thought the killer was on it. Now that's a hot one. You were on it, Prentice. If our bullets hadn't made it hot for you, you'd still be on it.
I had just hopped on when you started shooting. I tell you, I was going to try to find him.
Hey, what's happened? What's going on here?
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You know, stories start many different ways, but this one began modestly enough with a 0 on a typewriter. That's right, cipher, naught, nothing. But to one man of Chicago's 4 million, that 0 meant death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Rudy Stone.
Mine is a funny kind of a job. When that evening sun goes down, I start walking through the dark city, peering into bleak alleys, wandering through the bright neon, listening to the sounds of a city at night, the whisper of footsteps, the shattering roar of an L train, the sob of an ambulance siren. I wander up the boulevards, down the back streets, searching for something in the dark city. And what exactly is it that I seek? Brother, it's something more elusive than the farthest star. I seek the city's heart. Tonight I must have walked for miles. The cold wind off Lake Michigan ad-libbing with my ribs and the hot breath of my deadline biting into my neck. Then ahead of me I saw that friendly oasis in the darkness, Benny's all-night beanery, otherwise known as Tomaine Junction. Throwing caution to the winds, I started through the door for a cup of coffee.
Operator, answer me.
Nobody around but Benny polishing the counter.
Operator, I've
and
been
this little
disconnected
blonde
from the call.
yapping excitedly into the wall phone near the door.
Please hurry.
Such devotion, somebody should get that excited over me.
Hello, Mrs. Warren. Yes, we were disconnected. Has he come home yet, Mrs. Warren?
How are you, Benny? How's the bicarbonate kick?
Oh, hiya, Randy. You always say that, but you keep coming back.
Glutton for punishment.
Oh, you've got to find him. You've just got to.
Get her.
What's with her, Benny?
No, 25 calls she makes like that. 25 times she gets the same answer. 25 times she comes over to get more nickels.
Business is good, huh?
A hole in the head. What's in it for me making change all night?
Give me some change. Please, Nichols.
Lady, sooner or later, I gotta run out. This is it.
I gotta have some.
I don't make them here, lady. Now, will you
then
please...
change quarters, dime.
Let me take a look, see if I have any.
Oh, yes, please do. But hurry. Please hurry. I gotta reach him.
Randy, make with the catch. He's passing out.
Oh, easy, lady, easy.
Out cold.
Coffee, Benny, quick. One thing I'll say. If Gabriel's trumpet doesn't succeed in waking the dead, all they've got to do is send for some of Benny's coffee. After I got a couple of sips down the girl's throat, she started coming out of it. Tears rolling down her face, her whole body trembling with sobs. Oh, come on now. Now stop it, honey. Stop it.
What happened to me?
You passed out, but good.
What time is it?
Oh, it's 9:45.
I've got to find him. I've just got to.
Oh, now take it easy. You're still shaky. Now, come on. Have a few more sips of this so-called coffee.
Oh, no.
Well, if you think Benny's coffee is bad, you ought to try his hamburgers.
I've just got to find him.
Who have you got to find?
The man.
What man?
The man I killed.
Ask a foolish question, you get a foolish answer. Only before I could ask any more questions, a little lady was on her way out of the place. I looked at Benny just to make sure he'd heard the same thing I had. He'd heard. His mouth was hanging open like somebody had taken out the hinges. I left the beanery and started after the girl. At first, I thought I'd lost her. Then I saw her sagging against the side of a building under the elevator tracks on Dearborn Street. She saw me coming.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm just an old busybody.
I don't know what to do. I'm going crazy. I should call Mrs. Warren again. Maybe he came home.
Who?
That man.
The man you killed, huh? Well, that makes sense. Now listen,
Oh,
lady.
you don't understand. You just don't understand.
This you can be sure of.
I've got to find him. I've just got to.
You've killed him, but you've got to find him. Yeah.
I must go. Please let me go.
I'm not holding you, kid.
I don't know where to turn.
You don't want to go anyplace, do you? You want help? All right, here it is.
I don't know you.
My name is Stone. Now that we're formally introduced.
The newspaper columnist?
Well, man's got to eat.
Oh, maybe you can help. Maybe you can, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, but first I've got to know why you keep calling the home of the man you killed to see if he's gotten in yet. This is slightly confusing.
All right, I'll tell you. My name is Ruth Baker. I'm receptionist and secretary for Dr. Stanley Loring.
The specialist?
Yes.
Go ahead.
There was a man, Philip Warren. A week ago, he saw Dr. Loring for an examination. Today, this afternoon, he came back for the report. I was in the outer office when Mr. Warren left the consultation room. He looked strange. Strange and frightened.
Will you give me a cigarette, Miss Baker?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Warren. Here. There's a lighter on the table.
Never mind. I don't want a cigarette.
Is there anything wrong?
Hey, what time have you got?
3:15.
You're a minute slow.
All that?
But a minute is important. Very important.
If you're going to catch a train.
No, it's always important.
Well, yes, I suppose it is.
Oh, yes. You know, I've lived all my life that way. Paying attention to time. Being punctual. My wife considers it a nuisance. Do you?
Oh, I'm afraid I hadn't thought of it.
You should. Everyone should. Time. If you thought how many different ways one tells time, it can whisper in an hourglass, or tinkle in the tiny little clock, or it can roar, or...
Yes?
All my life it's been important to me. Now he won't tell me when. All he says is sometime. That's not fair, Miss Baker. It's not right.
Look, Mr. Warren, perhaps you'd better lie down.
Oh, no. I've got several things to do. Many things, in fact.
I see.
You don't. But that doesn't matter at all. You know, in my office I can hear the chimes of the clock in the tower above me. I've always listened to them. I like them because time is important. But I never heard them chime midnight.
Midnight?
I guess midnight is a special time. It's either tomorrow or it's a day. It's in between. Tells a man that the day is over. Another one's going to begin. It's like standing on the edge. Goodbye, Miss Baker.
Goodbye, Miss Baker.
Yes, Doctor.
Miss Baker, will you come in, please?
Right away.
Warren gone, Miss Baker?
Yes, he just left, Dr. Loring.
Yeah, that was certainly unexpected. I was almost certain it wasn't that serious. Well, put his examination report back, will you?
Yes, sir.
The closed file, Miss Baker.
The closed?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it?
An inoperable condition.
Oh, now I see.
See what, Miss Baker?
Why he acted so strangely.
Oh, don't worry. He'll go home, think about it. When the first shock wears off, he'll accept it. What else can he do? What else can anyone do?
After that, I went back to my desk, Mr. Stone. I was checking my files and...
Come on, Ruth, what?
I made a mistake. A horrible mistake.
What was it?
Well, when a patient comes in for examination, only Dr. Loring knows his name. The technical laboratory has only a number on a card. Mr. Warren's was 5129. I typed it wrong. I typed 5120.
The card number of another patient.
It was a mistake. I put Mr. Warren's name under the wrong laboratory number. The number of a man who is going to die.
Certainly Dr. Loring will be able to tell if Warren...
Well, just a routine checkup would indicate symptoms. It took actual laboratory work to make certain.
Oh, I see.
He'll kill himself. He's that kind of a man. And if he does, I've killed him, murdered him. And if... I don't want to live. I'll kill myself, too.
Oh, now, come on. Now, there's no time for that. Does Dr. Loring know?
I told him right away.
And he tried to reach Warren?
Oh, we've been trying since this afternoon.
At his home?
Everywhere. He must have gone home first because he left his wife a note.
Suicide note?
Yes.
Ruthie, come on, let's go.
Well, where?
To Warren's home. And if he's not there, well, Chicago's a big city. It'll be tough finding one man among 4 million people. But we can try.
When I got home, Mr. Stone. I knew Philip went to see Dr. Loring, but I didn't know...
Just the note and nothing else, Mrs. Warren?
No, nothing.
You called the police right away?
Well, of course I did.
And you haven't left this apartment?
Not for a second.
Well, didn't he phone, try to get in touch with you at all?
No, Miss Baker, he did not. And if my husband isn't found before he kills himself, I'll see to it that you...
I've been telling you it was a mistake. Anyone could make a mistake like that.
Mistake? To make a man believe he's going to die in horrible pain? No, that's no mistake. That's murder. The cruelest kind of murder.
Don't, please.
Get out of here and leave me alone.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Warren. Why crucify this kid because she made a mistake that could happen only once in a million years?
To my husband.
To anyone.
Oh, leave me alone.
You want to find him, don't you?
Well, now, what kind of a question is that?
A nice, reasonable question. You want to find him. All right, help us.
But what can we do? By midnight, he'll be dead. The note he left said so.
Someone's at the door.
It might be him.
I'll get it.
Irma.
Mr. Warren?
Warren? Why, no,
Paul.
Yes.
Paul, what did you find out?
Oh, nothing. I checked every precinct station between here and the Oak Street beach.
Paul, this is Mr. Stone. And the girl who...
I see.
Paul is a friend of Philip's.
Yeah, there's nothing you said?
No one's seen him.
And no suicide report?
Not his.
It's 10 now. We've got 2 hours to find him.
You know, that bothers me. Why should he choose exactly 12 o'clock to die?
If you knew my husband, you'd understand why. The ticking of the clock was the most important thing in his life. You could set your watch by his schedule. Up at 7:30 in the morning. Never 7:28. Never 7:31, 7:30. Breakfast at 10 minutes to 8.
Irma, we haven't time to worry about Philip's idiosyncrasies right now. We've got to find him. As the young lady said, we've only got 2 hours.
I'm sorry.
Try to think the way he would. What does he do for those 2 hours? Where does he go? What does he want to see?
He's lived all his life doing things exactly the same way. That's all.
Well, that's something.
What are you getting at, Stone?
Well, I was just thinking. Nobody ever lets go of life without holding on to something else. Nobody knows whether you can take a memory with you or not. Maybe it's just a face, a melody, a favorite place. Nobody knows, but we like to think so.
Philip.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, But Philip would want to die exactly as he'd lived, knowing exactly when and where.
That's what I mean, Mrs. Warren.
What?
I want a list of every place your husband might go.
But...
Tell him, Irma.
Well, there are so many places.
100, 1,000, what's the difference? Write them down.
I'll go with you, Stone.
No, you stay here with Mrs. Warren. Somebody's got to be here if he shows up. And step on it with that list, Mrs. Warren. We've got a lot of places to cover by midnight. If we haven't found him, then we can cut our list down to one place. The county morgue.
Night Beat stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Find one man out of 4 million people. Find one place out of 1,000 square miles of city and do it in 2 hours, 120 minutes. A long chance? Compared to our job, $1 on the Irish sweepstakes was money in the bank. We had 2 things in our favor. One, Mrs. Warren had called the police. 1,000 cops had Warren's description. 2, Warren himself. The way he lived was a clue to the way he might die. On time, punctual. But where? The first place on this list was a little restaurant where he sometimes ate. They knew him there, all right.
Mr. Warren? Yes, I know him.
Has he been in here tonight?
Tonight?
Yes, tonight.
I see you don't know Mr. Warren very well. Mr. Warren comes here on Tuesday evenings only. This is Monday.
Cross off one place. Go to the next. Yes, they knew Mr. Warren. No, he hasn't been in tonight. This is Monday. He comes here only on Fridays. Grab a cab and hurry on. Watching the minutes go by. Watching Ruthie die a minute at a time. Telling her no matter how bad we were doing, the cops would find him for sure. The cigar store, where he stopped for cigarettes, missed him by an hour. The Newsreel Theater, sure, an old customer, but he comes on Wednesday for the new weekly show. Ruthie wanting to call Mrs. Warren again to see if the police had found him yet, but no time. 40 minutes gone, an hour lost, going down the list.
Hey, Ben, late edition, get your paper.
Hey, kid.
Oh, paper, mister?
No, not right now. Listen to me. Every night a man stops by here. His name is Warren.
Oh, I know him. What about him?
Well, has he been here tonight?
Sure. Hey, what gives with that guy?
What do you mean?
Well, any other night he's by here 6 o'clock sharp. Tonight he comes past after 10. Buys a paper, a late edition. He's never done that before. In fact, I never seen him after 6.
Which way did he go? Did he say anything to you?
Nothing. All he does is buy the paper, walk away, and then he throws the paper away like he don't want it in the first place.
Which way did he go?
Straight up Michigan, that way. You got to admit it's unusual.
Yes, I admit it. Thank you. Come on, cabby, move. So we went straight up Michigan Avenue that way. All we accomplished was to lose another 5 minutes of our time. And, brother, when it came to time, we were really scraping bottom. Those ever-loving cops were becoming more important by the second. One by one, we kept scratching names off the list. The cafeteria, where he sometimes stopped for coffee, but not tonight. The drugstore, where he stopped for stamps, but not tonight. Then the last place on the list, the very last. A little cocktail lounge on Michigan Avenue. One of those she joints where the lights are so soft and low you can't watch the bartender watering the booze. Our 2 hours were just about all used up.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh, pal, if you can't, nobody else can.
I beg your pardon?
I'm looking for a man named Philip Warren. Do you know him?
Oh, yeah, quite well. I consider Mr. Warren one of my special customers.
Was he here tonight?
Well, why do you ask?
We don't have time for anything but yes or no answers, please. Yes or no?
I really don't feel I'm at liberty to discuss with complete strangers.
Oh, Randy, it's not going to work. We're not going to find him.
Something wrong with Mr. Warren?
Well, to put it mildly, yes. Now, come on.
Well, if you'll tell me why you
Now,
want
listen,
it,
please.
You see, it's not really proper to tell just anyone who happens to inquire.
Pal, unless we find him in the next 15 minutes, Warren is going to die.
You're joking.
Look at this girl here. If Warren dies, she'll... Never mind. Look at her face and tell me I'm joking.
Oh. All right, I didn't know. Mr. Warren's a good customer, you know, 2 strangers asking.
Was he in here, and how long ago?
Well, he came in a little while ago. I thought it was strange, you know, because he's late. It always comes in promptly at 5:35.
Never mind the details. How long ago?
About 10 minutes ago. He sat at the usual place, but then he didn't drink his sherry.
You know where he went?
No, I don't.
Did you see him go?
Oh, yeah, I saw him leave.
All right, now think. Has he ever said anything about going anywhere from here?
No. He was always very quiet. Oh, but I think his office is near here.
What makes you think that?
Well, he mentioned once he always leaves it at 5:30.
I see. Thank you. Where's the phone?
Near the entrance.
Come on, Ruth. Thank you.
What is it, Mr. Stone? What did you think of?
You got his home phone number?
Yeah, written down
Good.
here.
Thank you.
Why are you calling there?
I want to know where his office is.
But why?
All his life, punctual, methodical. Everything to him was a habit. Maybe it's a crazy hunch, but I could be right. He could have gone to his office.
Yes, you could be right.
Come on. Answer.
They've got to be there. They said they'd stay.
But they don't answer. Ruth, do you remember where his office is? Must be on your records.
Oh, I don't remember it. Oh, but we can go and get it.
There's no time.
Try it again.
They're not there. I told them to stay there, the fools.
What?
The phone directory. Might have a business listing for him. Warren. Paul Peter. Philip Warren.
Is it?
No, only his home phone, the number I just called.
Mr. Stone.
What?
If Mrs. Warren isn't home, she might have gone to the police. Maybe they found him.
That could be it. Keep your fingers crossed that they found him alive.
Well, Randy Stone, snooping around this precinct for stories?
I've got one, Mac.
So?
Listen, I'm in a hurry. You've got to tell me something.
Why, sure, Randy. What?
There's a general call-out for a man named Philip Warren. Have you got anything on it?
I'll take a look. Warren? Philip Warren?
That's right.
Yes.
Oh, Mac, come on.
No, nothing here on that name, Randy.
Nothing. Mac, you're crazy. The call went out this afternoon. Every precinct has got it.
Well, this is one of them, but there ain't a thing here. Take a look for yourself. Here's the sheet.
No, I'll take your word for it, Mac. Listen, put out a call right away. He's got to be picked up.
He killed somebody?
He'll kill himself. You hear that, Mac? He'll kill himself if he's not found before midnight.
Before midnight? But that's just 15 minutes.
Yes, I know.
What did they say?
They didn't have a call for him.
Well, that's crazy. They must have. Mrs. Warren, call the police.
Yeah. Well, just a minute, Cabby. Look, Ruth. Let's figure it. That last cocktail lounge, the bartender said Warren came in every evening at 5:35, that he left his office at 5:30. Mm-hmm. That makes his office a 5-minute walk from the cocktail lounge.
And what he said to me, remember?
What?
He said he liked to sit in his office and listen to the chimes from the tower above his office.
Tower. 5 minutes from that cocktail lounge on Michigan Avenue.
Look up the avenue.
The Wrigley building. The clock in the Campanile Tower. Ruth, that's got to be it. We've got 10 minutes to get there and find the office. Cabby, Wrigley building, fast. The red on the traffic lights didn't mean a thing, but it still took us 3 minutes to get to the Wrigley building. When we got there, the hands of the clock in the Campanile Tower pointed to 7 of 12. And as we looked up, the larger hand crossed out another minute of Warren's life. One more went by before the night watchman heard me pounding at the doors. And then he opened them.
Hey, what's all the fuss?
Look, my name is Stone. Chicago Star.
Yeah, will that give you the right to pound on doors?
No, please, just listen.
Yeah?
Does a man named Philip Warren have an office in this building?
No, he ain't got no office.
Oh, no.
Are you sure?
Sure, of course I'm sure. Man named Warren works here. But
Philip Warren?
Sure, works for Western Research.
Did he come in tonight?
Why?
Stop asking questions, please. We've got to find him or he'll be dead.
But he was all right when he walked in.
All right, take us up to him.
Hey, you've got to sign the in and out sheet just like everybody else.
All right. We'll sign it. Just take us up.
Yeah, okay. Got to use the freight elevator, though. Regular ones don't run at night, not this shop.
I don't care which one we use. Just get us up to Warren. I stopped looking at my watch while that freight elevator droned its deadly way up to the floor where Warren had his office. And then at last, we were there.
Western Research Office is right down that way.
You'll call the police.
Huh?
Call the police. Tell them you're calling for me to get here as soon as they can.
Oh, sure, okay.
Thank you. Come on, Ruth.
There it is.
There's no light inside. It's open.
There's no one here.
Find the light switch.
I can't.
All right, never mind. I'll light a match. What's the matter?
I thought I saw someone at the desk when you lighted that match.
All right. Follow me.
Look.
Mrs. Warren.
What are you doing here?
Well, I thought of the same thing you did, and I...
Irma, you still here?
Yes, Paul. Mr. Stone is here, too.
Stone?
Yes. Turn on the light, Paul.
Why wasn't the light on in the first place?
Well, we thought if Philip came here and saw a light, he wouldn't come in.
That's right, Stone. We called the police. They had nothing yet, so we came here. We thought that...
You called the police?
We just couldn't stay home and do nothing.
The police didn't tell you anything, huh?
No, everyone's looking for Philip.
I'll ask you nice, Paul. Where is he?
I don't understand.
Let's stop playing patty cake. Where is he?
I tell you, we don't know.
Sure you do. Well, you're one of his best friends. Where is he? Come on, give.
Well, we don't know where he is. We came here for the same reason
You
you
never
did.
called the police about your husband like you said. You didn't want them to find him.
You're insane, both of you.
Come on, Paul boy. Tell me where he is.
I tell you, I don't know.
Now, let's try it again. Come on.
Stone, you're...
Never mind me. Let's stick to the subject of the moment. Where is he?
I told you.
Where is he? All very neat and clean, wasn't it? Let the old boy kill himself. Just don't do a thing about it.
Stop it, Stone, stop it.
You tell me when, Paul. How much insurance was he going to leave to your lady friend? You sure it isn't one of those non-cancelable policies, Paul? You know some of them don't pay you off on suicide. Tell me where he is. Tell me.
Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. He's on the tower.
He's on the top of the building. I saw him. He's going to jump.
Here's your boyfriend, Mrs. Warren. Catch! The tower, Ruth. Come on.
The elevator.
No time. Tower's only 2 flights up. Come on, I'll need you. It was 1 minute of 12 when we took the first step of the 2 flights. The run-up was like one of those dreams in which you stand aside and watch yourself. There was a queer, impersonal detachment about it that made the horror even more real. And then we were out on the roof.
Did you see him?
No, not yet.
What the...
Where?
Look! On the tower!
Warren! Warren, wait! Warren!
Yes, I'll wait, because it's not quite time. I've got to finish off the day.
You've got to listen to me. You're not going to die. Do you hear me?
He said I was, but he wouldn't say when. He wouldn't tell me when. But I know, I can tell you. It's not quite 12, but when it is.
Warren, look here. Ruth, make him listen to you.
Mr. Warren! Look at me! You know who I am?
Yes, I know. I know everybody in the world. And I can see everybody from here.
Please! The report was a mistake. You're not going to die, do you hear? It was a mistake. Please, listen to me.
You're lying. You're all lying. Everybody lied to me all my life. You want me to suffer. I can't. I tell you I can't. And I know when I'm going to die.
But you're not. It was a mistake. My mistake, not the doctor's. I swear. We're not lying to you. I swear it.
Randy, why? Oh, Mother in heaven.
Get your boys ready, Mac.
They're all set. But him? What about him?
Keep talking, Ruth. He's watching you. Keep talking.
Mr. Warren, you're all right. Do you hear? You're not going to die.
He said I was. He told me.
It was a mistake.
Please don't lie to me, please.
It's the truth, Mr. Warren. You're not going to die. Do you believe it?
Thank heaven. Thank heaven.
You can get him now, Mac. He'll hold on until your boys reach him. So here I sit, trying to write my story for tonight. But I keep hitting that one key. 0. 0, cipher, naught, nothing. Ah. Oh, dear. Someday, a nice, peaceful story is going to be written about a flock of happy little birds leisurely circling a burned-out world, wondering whatever happened to all those crazy two-legged characters who spent their lives knocking each other's brains out. What a nice thing to read that'd be. Yeah, but wait a second. Who'd write it? All right, you broken down two-bit philosopher. The makeup editor's got to go home, too. So let's get going. Hello?
Robert Haley stars as Charlie McMahon in A String of Black Beads.
I know, Louis. Lunchtime. Just as soon as I adjust this balance wheel. Stitch-in time clocks.
Staff Inspector McPhee for Charles McMahon. 1 moment, please.
Hey, partner, long time no see.
Yeah. How you been, Kirk?
Moving on up, Charlie, moving on up. I'm unit commander, homicide now.
Yeah, I read. Congratulations.
Yeah, before you know it, I'll be chief, eh?
God help us all. What can I do for you?
Remember Paul Howard?
Pretty hard to forget your last case.
Yeah, it's happening again.
What's happening again?
Reverend Gary James, the current pastor of Fellowship Baptist, he's been stabbed. Same M.O. as Howard, and get this, he was just appointed to the police board.
Paul Howard was murdered 10 years ago.
And we never got the killer.
It's a coincidence, Kirk. Get out the old files, scotch the connection, and move on.
That's just it. The old files, our files, they're missing.
FI to FO. I want them in cell 3. That's right, cell 3. Yes, hello, can I help you?
I'm looking for Malcolm Fieldstein.
You've got me.
Charlie McMahon.
Oh, yeah. SI Staff Inspector McPhee called. First time I've ever been chewed out by a unit commander.
He's taken a special interest in this one. What's happening down here?
Reorganization. The station's being decommissioned, turned into storage. Dead files from all over town are being dumped on us, and then they chew me out for losing your case.
Life is cruel, especially in records. Let's look in here.
But that's P.
Yeah, P. From Pathé to Patterson, Patty, Pawchuk, Paul. Here we are.
Filed under Howard Paul instead of Paul Howard.
Corporal Jackson. He did all the filing in homicide. Always got the names muddled.
Then it's not just this file?
No.
He who is first shall be last, and the last shall be first.
You may just be right.
I am the most highly trained new tech expert on the Toronto Metropolitan Police Force.
Then what are you doing here?
Some idiot in personnel saw computers on my resume and put me in records. Computer crime? Duh. Sorry, it's my allergies. This dust makes you cranky. And the heat. If you could just open a window, but no, they're all sealed.
From when they put in the air conditioning.
Which no longer functions. So, you were the investigating officer on the Howard murder?
Yeah.
Thick file.
That happens when they don't get solved. Know the case?
Before my time. What happened?
Paul Howard was pastor of the Fellowship Baptist. Real media darling. Made enough noise about systemic racism to get appointed to the Police Services Board. He was trying to open a special investigation into criminal police actions when he got himself stabbed.
Great PR for the department.
The best. The cops did it, right? And a big cover-up had to follow, which was a pilot. Hey, out there in the lot.
Oh, jeez.
That bike cop's giving me a ticket.
Jolene! Hey, Jolene! Oh, she can't hear me. Come on, I'll talk to her.
It's like they don't even care if this is a cop shop.
Hey, Jolene, this guy's here to see me.
Sorry, Malcolm, but the sign says police cars only, and this isn't a police car.
Sorry, I was assigned to this spot for 9 years.
You're an old guy. Why didn't you say so? What unit?
Homicide.
When did you retire?
About 10 years ago.
You're Charlie McMahon.
Yeah.
Amazing. You must have been like 13 when he retired.
He didn't retire. He resigned. And I remember because I lived in the same building as Billy Parker.
Billy who?
Parker. Detective McMahon here shot him. The ticket's written up. It stands.
I'm missing something here, aren't I?
During the Howard investigation, my partner and I were doing some follow-up at the church. We came out and found this jerk 1718 spray painting the side of our car. Things got a little physical. Kid made a grab at my holster. I pulled my gun, and it went off.
This kid, he was Billy Parker?
No, Billy Parker's mom worked for the congregation. He was on his way to see her. He just walked right into it.
That's bad news.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it was another racially motivated shooting. I resigned, but it didn't matter. From then on, the Howard case was dead in the water.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, we found the file. Come on, I want you to deliver it personally. Might impress the big SI. Help get you out of here.
You serious? You're going to help me?
Sure.
They need somebody in homicide who knows how to file. Kirk, they told me you were down here.
Charlie. Yeah, I usually leave the investigations to the officers assigned, but given our history with the case, it's going to be hands-on. Any luck at the old shop?
I found him, with some help from Constable Fieldstein. You got a smart kid here, Kirk. Gonna be a good cop.
Oh, gross.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, sorry, it's just the crime scene photos posted on the board.
That's Reverend James.
Yes, it's just... he's...
Dead. Great. Okay.
You looked at these yet, Kirk?
Yep.
These black things all over the floor?
They're beads.
Beads?
Reverend Howard's hands were tied. With beads. The MO on the two crimes is too close to wish away. So they asked me to consult on the investigation.
And who does he ask to work with? You and me.
Me? Why me?
It's your beat, isn't it?
Oh, it's me because he needs a black cop to run interference. Right, McMahon?
We both know it'd be useless for me to go nosing around your community alone.
Jolene, this is a real honest-to-God case.
Run by a civilian, everyone thinks he's a racist.
There's not being run by Charlie. He's a special advisor working with us.
You think solving this case will rehabilitate your reputation?
My reputation doesn't matter, and you've got a pretty strange attitude for a cop.
I'm a new cop. We all got a different kind of attitude.
Look, a cop gets an innocent civilian killed. He's got no business being a cop, period.
Then why do you want back on this case? Why'd they ask you?
Because I want to know why a killer commits a murder, waits 10 years, and then does it again.
You ever think that maybe the killer blew it just like you? Maybe he was out of action for 10 years, too.
You could be right.
Could be.
Only one way you're going to find out. Work with me.
What makes you think you can be any better at doing this job than you were the last time around?
I won't be, but you're smart enough to make the difference, aren't you?
Right.
Look, Constable, a lot of things got said about me back then that were wrong. It's been eating at me ever since. Now, I've got a second chance, and you've got a big break. You want to ride a bike for the rest of your career?
Definitely not part of the plan.
Then help me figure out why this guy's back on the scene.
Come on, Jolene.
I'll do it. But it doesn't mean I trust you.
No, I guess I'm going to have to earn that, aren't I?
Before the Feds started coordinating databases, this would have been impossible, but now I can access conviction and release dates on every correctional facility in the country and cross-reference the two against the murders.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Damn.
What?
Access denied. They changed the passwords again.
And they don't give you a new password?
They don't give out passwords to filing clerks. This will take a second or two to crack. What's the story on these beads?
We showed them around, tried to get an opinion, but all we got was that they were antique prayer beads, period. Probably flea market purchases or something. It makes no sense, because Howard and James were definitely not Catholics.
I'm in. Voila. 6 hits in the Toronto region.
So that's 3 for each of them.
Cross Fred Baines off your list. Says here she committed suicide last month.
She?
Sorry, he was a cross-dresser. Work the track. Next.
Okay, what do we have? Client 1 was in for bank robbery. Client 2 murdered his wife. Third up, Jack Gilbert, I know him. A biker out of Oshawa, shot his partner in a drug deal.
None of them likely to get their kicks slicing up the clergy, then or now.
Number 6. Eugene Miller, charged with arson 2 weeks after the murder.
I want you two to run checks on everybody else on this list. Cross the I's and dot the T's. And while you're wasting your time, I'm going to talk to S.I. McPhee.
About Mr. Miller?
That's right.
Why? What did he torch?
A church.
Eugene who?
Miller. He torched a church in Parkdale just after the first murder, and he got out of Penetanguishene 5 weeks before the second.
This guy torched the church, and nobody in the entire department noticed he existed?
Given Howard's politics, we all assumed the killer was white. Eugene Miller's black.
Yeah, black, white, what a load of crap. We got beads. This guy must be some kind of charismatic Catholic or something. Nut who thinks he's defending the one true church.
You wish. But Miller's a Baptist, same as James and Howard.
The GD beads never made any sense. Okay, let's drag this guy in and rattle his cage. Maybe something will fall out.
It is true that in the past I have suffered from episodes that resulted in admittance to a psychiatric facility. That is a record of fact.
This is great.
And it was during one of these episodes that you set fire to the Church of the Holy Martyrs.
First time you've watched an interrogation?
I can only tell you what I remember.
First time I've watched a real interrogation through a real observation glass.
The night of the fire.
How do you figure McPhee's doing?
Miller's running circles around him.
I had been depressed, deeply concerned for my faith. I'm sad to say that I contemplated suicide.
So this fire was what? A kind of suicide attempt?
Perhaps, but I don't really know. That night I remember passing by a whole string of houses of worship, unable to enter any of them. The next thing I remember, I was standing in the burning church. I tried to quench the flames, which is how I acquired the burns. They were very painful.
S.I. McPhee. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Miller. I'll be right back.
They shall lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues and into prisons.
For God's sake, turn that speaker off. A lawyer showed up. Wants to see his client.
Legal aid didn't used to be this prompt.
This guy's not from legal aid.
So who's paying?
Elizabeth Parker.
Billy Parker's mom?
I don't get it.
Join the club. Well, we can't take it to the Crown without evidence, and he gave me nothing.
He's our guy. I can smell it.
Great. Here's his file back. Make us both happy. Prove it.
Miller Eugene? Nobody's called Miller Eugene.
Eugene, who was first, shall be Miller, who was last.
Very funny. But why would you even think...
He said he'd been burnt, but there was no medical report in the file.
Enfield, Ellis, Eugene. Oh, my God, that clerk was positively demented.
Told you the file was too thin. Burnt pretty bad. 3rd degree. Smell of gas. Yeah. Typical. Emergency guys call. Fire marshal. Yeah. Hello.
Are you aware you talk to yourself?
Huh?
You talk to yourself.
I prefer to call it thinking aloud. Comes from being alone. When I'm home, I talk to my cat.
Is there something of interest in there?
Yeah. Have a read.
Patient had a partially healed gash on right hand. When questioned about the injury, he replied he'd done it slicing bread. When asked why he didn't seek treatment, he said he prayed over it.
You know something, Malcolm? Slashers cut themselves during attacks. It happens all the time. Remember O.J.?
I do. He claimed he cut his hand on broken glass and all that business with the blood-soaked glove and DNA.
DNA? When he was killed, the Reverend Howard was wearing his chasuble.
His what?
You know, like a black gown. There was a lot of blood.
Forensics must have taken samples.
They checked the blood type. It matched Howard, so that was as far as they took it.
Well, we can take it a bit further than that these days. Just need to track down his record of his personal effects, physical evidence, and... Damn.
What?
Storage. The department took the samples they needed, made a photographic record of everything, and kept crucial physical evidence, like the beads. But personal effects? The Reverend had no family, so all his effects were returned.
Where?
To the church.
She's bound to recognize you.
I know. I'm ready for it.
Why can't you just let me take care of it?
I'm not going to hide behind you. I shot her son. I'm involved in the investigation. She has the right to know that, if she doesn't already.
Hello, Jolene. How are you?
Fine, Mrs. Parker.
I know you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to bother you, but I thought...
Thought you resigned the force.
I did, but this new case...
2 of our finest leaders, both coming from this same church. Something sure stinks there, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because Mr. McMahon was involved in the first case, he's been asked
Come round and mess things up again?
Mrs. Parker, we think Eugene Miller may be connected to both murders.
That's pretty obvious. The way he got dragged in off the streets.
Why did you get him a lawyer?
He's an old friend, and I guess he's going to need all the help he can get, now that you're involved.
You've known him a long time, then?
He worked here in this ministry for a while, back in the 80s, but, well, he had his own way of seeing things.
I remember that. So he and Reverend Howard didn't get along?
He was with us before Reverend Howard's appointment. Can't say for sure they ever met.
Why did he leave?
Why does anybody leave? You should know the answer to that one.
Mrs. Parker, please.
Like I said, he had his own way of seeing things. Made some people uncomfortable.
But not you.
The man knows his Bible. And his history. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Mrs. Parker, Reverend Howard's robe came back to the church with his personal effects.
That's right. And you know what Reverend James did? He put it in a glass cabinet up by the altar. And said it was going to stay right there to remind us all of what had happened. until the day the murder was solved.
Is the robe still there?
You solved the case yet?
I'm trying to.
There's been some big breakthroughs in DNA research over the last few years, Mrs. Parker.
I'm sure. Enough so you could use that robe to frame Eugene.
DNA doesn't lie, Mrs. Parker. And it could prove Mr. Miller is innocent.
Unless some racist tampers with the evidence?
You ever think even for a moment you could be wrong about me?
No. You quit the police force to cover up my son's death.
We both know your son died because I screwed up. But race had nothing to do with it.
You shot my son down as he was walking out of his church. No way you would have been waving a gun around in front of a church in Rosedale.
If the situation warranted it, I would.
Then why did you resign?
Look, think whatever you want to think about me. All I'm trying to do is stop whoever killed Reverend James and Reverend Howard before they hurt somebody else. You want race to get in the way of that, there's nothing I can do about it.
I can almost feel you squirm, Sergeant McMahon.
Mrs. Parker, I am truly sorry for your loss.
You can feel sorry all you want. The only thing counts is how you live the rest of your life.
So what are you saying, Betty? Are you going to give him a chance or what?
You think I should do that?
It's the only way anyone is going to find out who he really is.
I'll get the robe. But I doubt it'll do you much good. It's all cleaned and pressed. Nice as can be.
The odds of forensics getting anything incriminating from this robe are minimal. You know that.
Well, I imagine it's a long shot, but I think we...
McPhee. He is. Well, of course, send him up. It's Eugene Miller. He wants to talk to me.
As barbarous as the idea of putting the raiment of a murdered man on display in the house of God may be, I must admit when Mrs. Parker told me about the robe, I was overjoyed.
Why is that, Mr. Miller?
It may just be my deliverance. If they don't find my blood on the garment, then I'll have proven my innocence, won't I?
It's just one test.
Yes. But without this evidence, to continue to pursue me would have to be seen as harassment, don't you think?
Harassment?
Perhaps persecute is a better word. They shall lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues and into prisons, being brought before kings and rulers for thy own sake. Luke 21:14.
That's the second time I've heard that quote from him.
You came in here on your own, Mr. Miller. You can hardly call that persecution, can you?
Luke 21. That's a chapter of prophecy.
Prophecy? What prophecy?
The destruction of the temple.
Keep talking.
Christ went to the temple in Jerusalem, and the place was full of merchants, stalls set up selling offerings, food, things to drink. Jesus went crazy. He drove them all out and then prophesied that the temple would be destroyed.
How?
By fire, I think. Hold it. Are you suggesting? Nah, it's too weird.
Not for a man acting out a prophecy. He's got to eliminate the corrupt priests. Drive them out of the temple permanently. Turn the sound back on.
You say I am not persecuted, but you seek me out. In a world full of unrighteous men, you come for the man of God. What am I to think, sir?
I think you're a killer, Eugene.
I'm just doing my job, Mr. Miller.
We still have no proof of that.
No, but you can bet he's dying to tell somebody.
Like the centurions of old.
Who?
Whoever understands, and that is definitely not going to be S.I. McPhee.
Just a few more questions about the Reverend Howard.
No, I'm sorry. I feel we have entirely exhausted the topic.
I want you to go in there, Jolene.
Me?
Tell McPhee I need to talk to him.
And then what?
And then you blow the case. I get to blame a black woman, and the entire police force, you accepted, of course, gets to go home happy. Is that what you think?
I just want to be clear here.
Fine, let's be clear. I'm giving you a shot because I think you're the only one he's going to trust. And I think you're smart enough to pull it off.
You better not hang me out to dry, Charlie. I wouldn't like that.
Hey, you called me Charlie. I think we're getting somewhere.
Look, Mr. Miller, I do appreciate your cooperation, but until we have all these matters dealt with...
I just want to see my name cleared.
Staff Inspector McPhee, Mr. McMahon wants to see you.
Wants to see me? I'm in the middle of...
He said it was urgent.
Oh, all right. Mr. Miller, this will only take a second.
I said I want to leave now.
I'll stay with him, sir.
Good, you do that.
Sorry, Reverend Miller. These guys don't know the meaning of respect.
And who might you be?
I'm Jolene Gray. You used to preach at my church when I was a little girl.
When you were a little girl?
At Fellowship Baptist, before Reverend Howard came.
The golden time.
It was a golden time. I was very impressed.
What's up, Charlie?
I've got a theory. Hope it works.
You were... I didn't know the word at the time, but you were... a scholar.
I have made a serious study of the holy places and the times in which you walked.
Hey, she's questioning our boy.
My idea.
Yes, sir. We all missed you when you left.
Charlie.
Shh, listen.
I never could figure out why they picked Reverend Howard over you.
It was the decision of the church elders, and I had no right to question their wisdom.
Charlie, I can't let some wet behind-the-ears bike cop question our suspect.
Shut up, Kirk. She's making our case.
To tell you the truth, my mother never cared much for Reverend Howard. She said he spent too much time on politics and not nearly enough on his Bible.
Oh, yeah. It was always "we shall overcome" with him.
You knew him then?
At the time, his name was hard to avoid.
I got it.
Got what?
The beads. I got on the net, sent some pictures around. Those beads are the real thing, artifacts from the Middle East.
Yeah, Reverend Howard sure did raise a lot of dust, didn't he?
What's she doing in here?
Making our case.
Oh.
And that Gary James, he was even worse.
I'd best be on my way.
The beads, what else?
There was one lesson you taught I've never forgotten. The money lenders in the temple. Mark 11, right?
Verse 14.
They were trading beads. You used to use them like currency. You bought and sold things all over the Middle East using
How's
beads.
it go? And Jesus went into the temple and began to cast out those that sold and bought there, and overthrew the tables of the moneylenders and them that sold doves.
Seem to understand. Do you?
I believe I do.
Well, I think you understand nothing. Good day.
Reverend Miller, wait, Charlie, I lost him. You're sure he's here?
I told you, I followed him.
I don't like this.
Neither do I, but we've got no other choice.
If S.I. McPhee...
I'll take care of Kirk, but you're the one who's got to get this confession.
I still say it'd be a hell of a lot easier without two white guys peering over my shoulder.
Solo flight? Been there, tried that.
Malcolm, if you don't...
Now, why can't you just leave this poor man alone?
Mrs. Parker.
And you especially, Jolene. You should be ashamed.
Mrs. Parker, I want you to tell him I understand the beads.
And what beads might those be?
Now, Mr. Miller, I thought we agreed we wouldn't be talking to these people without your lawyer ever again.
They're Phoenician trading beads. Those who sold and bought in the temple. They traded in beads, didn't they?
Now that's enough.
It was a common practice.
Mrs. Parker, I don't think you understand.
But who know, Eugene? A few biblical scholars and you, of course.
Of course.
And even if we knew about the beads in the temple, well, that doesn't mean we'd understand what they meant to you.
I assumed no one in homicide would have the spiritual values to understand.
They didn't.
But I did.
Jolene, if you don't stop this, I am...
Betty, please. You're in the middle of something you don't understand. Now, Howard and James were modern-day Pharisees, weren't they? Playing politics and calling it the Word of God.
Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and to the Lord what is the Lord's. That's what he said in his book.
He also said, "Thou shalt not kill."
I know. After Reverend Howard, I sought redemption and fired.
And killed again just as soon as you got out of jail.
After 10 years of captivity, I go to my church thinking it has been saved, and what do I find? Paul Howard's chasuble on display like he was a saint. Evil incarnate in the house of the Lord. I did what I was sent to do.
Sent? By who?
Who do you think?
Good move, giving the girl a chance. 10 years ago, you wouldn't have done that.
3 days ago, I wouldn't have done that.
You were always a good detective. Way better than me.
We were a team. Remember?
What I remember, you covered for me.
I didn't cover for you, Kirk. We were in it together.
Come on, I was the one pushed the kid around. That's why things went bad. All you did was try and get us out of trouble.
Well, I wish that were true, but Mrs. Parker, Billy's mother, she said another part of town we would have played it different. And you know what? She was right.
Hey, those people make us both nervous, but that doesn't make us racist.
Doesn't it?
You have been listening to A String of Black Beads, the first of our series of The Old Guy by Paul Ledoux. Featured in the cast tonight, Robert Haley as Charlie McMahon, William Colgate as Kirk, Ryan Rogerson as Malcolm, Karen Glaive as Jolene. With them, you also heard Arlene Duncan as Betty Parker and Conrad Coates as Eugene Miller. The music was composed and conducted by Milan Kimlicka. The recording engineer was Wayne Richards. Sound effects were by Matt Wilcott. Colleen Woods was the associate producer. Our coordinating producer is Barry Morgan. The program was produced and directed in Toronto by Bill Howell, the executive producer of The Mystery Project. I'm Bob Bobin, thanking you for listening and inviting your comments. See you next week.
Gallon Cabs present Pat Novak for Hire.
Cinderella lost a shoe and so she got a maid with lovely shoes a girl can't lose. In Gallon Cab she'll race.
More miles to a Gallon Cab. Yes, Gallon Cabs, the family shoe stores with the yellow fronts. The largest shoe chain in the West with stores from Canada to Mexico to serve the West. GALLENKAMTS, Gallon Cabs present Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak for Hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you always bite off more than you can chew. It's tough on your windpipe, but you don't go hungry. Down here, a lot of people figure it's better to be a fat guy in a graveyard than a thin guy in a stew. That way you can be sure of a tight fit. Oh, I rent boats and do anything else that makes a sound like money. It works out all right if your mother doesn't mind you coming home for Christmas in a box. I found that out Wednesday night about 9 o'clock. I closed the shop early and I came home to read. Well, it wasn't a bad book if you ever wanted to start a forest fire. It was one of those historical things, and the girl in it was just getting her second wind and her third man when the door to my apartment opened and the place began to get crowded. From where I sat, the crowd looked good. She sauntered in, moving slowly from side to side like 118 pounds of warm smoke. Her voice was all right, too. It reminded you of a furnace full of marshmallows.
Good evening.
Yeah, thanks for knocking.
I don't think you mind my coming in without warning.
No, I get the cabbage smell from next door the same way.
Does it pay to be that polite, Mr. Novak?
Saves you the trouble of saying please. What's on your mind?
That bottle in front of you. Will you pour me a drink?
No. You'll save dough if you look up a bartender.
All right. I came to use you instead of your whiskey anyway.
Talk.
My name is Lee Underwood. I'll give you $300 to do something for me. It'll only take an hour.
That's too much dough unless it's murder. And if it is murder, it's not enough dough.
Are you afraid?
I just don't like paid murder. I told you. When you get caught, the pain gets expensive.
If it were murder, I'd do it myself. Mr. Novak, I want you to frighten someone for me.
Why don't you hire a friend? Are they too pretty?
It's a man named Dixie Gillian. You'll find him in an office down on Folsom Street, at this address. I promise nothing will happen to you.
That's what they told Billy Kahn.
He'll be in this office until 11 tonight. I want you to go in and see him. Tell him you're from Adrian. And that he's to get out of town by tomorrow noon.
Suppose he wants to put it off.
He won't. Don't let him know who hired you. Just tell him Adrian said to leave.
Yeah. You better go home. For $300, I won't buy a tissue paper plot. Now tell me more or say goodbye.
There's not much more I can tell you, except there won't be any trouble. He's a rotten little beast, and I want him frightened badly.
Why?
He's been bothering my sister.
Why doesn't he bother you?
Because I bother back too fast. Do you want the 300, Mr. Novak?
Yeah, it's going to be a long winter. Put it on the table.
Good. And you'll need this, too.
No, you keep it. I don't want a gun.
It's empty, don't worry. See? No shells. It's perfectly safe.
Now, look, I've got a nasty disposition. You can rent that for $300, but if you want more, find a gunsel or an off-duty copper, will you?
I don't want you to be a gunsel. That's why I want you to use this gun. I know it's empty. If you use it on Dixie, he'll scare fast. It's just a way to save some breath.
All right, it's your 300.
You better go now.
Yeah. Wait till I get a coat, will you? If your doorbell rings, don't play mouse.
Oh?
Because I may look you up.
Am I too young to ask why?
Because if anything goes wrong, I'll be around looking for you. From there on, it won't be nice. I'll dirty you up like a locker room towel.
Relax, Patsy. You'll never learn to fall in love that way.
She handed me the gun and walked out of my apartment. Seeing her leave made you feel like Frank Buck losing an argument. She walked with a nice, easy swing of a satisfied leopard, and for a small leopard, she had pretty good spots, too. I put the gun in my overcoat pocket, and I went down to Folsom Street. The address was down near the bridge entrance, and the street was deserted except for a couple of winos near the corner trying to buy back 1926 at $1 a jug. I stopped in front of the place. It was a machinery company. I could see a light burning in the back. I began to walk through the place. It was so quiet you could hear a worm with whooping cough, and there were enough shadows around to keep a ghost happy for years. When I got to the office back in the corner, through the glass, I could see a man sitting at the desk. When I opened the door and walked in, he didn't seem surprised.
Come on in, mister. You're bad on noise.
Yeah?
That's right. You make too much for a thief and not enough for a customer. What do you want?
About 10 words if you're Dixie Gillian.
Go ahead.
You better look up a timetable.
What makes you that tough?
This.
Oh. Why do you look tougher with the gun? Does it make you talk faster?
I'm going to say it slow, mister. Pack up your rompers and get out.
Is that you talking or somebody else?
I'm just the guy with the gun. Adrian does the talking.
And he says get out.
That's right. You got the whole message now.
All right, you told me. So wander out and spend your dough.
I will.
You'll need part of it, though, because I'm going to give you an answer for Adrian. I'm going to take that gun away from you, mister. You can pick the pieces out of your head on the way home.
You better stand back or I'll share it with you.
You got your offer, mister. Let's see you make good. Here.
Save your muscle,
Drop
fella.
that gun, will you?
Save your
Drop
muscle,
that gun.
fella. The gun's empty.
Somebody fooled us, mister.
Sometimes you can get a home run with a half swing. That's the way it was this time. He couldn't have made it with a prayer book in both hands. He slid down to the floor and trembled for a moment and then flattened out like a leaf in a pool of water. Just before he died, he grabbed his side as if he didn't like the way it hurt. And then he didn't care. I rolled him on his back and let him look at the ceiling. His eyes were open and he looked surprised, like a guy who didn't figure on a change in the weather. There was a scar that ran across his forehead and dug deep into his hairline. And he was lying there with a bunch of pink gum showing as if he was trying to pick up a few bucks with a toothpaste ad. I didn't have time to tell him how sorry I was, because if homicide caught me here, I'd have about as much chance as a canary in a basement full of cats. I started for the door. Right then, I knew I could start ordering birdseed. It was Hellman. And he walked over to have a look at the body.
Hello, Novak. The guy looks embarrassed.
Yeah, I guess he is, Hellman.
What's he doing dead?
Putting in a beef somewhere, I guess. He rates it.
He'll like you for that, Novak. How did it happen?
A team play. We worked it out together.
But you've got the gun.
That's right. I got the gun.
You feel like a bet?
No. Just keep stealing the old way.
You know how I feel, Novak?
Yeah, you feel flabby to anybody else, but to yourself, I suppose you feel good. Now, look. I walked in here with a gun. There was some quick fight talk, and I killed him, but it's still not a good rap.
I can get a long price on it for you, Novak.
I bet you can, Hellman. You can give me a bad deal, but part of the time it'll be from the other side of the deck.
Worse than that, Novak. It'll be all the time, and I want to watch you because I think you're going to be a crybaby.
I'm going to scream, if that's what you mean, Hellman. I'm going to scream about a gal that sent me in here with an empty gun.
That's a big hole for a cap pistol, Novak.
I got a last-minute curve. It was empty once.
Yeah. That's the only way they make a gun, Novak. I don't want you for an hour ago. I want you for this dead guy on the floor.
All right. I told you I didn't come in here to kill the guy. I don't know him. He may even be a good guy. I'm sorry he's dead.
All right, Novak. Just wait a few weeks and You can tell him personally.
Hellman had me up against the rail, and he knew it. When we left there, he was wearing a big, toothy smile. It was big enough to sew in his ears. He called the coroner, and he told him to pick up the stiff, and then we rode downtown. He dropped the gun into ballistics, and he hauled me into his office. The reporters were there. He gave them the whole story and told them how to spell Hellman. After that, we wound up at the desk, and he booked me on suspicion of murder. The next hour and a half was the kind of stuff they don't write about in the paper. They call it interrogation. And when you're finished, you've been through a lot of tight spots, like a piece of bubble gum in a set of false teeth. About 11 o'clock, Hellman brought me into his office, and from there on, it happened kind of fast.
I just talked to the DA. He's going to streamline things for you.
Well, he's going to look funny. Going to trial on a guy you can't identify.
I won't press you. I don't have to, Novak. I've got the only parley I need. You, the dead guy, and a big, fat murder gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hellman talking. Yeah, I know it was a .38. That crazy down in ballistics, I saw him standing over the dead guy. Well, they must have made a mistake, that's all. No, I don't want him in here. I don't want him in here. Hey, Tony. Tony,
You're getting pale. You need some more rouge, Hellman.
I got some bad news, Inspector.
Well, keep it, or you'll take more home to your wife. I'll talk to you later.
No, talk to him now, Hellman. If the bullet doesn't match the gun, talk to him now.
That's right, Inspector. A .38 bullet, but it won't match the gun you brought in.
It's got a match. I came in and found him standing there. He admits it.
It's a neat trick, then. If he fired the bullet out of that gun, he retooled it in midair.
I'm not that fast, Hellman. Get out of that chair so you'll have room to squirm.
You keep still, Novak.
Oh, I won't bother you. I'm going home.
Huh?
I'm walking out of your jail, Hellman. You got a broken-down .38 that won't fit anything but your thumbs. You can't hold me on that.
I found you over the bar. I can hold you on suspicion of murder.
But it'll hurt tomorrow morning, Hellman. The papers will be down here for a follow-up. And you'll have to tell them what it looks like out in left field.
I'll handle them.
You can't afford to let them start laughing at you. People will get the idea it's your face.
You can save car fare if you stay right here. Because I'll have you back by noon tomorrow.
You're not that good, Hellman. You couldn't hold a moth with a searchlight. The town ought to thank you.
Huh?
Oh, it's a nice jail, Hellman, and with you around, it'll last for years.
We'll return to Pat Novak in a moment. You're going to put extra warmth and comfort in your Christmas wishes this year. How do I know? Well, because I've seen the Gallencamp Christmas gift slipper collection. You know, everybody's talking about it as the gayest, brightest idea on the gift shopping horizon. When you visit your neighborhood Gallencamp store, well, then you'll know why. There you'll find slippers for every member of the family. Soft and cuddly warm ski capers for Sis, handsome embroidered Chinese slippers for Mom, warm shearling-lined opera slippers for Brother, and good-looking, smooth kid opera slippers for Dad's fireside loafing. Yes, and there are appealingly soft and gorgeously colored shearling scuffs to delight the heart of any young lady from 16 to 60. And slippers for the little nippers. All are irresistibly comfortable, good-looking, and irresistibly Gallencamp priced. Go to Gallencamp's, the store with the yellow front near you, to buy Christmas gift slippers that'll say Merry Christmas in a heartwarming way. Give more smiles with a Gallencamp slipper gift. And now back to Pat Novak.
When I walked out of headquarters, I had a nice mess to juggle. It was like trying to walk the baby on a floor full of marbles. If things didn't add up for Hellman, they weren't doing any better for me. I knew the gun I had went off. If it did, what happened to the bullet? And where did the other one come from? And why weren't there two shots? Oh, I couldn't put my finger on a thing, and nothing added up. It was like trying to follow a grain of rice in a Shanghai suburb. I looked up Lee Underwood's address, and I went by her apartment. The girl downstairs told me she worked at a nightclub out on the Bayshore Highway. Well, I had a couple of places to hit, so I looked up the only honest guy I know. An ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. A good man until he began to figure the last drink in a bottle is just as easy to get as the first. Well, I found him in a little leather-trimmed sink on Powell Street with a grimy little hole where they wash the glasses once a week in stale beer, but Jocko was more at home than a vulture in Calcutta.
Patsy, you're just in time to celebrate my return to health.
Something mild for Mr. Novak. A double stinger, perhaps.
No, forget it, Jocko. I got to talk to you.
Patsy, I've just passed through a crisis.
Yeah?
A few minutes ago, they set before me a glass with a woman's lipstick all around the rim.
All right, Jocko.
I took one gulp and looked at the glass, and in this dim light, I thought I was bleeding to death. It took them 10 minutes and 3 mirrors to calm me down.
Jocko, I'm in trouble. You got to help me.
No, but they washed the glass for me in ammonia. They must have left a little ammonia in the glass because the next drink had a very odd tang about it. I've had 3 more just like it, a sort of ammonia colony.
All right.
So far, they've been using domestic ammonia. When the imported stuff comes in, I may give up whiskey altogether.
Calm down, will you, Jocko? I got a bum shake tonight.
Yeah?
I either killed a guy or I thought I did.
Well, that uses up the alternatives. What are you doing now, taking a vote?
I got hired to scare a guy down on Folsom Street. 10 minutes later, the guy was dead.
Oh, Patsy, you take your work too seriously. Couldn't you have just scared him into a lingering illness instead of killing him?
One of the props was an empty gun. Only when the fight came, it grew bullets. Hellman walked in right after on a telephone tip.
What are you doing out of the electric chair?
Oh, the whole thing backfired down at headquarters. The bullet and the phony gun wouldn't match. Oh, Jocko, it doesn't add up. The call to Hellman's a tip-off. I was framed, but why wasn't I framed all the way?
Well, who is the dead man?
Just the guy with a falling blood count. His name was supposed to be Dixie Gillian, but there's no identification and no record on him.
Oh, you shouldn't have hired out as a gunsel.
I told you I didn't hire out as a gunsel. It was somebody else's idea.
Oh, you have no conscience, Patsy. Just a sort of soap opera rule of thumb you put into practice now and then, but no real conscience. You'd let a dying woman lie in the middle of the highway, unless her head was resting on a pile of war bonds.
All right, Jocko, I'll cry with you later. I need help now.
Well, what sort of help?
I want you to break into a girl's apartment.
Yes?
Don't worry, she won't be home.
Oh, is that supposed to be an incentive?
Here, it's at this address up on O'Farrell. Her name is Lee Underwood. She's the one who hired me.
Well, if the girl's not there, what am I supposed to find?
Anything that'll connect her with the dead man. He's a big guy with a scar.
Well, that doesn't help much.
You can't miss. Go through the desk and the drawers. Pick up everything you can. Leave a message at my place, huh?
Oh, as soon as I finish this drink.
Hurry up, will you, Jocko? Leave the glass alone and get going.
Don't rush me.
Hurry up. The glass is empty anyway.
Yeah, that's what you thought about the gun, but the fellow got an awful jolt out of it. Good night, lover.
I went by a horse parlor on O'Farrell Street and borrowed a car from a guy. It was after midnight when I started down the Bayshore Highway, and about a half hour later I pulled up in front of the Cat's Paw. It was a long, rambling place on the left side of the road. No, there was no plan. It just followed the erosion line until they ran out of material. There was enough neon in front to light a main intersection in heaven. I asked a 50-year-old busboy, and he said Lee Underwood was back in her dressing room getting ready for the 1 o'clock show. When I walked in, she was sitting in front of a mirror, working on an upswept hairdo. If she swept it up any more, it was going to leave her head. I stood behind her, looking at the pink, fresh part of her neck that didn't show when her hair was down.
You seem fascinated, Patsy.
No. I just want to know where to break it.
Oh? Sit down on the footstool here next to me. That's it. I like to look down on people. Here, let me brush that strand of hair back. Or do you like it in your eyes?
Brush it back so I can see your answers. Who's Dixie Gillian?
What difference does it make?
None to him and some to me. He's dead.
No, he couldn't be dead.
He'd like to believe that, too. I couldn't sell him that story about an empty gun.
He couldn't have been killed with that gun.
No?
No, I put in a blank, Patsy.
Somebody used a hard-working bullet because Dixie's dead.
There was no reason to kill him. I don't understand.
That makes you even with homicide, but they got a bigger team.
I don't understand it, Patsy.
Who's Dixie Gillian?
He was after some microfilm. I thought I could scare him away.
You better be ready to identify him because homicide stopped. Even the scar didn't help.
What scar?
Scar across his face. There's no record on him.
Oh, no, Patsy. Everything goes wrong. Everything you touch goes wrong. That's the wrong man, Patsy.
Yeah. Well, it's too late for a recount.
You've got to get to that body, Patsy. I don't know how, but some way you've got to get to him.
You look good, Lee. You'll make a nice picture.
Wait a minute, Dixie.
You don't need your coat. Come on.
I don't know how it happened, Dixie. I didn't mean it that way.
If you like it that way, all right. Bring your boyfriend, too.
No, don't let him, Patsy.
Oh, that gun's too big. I'm going with him. It was a short trip. He led us out of the dressing room and down a thin hall to the back door. On the way past the kitchen, you could smell onions and used grease, and that's all you noticed, except the sound of a jukebox somewhere out in front. and someone laughing in a loud, mirthless way. When we got to the door, it was raining outside. We walked about 40 feet, over near some trees where the dark was working overtime, and the gunsel made her stop. And that's where it happened. She's going to get wet, mister.
You'll have a little trouble yourself.
When I woke up, it was still raining, and I was lying on top of the mud like a stubborn seed. My wallet was gone, and the gunsel had ripped open my pockets. I stood up, and I walked over for a last look at Lee. The rain had washed the makeup off her face, and she looked small and tired as she lay there, like a broken doll that had been tossed out in the rain. I guess she was. I got to the car, and I drove back to town. I checked my place, but there was no word from Jocko, so I went up to Lee's apartment. When I opened the door, the room was dark, but I knew someone was on the floor. Either that or they'd varnished the floor with bourbon. I flipped on the light and bent over Jocko. Wake up, Jocko. Come on. All right, Jocko, wake up.
Oh, a little ammonia. A little ammonia, I think, would bring me around.
What happened?
I was sapped, I guess.
Yeah, everybody's got the same act tonight.
Help me up.
All right, come on.
Where have you been?
I went down to meet the girl.
Huh? Where'd you meet her? In the swimming pool?
I've been in the rain all night. She's going to stay longer. What'd you find out?
The fellow with the scar is her husband.
Yeah?
There's a picture in the desk.
Are there any more pictures?
Oh, a few. Take a look.
Where, in here?
Yes.
Well.
Who is he?
Must be Dixie Gillian. He was down to pay off a debt tonight. She called him Dixie once.
There's a note with that name and address in the other drawer.
He's our boy. We better get up there.
Not if he's already killed 2 other people.
We can't wait for Hellman. If he gets away, I'm all through. I won't have a leg to stand on.
That's my point. When the other fellow gets through with us, we won't have much standing to do.
I felt better now. Gillian was the only guy left in the picture, so I dragged Jocko up to his place. It was an apartment on Post Street. The elevator operator took us to the 8th floor and said that Gillian had come in a few minutes before. There was no answer, so we tried the door and it was open. Jocko didn't like the idea.
Oh, Patsy, this is folly. Risking my life is one of the bravest things you do.
Keep still, Jocko. What are we supposed to do? The door was open, wasn't it?
So are a lot of graves, but I've never been tempted.
Hey, look at the furniture. There's been a fight here. I'll look in here. You check in the bedroom.
If I'm not right back, don't expect me at all.
Yeah.
Patsy, come here.
Yeah?
There's somebody on the fire escape.
Stand back here.
He's not moving. He was leaning that way when I first saw him.
I'll get on this side. You raise the window. Go easy, Jocko. Can you see him from there?
Raise it a little more. He's still leaning there. I can reach out.
Now watch yourself. If he's kidding, you'll lose an arm.
I've got him. Raise the window more.
Yeah.
Oh, Patsy, he's falling. Give me a hand.
Well, here, let me through there.
Oh, it's too late. I can't hold him. He's falling. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He was probably dead anyway.
If he wasn't, that was a step in the right direction.
Oh, it was an easy night to die. 3 of them had checked out already, and there was still time to look for more. Jocko and I went downstairs to see the guy. He was lying face down in the alley, and as you looked at him, you got the funny feeling he belonged there. He didn't disturb the scene. He just fitted in, like a dirty, wet newspaper under a grandstand. There was a gun in his pocket, probably the same one that killed the girl, but there was no way of knowing. Jocko and I watched him for a moment, but your eyes begin to hurt when you see your only warm lead in a deep freeze. Well, it was past 2 when I got down to headquarters, and I looked up Hellman. I briefed him on the girl and the guy in the alley, and then I asked him if any microfilm had turned up on the first guy in the morgue. It was a waste of time. Hellman couldn't find a brass ring in a dead man's nose, but we went over to the morgue for another look. So far, it was working out like a crossword puzzle torn in half.
It's your time, Novak. I got more after tomorrow. You haven't.
The microfilm must be on the guy. 3 people have been killed for it, and I got roughed up just for laughs.
We searched the guy once. Here it is. Help me roll it out.
Yeah. Well, well. He sure got thin under that sheet, didn't he?
Wait a minute.
Oh, you run a good morgue, Hellman. What'll the papers say when they hear the stiff got up and walked out?
They got him in the wrong place or something. He didn't walk out.
He's gone, Hellman. Have you got an answer?
He's been moved, I tell you. The guy was dead, and I saw him put him here. He couldn't be walking around with a hole in the middle of his back.
Oh, I don't know, Hellman. You can do it with one in your head. Don't sell the guy short.
We'll return to Pat Novak in a moment.
Cinderella lost a shoe, and so she got a mate. With lovely shoes a girl can't lose. In Gallon Camp she'll wait.
What girl hasn't dreamed Cinderella dreams of her own and wished for a fairy godmother to make those dreams come true? Here's what the newest Cinderella, Marilyn Buford, Miss America, says.
The modern girl doesn't waste time dreaming. She makes her dreams come true, and she needs no fairy godmother to give her lovely shoes. She doesn't, that is, if she has discovered my favorite shoe store, Gallon Camp.
Yes, Marilyn. For gracefully lovely shoes, flattering and in the latest fashions, wise girls go to Gallon Camps. Gallon Camps are shoe-style leaders.
And so amazingly priced, a girl can afford to have all the shoes she needs.
And here's extra good news of a special Thanksgiving shoe sale. Yes, prices are actually going down on many of the up-to-the-minute shoe styles tomorrow at Gallon Camps. So shop this sale at the Gallon Camp store near you tomorrow to step assured into the exciting holiday activities ahead. Look lovely in Gallon Camps.
Cinderella lost a shoe, and so she got a mate. With lovely shoes a girl can't lose. In Gallon Camp she'll wait.
And now back to Pat Novak.
When Hellman found out the body was gone, he stood there and stared at the empty slab. And then he started looking around in a nervous way, like a man trying to find the sugar bowl at a restaurant counter. A few moments later, he turned and walked out of the morgue, and we were halfway downtown when it happened. It must have hit us at the same time, sharp and quick, like a piece of candy in a bad tooth. That guy back in the alley had come off that slab in the morgue. We got out to Dixie's place, and we began to check. There was a phone operator downstairs, and she said Dixie had put through a call about 2 hours ago. Hellman checked the number, and it was the ticket office of a railroad. We got downtown, and we ran through the timetable. There was a train leaving the Oakland Mole in 40 minutes. Oh, it was an outside chance, but tonight that was the only kind for sale. We got down in time to slide on the last ferry over to the Mole. It was still dark out when the ferry pulled away from the slip and started across the bay. Over toward the Berkeley Hills, it was beginning to get light. The sky was the color of a bruise spot on a man's arm.
We'll get up to the pilot house and tell him not to dock until we've gone through all the passengers.
He doesn't have to be in on this one.
He'll check the train when he gets there.
Wait a minute. You don't have to check. There's your boy.
Where?
Up there, on the rail. Now, you better go easy. He's not a scale model.
Just walk quietly until we're behind him.
Yeah.
Turn around, mister. You'll get a better view.
Hmm? Oh. Hello, Novak. How was the wind and the rain in your hair?
Meet Inspector Hellman. You better turn in your ticket.
Well, I hope you brought your muscle.
Grab it, Hellman.
That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, copper.
Watch it. I'm being pushed over on the rail.
Yeah, I'm worried, Hellman.
Watch it, Novak. I'm going over. Novak!
That's one down, mister. Now for you.
Yeah. Well, I landed on the deck, and I watched him disappear in the dark. Halfway down, the guy turned in. I followed him down the ladder and along the main deck. He ducked into one of the engine spaces, and I started in to look for him. Oh, it didn't take long, because he turned out to be helpful.
You got the idea yet, Novak?
I'll come closer. Tell me then, huh?
Suit yourself, but I'll knock you down hard when you show.
Hey, watch that platform. You're backing into trouble.
Stay back there, Novak.
Watch out for that platform. You're backing into that engine. Look out!
No! No! Oh!
I kind of wound up last, huh?
Yeah. That's the way it looks. Did you get the microfilm?
Yeah. Oh, I got a big hurt. Does it show?
A little.
Yeah.
It's been a long night, Novak, huh?
Yeah, but your worries are over. It's almost dawn.
I don't know. I don't know if I can use it, but I'll give it to you.
Well, they fished Hellman out of an oil slick a few minutes later. It was the first time his hair ever looked good. Dixie Gillian lasted long enough to piece the story together for homicide. Lee Underwood was on the level. She knew her husband was carrying microfilm and was worried, so she hired me to scare off Gillian. It might have worked, too, because Adrian was too big for Gillian to argue with. But the first slip came when Lee's husband went by to make a deal with Dixie without telling her. Well, when I jumped him, Dixie was outside and figured it was a double cross. He didn't have time to figure it, but he killed him with a silencer when Lee's phony gun went off. Well, he spent the rest of the time looking for the microfilm. That's why Jocko got sapped and the girl got hers. And by that time, Dixie knew the microfilm was still on the dead man. The only way he could be sure was to get the body out of the morgue. He took it up to his apartment, and when he got the film, he planted the gun and put the body on the fire escape. It was safer that way. There was a 50-50 chance the police would miss it the first time around, and he'd have a fair lead. It almost worked out for him, except for that phone call. The microfilm? Well, it was in a capsule next to the roof of the guy's mouth. Yeah, so old it was new again. Well, Hellman asked only one question. In that fight, did I have anything to do with pushing him against the rail? I told him. Sometimes those ferry boats roll as much as 45 degrees.
Be sure to join us next Sunday evening and every Sunday, same time, same station, for radio's newest show, Pat Novak for Hire. And don't forget, the store with the yellow front is the Gallencamp Shoe Store. Gallencamp shoes are good shoes. There's something about them you'll like. Franklin Evans speaking. This is ABC, the American